The three Call of Duty giants, Sledgehammer Games, Treyarch, and Infinity Ward, all have a special place in developing and formatting what would become the biggest FPS franchise known to man. But only one was the originator, the creator, Infinity Ward. That's where our story begins. Infinity Ward is the baby of these three wonderful gentlemen named Grant Collier, Jason West, and Vince Zampella, which, funny enough, there is a soldier in Modern Warfare 2 named Zampella. All three of these gentlemen started off working for the competitor franchise that reigned supreme as the top dog World War II shooter in the early 2000s, Medal of Honor. Each one of them worked in a game company called 2015 Game Studios under the publisher EA. 2015 Studios specifically created Medal of Honor Allied Assault, a passion project from Steven Spielberg himself after creating Saving Private Ryan, after he wanted to see a first-person shooter that could mimic the scenes from that movie. Jason West, Vince Zampella, and Grant Collier all created a fantastic game in Medal of Honor Allied Assault, one that started with Steven Spielberg and ended by showing one of the most surreal depictions of D-Day in a video game. It may not look like much now, but in the early 2000s, it was the catalyst that made Activision want to join the World War II shooter craze. Activision began talks with Jason, Vince, and Grant to form a new studio which they would provide $1 million to. The Medal of Honor Allied Assault trio was dissatisfied with their current contract with EA, and that forced them to move forward and accept the Activision $1 million deal. The new independent studio with $1 million behind their name, called Infinity Ward, promised a collaboration between artist and publisher, between Infinity Ward and Activision, to give a good balance to creative freedom. 22 employees all moved from EA's 2015 studio to work with Infinity Ward underneath these three guys. This even included every production lead at 2015 studios. Some people could even argue that Activision deprived EA of all of these good employees and tried to disrupt their Medal of Honor success. The trio, when forming Infinity Ward, viewed this as a fresh start for their creative freedom that would be in this independent studio that had some funding and some ownership under Activision. They were ready to not be under the regime of a higher-up publisher that controls every move they make. The irony of this inception is that Jason, Vince, and Grant created one of the best Medal of Honor games ever under EA. Then they went on to create a franchise that was originally dubbed the Medal of Honor Killer, and it was. This may sound like the hopeful tale of underdogs beating an oppressive publisher and becoming icons who created one of the most lucrative franchises ever. All of that is true, but this is not a hopeful story. The Call of Duty company Treyarch went from being the guys who created Call of Duty 3 to becoming one of the greatest Call of Duty companies ever. Sledgehammer Games was the studio that has never been allowed to experiment or create the games that they would actually want to make. That is a depressing story. Infinity Ward's story tops everything, though, as the most tragic of all three companies. The facts I provided so far come from an article titled "Activision Settles Huge Litigation on the Eve of a Trial," written by Eric Gardner for HollywoodReporter.com. Did you hear that headline? Trial? Huge litigation? And yet all the information I gave you sounds like it would be the start to a successful and altruistic relationship between publisher and developer. It doesn't sound like that whole relationship would end in flames within a courtroom. This is the story about Jason, Vince, and Grant, who went from being the creators of Call of Duty, one of the most profitable pieces of entertainment ever created, and yet after the release of, in my opinion, one of the best first-person shooter games ever, 2009's Modern Warfare 2, they were cast aside. This is not the depressing story of Sledgehammer. This is not the rise and fall tale of Treyarch. This is a betrayal, and this is the most tragic story you can tell any artist. Welcome back to Appreciation Culture. If you're new here, then welcome aboard, Appreciator. Click subscribe and feel free to check out any one of my other retrospectives after you're finished with this video, or take a nap after its 7-hour runtime. I'm the Appreciator, and we're happy to have you here while we break down Infinity Ward's history and give an in-depth review of every one of the entries in the Call of Duty series. The mindset for Call of Duty 1 got conceived through developers wanting to add more variety to the Medal of Honor formula. They added a whole new AI system, added ADS, aimed down sights, if you don't know what that means. They wanted to utilize new scripting and new AI to create lifelike battlefields that could hold dozens, if not hundreds, of soldiers at once. Call of Duty 1 remains such an interesting game because of its project name Medal of Honor Killer, which that is according to Justin Thomas, an ex-Infinity Ward employee who was interviewed by MCVUK.com. With the Medal of Honor Killer codename in mind, it feels almost more fair to compare Call of Duty 1 to Medal of Honor rather than to Call of Duty. Call of Duty 1 doesn't really feel like a Call of Duty game though. The development harshly focused on separating its identity from Medal of Honor, but by doing that, they were just making a better version of Medal of Honor. Let's just do what they did, but better and with more variety. Infinity Ward used a modified version of the Quake 3 engine for adding scripted events and adding new AI systems that were going to be more squad focused like an actual World War II unit, and added higher graphical fidelity so it didn't look like Quake 3 from the 1990s. It's 2003, guys. We need to look better than Medal of Honor, Quake, Return to the Castle of Wolfenstein, and Battlefield 1942. The new AI system allowed for squad-based movement where soldiers are sticking together in a battlefield, enemies are taking cover from wall to wall, and they will move out of cover to new cover constantly when put into danger. Emphasizing the squad movement seemed to be the focus when developing the AI. The ADS gave the ability for players to aim down their guns and enhance that warlike realism that they aimed for, which crazy talking about that now considering in 2016 we were going to outer fucking space in this franchise. All of the COD 1 squad system talk comes from the lead animator at Infinity Ward in 2002 named Michael Boone. He still works for Infinity Ward as art lead to this day. Salute this Infinity Ward employee veteran, as he is one of the only leaders at Infinity Ward to be there from day one all the way until present day. He talks about those squad AI system facts about flanking, working together, going cover to cover in an interview with IGN interviewer Dan Adams. He mentions that Call of Duty 1's spectacular moments work, but it's very hard to hold up that standard for an entire game. I love Infinity Ward Call of Duty games, I really do, but I will also be the first to agree with this statement by saying that their first act is almost always their strongest, and they're rarely ever able to keep up that high for the remainder of the game. I say rarely, because there are a few exceptions. Call of Duty 1 flexed 3 campaigns with 1 American that focused on other battles besides D-Day, not just your stereotypical Omaha Beach invasion. The second campaign with the British and the third with the Soviet Army. All this in the name of sweeping the World War II shooter competition under the rug. Be Medal of Honor, but better. So was Call of Duty 1 better than Medal of Honor? In the eyes of Activision, they were better. Activision only owned around 30% of the stock with their $1 million in Infinity Ward before the creation of Call of Duty 1, which cost around $4 million to make. They had about 18 months worth of development, according to Game Success Sparks Growth, the newspaper article written by Neil Davidson. After the game's release, the sales boosted the game upwards to 4.5 million copies, according to the 2021 article on Game Rant from Vedran Radic. Once Activision saw those numbers go up, oh, you better believe they shoveled up the rest of that 70%, gaining full ownership over Infinity Ward and signing long-term contracts with Grant Collier, Jason West, and Vince Zampella. These long-term employment contracts ran out in 2008. It was a 5-year deal. Take note that 2008 was just a year before Modern Warfare 2's release. Just a year before Jason and Vince were terminated from the company. Their journey is worth talking about. We've talked long about Infinity Ward though. We've got to talk about how Call of Duty 1 is, or should I say, the Medal of Honor killer. We are going to be flowing through this entire Call of Duty timeline that I built for this series that starts with the Foundation period, goes into the Golden Era, and falls quickly downhill into the Dark Ages until you have the inevitable brief Resurgence period with Modern Warfare 2019. Before you judge the reason why I named each period what I did, hear me out. I don't dislike every game in the Dark Ages. I don't love every game in the Golden Era. I don't love every game in the Resurgence era. I probably dislike in the entire mainline Call of Duty series about 4 or 5 of the games. And so if there are games that you love, that is awesome. I am not going to ever take that away from you. So please know that whenever I diss one of these titles. Nobody's ever going to take away your love for one of these Call of Duty games. I promise you, you can preach that love in the comments. I'm all good with that. More appreciation on the channel, more appreciation out there for these games. What were my thoughts though on the Call of Duty that started it all and started our timeline with the Foundation period? Call of Duty 1. As a child, my first Call of Duty I ever played was Call of Duty 2 for the Xbox 360. I was raised right. It was an experience I will not spoil, but I also have large amounts of nostalgia for it. I played that game in 2005, Fast forward to 2020, and that was the first time I ever bought a physical PC copy of Call of Duty 1. I popped it in and decided to give it a go. Call of Duty 1 really confused me on my first playthrough, not because it was confusing to play, but because of the difficulty. I believe Infinity Ward developers when they say they are aiming to create a realistic war environment, enhance squad AI, and tell a story using war events rather than characters to drive it, which is something that shifted post-2009 COD, where the stories are about following characters rather than following the events of a war. Call of Duty 1 kind of baffled me though, because I believe all of that attention that they had went to the enhancements off of Medal of Honor, and therefore the difficulty did not get prioritized whatsoever, and not even considered when creating this game. I have played nearly every COD on Veteran, and this one I was determined to not break that rule, so I popped in COD 1, put it on Veteran, and it's legit impossible. It's one of the hardest and most broken difficulty experiences I have ever played. I did it in 2020. I finished the game on Veteran, but the only way to experience the game this way is by saving every 5 seconds and praying to God a bullet doesn't hit you from a sniper bird out of the sky. It only takes just a couple of bullets until you're dead. That may not sound that bad, but remember, Call of Duty 1 utilized medkits and had a health bar. This was never done outside of Call of Duty 2's Big Red one and Call of Duty World War II's campaign in 2017, and then Black Ops 4's multiplayer. And I don't mind Call of Duty having a health bar, but you will constantly have to save in Call of Duty 1, and I mean that. If you collected $1 every time I saved in this game, you would have enough money to fund an entire third world country's GDP. Call of Duty 1 has segments that are so difficult that you will get soft locked into a checkpoint that just insta kills you. And I can see what they mean by a realistic war experience, because you won't see what killed you half the time, by the way, because it will just be some random bullet. I knew deep down in 2020 though that the difficulty was the reason my experience was ruined, so I knew whenever I inevitably would pop it back in that I was going to play it on easy mode. So now in 2024, I replayed through this game again on regular, and well, it was too easy. I could race through areas, take out everyone quickly, always ahead of my squad, so I never felt the effects of the new squad AI helping me out, and most of the time I just felt like a one-man army. Don't get me wrong, the game still makes you go slower than other Call of Duty games, but you definitely are moving ahead of your AI. You're kind of charging through some stuff. Like it's not the experience that they want you to have. So then I restarted it again on hardened. Some areas felt really consistent, while others you get checkpointed right before a death, and then you just keep on spawning into that same death over and over and over again. You had to save consistently outside of the autosaves, and you would occasionally get stuck in BS areas still. I linger on this because the difficulty is the worst part about this game. So what difficulty do I even recommend playing the game on then? Well, there's no perfect difficulty. That's the worst part about the campaign by a mile. Regular is too easy, where I only died 15 times before getting about halfway through the entire game. You don't ever have to save a lot because the autosave system is actually really good on regular, but the problem is that you're not going to get the best experience that they want you to have out of it. So I recommend regular if you don't want to have to manual save, and I recommend hardened if you're okay with regularly saving and occasionally dealing with a BS area. Those are my recommendations. If you just want to rely on the autosave, regular. If you're okay with manual saving, do hardened. It's just frustrating because COD 1 has one of the most aggravating difficulty systems ever, with nothing feeling like the perfect way to experience the game, even though the rest of it is pretty solid even in 2024. The first acts to each campaign are spectacular, with the Americans landing as paratroopers running through a field while being shot at, explosions happening all around you, and that's just the first campaign. The second campaign with the British starts off with an old soldier named Captain Price, who ironically looks a lot like Captain Price from the Modern Warfare games. Same character? You invade a German house and have to save him from deep within it, and the whole house is decorated with mean imagery. Fucker over here really got a blankie with that shit on it. Imagine trying to go EP in your German flag blankie. What a fucking weirdo. This is so vastly different from the open fields that you start off with in the American campaign, but nothing tops that first mission of the final campaign, the Soviet Union. Oh my God, guys, this thing goes so freaking hard. Hold up, like I'm actually ecstatic. Okay, hold up. It starts with you riding in a boat with all your fellow comrades looking terrified. It already contrasts itself to the stereotypical American campaign with everyone preparing to fight to live. This intro looks like everyone is preparing to die. You hear empty promises from your captain about how you're going to be provided with food, water, and weaponry. Then you witness them literally shoot a traitor as he's jumping off of the boat. And then your boat is bombed and basically everybody dies while you're scattering onto the dock to grab a weapon. You quickly realize why everyone looked so scared. It's because you're not being treated as a soldier. You're being treated as cannon fodder for the Soviet Union to win this war. They look at you. They don't even give you a weapon. They just yell at you to go run up this hill while being mowed down by machine guns. If you turn around and run back, the Soviet Union promises to kill you for going AWOL. You see soldiers all around you getting torn through, corpses everywhere, with soldiers doing the exact same thing that you're doing off in the distance. You are going to take back Stalingrad by any means necessary. You might have been forced to be cannon fodder on that boat, not being given a weapon, but you are going to become a fucking soldier, even without food, without water, and without a gun. This campaign's first mission carries such a noticeable impact because it immediately tells you everything you need to know. Soldiers should not get treated like this, and that's because in the campaign you are a survivor until you move past that to become a soldier. This is easily one of my favorite moments in Call of Duty history, and it is my favorite moment in Call of Duty 1 by a mile. It takes the Soviets that at the time didn't even get their own campaigns that often and shows off how horrifying it would be to be a Soviet soldier out in war. You can view it as bravery. You can view it as fear of being shot at by your own people and running towards your enemy out of fear. Or you can view it the way I do, which is a little mix of everything, because you start off being scared shitless in a boat and you have to become a soldier on the battlefield. The US campaign also has a great start where you're playing as a paratrooper that drops down, destroying artillery, which is a classic World War II shooter trope, and then getting into an entire driving segment where you ride around the passenger seat while being chased down by German troops and German tanks. This campaign, even though it's my least favorite of these three, it's still nice because it's a little bit more smaller scale than the previous two. The house invasion in the beginning to save a prisoner is a highlight, and even has a little nod to Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade with the secret fireplace room. This campaign does fall into the battle, though, of not having enough budget or time needed to fulfill what they wanted to fulfill with it, though. You see this through the calling card of not having enough time to finish a game when they just reuse the same area but do it at night. This is just an improvised way to make it seem like the game has more areas than it actually does and to padding out time, and to be honest, it is most likely just due to budgetary or time constraints, which is okay. They said turn off the lights, nobody will notice, whatever. Like, there's some places like this in the rest of the game, but none are more apparent than the day and night missions on the bridge for the British campaign. Luckily, the British is the weakest of the three. It still swoops in with a few banger missions such as the dam level. Oh my gosh, this is a great one. The infiltrating of a German boat with Captain Price as well. Specifically, the dam level, though, is one of the highlights of the game for me. With all new areas, with unused assets this far into the game, it just felt so new to the previous two missions, and especially when compared to the bridge segment that just does the day and night sections. Luckily, Call of Duty 1 comes back in with the punch during the taking back of Stalingrad missions of the Soviet campaign. It's an amazing underdog story that gets you hooked from the beginning when you start off with no weapon and end the story on top of one of the Capitol buildings of Stalingrad. And they really show off that new squad-based system in the Soviet campaign through the NPCs running up the hill and taking cover defenseless against these machine gun turrets. Or they even show it off with the American soldiers taking cover prone in these craters that were made by explosives in a field. And even the British campaign, I don't really think it shows off a lot of the squad-based mechanics as well as the other two campaigns, but the British campaign has almost an old Rainbow Six game vibe to it, especially with the first house mission, where you're going down these hallway corridors, taking out some soldiers, and saving a prisoner. That's basically 90% of the objectives from the original Rainbow Six game on PS1. Call of Duty 1 has a lot of variety by just adding more countries into the mix, adding completely different areas, and always having a banger first mission with each campaign. The Soviet campaign in particular also emphasizes something I adore about Call of Duty, which is the mortality to everyone. You may have a squad and you'll know if somebody survives, like if one person survives, like Captain Price in the British campaign, but most of the NPCs are actually fairly expendable. They don't have plot armor and they'll just die and be replaced quickly throughout the campaign. You never get the feeling of permanence with your crewmates teammates, because one second you'll be like, oh, hey, it's Private Ryan, glad to see you on the team. And then now you're one level later and you realize Private Ryan probably got his head blown off 2 battles ago because you didn't save him. These soldiers don't normally have plot armor, and that's something I do respect, because in later games, the soldiers who are around you tend to always be your plot armor crew. It just kind of got lost in translation as Call of Duty games would shift their focuses onto characters rather than retelling war stories. And whenever I say things like this, none of this is a diss to modern COD or old COD or anything like that. We're just comparing and contrasting and figure out what makes each Call of Duty unique. When I diss one of these games, you'll be able to tell when I'm dissing it, like the Call of Duty 1 difficulty. Call of Duty 1 created the formula of the Call of Duty game with its generic scripted segments. Not generic at the time in 2003, but in a franchise where every entry has a turret section, every entry has a linear driving segment, a stealth section. This game started off many of those Call of Duty tropes, and we thank it for doing that, even though it's been beaten to death across this entire franchise. This is not true variety nowadays. Back in 2003 it was, but nowadays it's considered the bare minimum of variety in a shooter. It's the safe options, turret section, driving section, stealth segment, it's all safe options. True variety, real variety in a first-person shooter can be seen in Call of Duty 3 in the Jeep mission, where you have to drive from objective to objective in a slightly non-linear fashion. True variety is adding a heartbeat sensor mechanic into Cliffhanger to take your stereotypical stealth mission and add a whole new layer to it, since you can't see that far ahead of yourself because you're in a blizzard. Call of Duty 1 doesn't need to be aware of any of this, but I'm just making this point because the argument of safe option fake variety versus true variety in a video game will come up again throughout this retrospective. Missions that don't feel like they're just patenting out time, but instead missions that feel like the team put actual effort into them to make them different, to add that sense of real variety. The Call of Duty franchise eventually spices things up with new settings, new gameplay mechanics, and added layers of storytelling down the line to keep things fresh. I can say that Call of Duty 1 created the canvas of every other Call of Duty game in terms of mission structure, but in almost every other way it doesn't really feel like a COD game. The medkit and health bar system in Call of Duty 1 made it a slower paced game that wasn't about twitch shooting, but instead it was about moving room to room, taking your time and appreciating the atmosphere. The only way to replicate this in a modern COD is by playing on veteran, and sometimes it still doesn't work. You will have to take cover more often, you'll have to move slower, and you'll have to never run and gun. But even then, there's still some Call of Duty games where you can still do all of those things on veteran. It may have all the variety that feels like it has been done to death a million times in other World War II shooters with the destroy the artillery segments, riding as a passenger in a car, turret stuff, or sniper segments. But Call of Duty 1 on its own in 2003 was far above every other Medal of Honor game out there and pushed the medium forward by even giving us first act missions that do give you true variety, even in retrospect. And just going off of the medkit system, because they did throw this out entirely, I do think Call of Duty can coexist with a medkit system and a regenerative health system. I don't think we just need to rely on one to dominate this entire franchise, but we're just going to stick with one because obviously they've only gone back to the medkits a couple of times throughout the entire series. Either embrace the speed of Call of Duty or embrace the slow, methodical atmosphere. Call of Duty 1 forces you to play slow, even if you can go a bit faster and ahead of your crew when not on the hardest difficulty, but it's a sacrifice because the hardest difficulty is one of the biggest jokes I've ever played in my life. Call of Duty 1 does have leaning in it though, which was a gameplay mechanic that's also in Modern Warfare 2007 on PC, but nobody ever talks about it. And leaning is inherently a slower, more tactical gameplay mechanic. It's way less aggressive than things like dolphin diving or slide canceling that was added into later games. Call of Duty 1's campaign is a product of the time. It's a product of the early 2000s where the landscape was filled with other World War II shooters and the genre was actually becoming a little bit oversaturated with games like Brother of Arms being released in 2005. It got great sales, but wouldn't become the destroyer of all other war titles until Call of Duty 2's release in 2005. But first, I want to talk about the multiplayer to Call of Duty 1, the build-up to Call of Duty 2, and Call of Duty United Offensive. That's fucking right. I am not skipping out on the expansion packs this time around because I heard all of your complaints with the Treyarch video in regards to DLC and expansions being ignored. The multiplayer for Call of Duty 1 is a tough sell for me because on one hand they allowed for the player base to have access to many of the tools needed to make maps, game types, etc. They gave access to the modding tools vault. On the other hand, it's basically unplayable because if you want to play the vanilla version, good luck because there's a huge amount of hackers and modded lobbies. It also does not help that on PC, any game released before Infinite Warfare in 2016 is at risk of having hackers that can hack into your PC and give you malware. They said they fixed this issue, but I played Modern Warfare 2's multiplayer the other day and I was locked into a game because a hacker wouldn't let me leave, so I had to restart my entire computer. I ain't gonna pretend I played hours upon hours of COD 1 and COD 2's multiplayer. I did not. Most of the resources to play these Call of Duty games multiplayers without hackers is unavailable or has been cease and desisted by Activision, with examples being X Labs for Modern Warfare 2 and Advanced Warfare. X Labs does have a new system though called Alteredware, which just makes sure you have a legal copy of the game and make sure you're doing everything legal. We're only legal on this channel. We don't have anything illegal on here. There's not really a legit way to play the vanilla versions of these old multiplayer CODs though, unless I'm out of the loop, not included into that club, and it's already hard enough to find people who are willing to play the game online, even though I would love to. You hop on the game's server browser and there's a few bot lobbies, but they require you to download mods that sometimes work, sometimes they don't. Most of the time the bots are horrendous and know exactly where you are on the map and they'll insta aimbot you. It's pretty awful. So for COD 1, I'm just going to show you footage of the multiplayer and what I was able to get and just talk about the facts surrounding it. The original Call of Duty 1 had 16 maps on launch, leaning into open, massive battlefields, unlike the more 3-lane focused maps that were popularized in Modern Warfare 1 onward. Some of these maps do still have 3 lanes, but they are way bigger and less claustrophobic than your typical Call of Duty 3-lane map. They even had a map called Breakcourt, and hold up, this is just Wasteland from Modern Warfare 2. Yep. Breakcourt was the original Wasteland, but how many of these maps have been reused and remade in later CODs so you know which COD to thank? You could even get Carrington, which was originally made for Call of Duty 1 and Call of Duty World War 2, but it was only available via the Season Pass. That's kind of a weird flex. Carrington was also remade into Chinatown in Modern Warfare 1's DLC and the Remastered. There's actually so little credit given to these Call of Duty 1 maps, even when a map like Pavlov from Call of Duty 1 has been remade partially as the map Farm 18 from Modern Warfare 2 2022. It is so annoying how hard it is to compare these maps also, because nobody on the team would ever admit that they remade or partially remade a Call of Duty 1 map. For entering one of these matches on COD 1, you picked between the Allies or the Axis and got to choose an either bolt action rifle, semi-automatic rifle, submachine gun, a standard assault rifle, and you got your little Colt pistol or Luger with it. I hope I'm pronouncing these name rights. God forbid, dude. I don't know these language. The Luger.
Luga.
The game modes of Deathmatch, Team Deathmatch, Search and Destroy were all available, and a few that I can also explain really quickly that haven't been around in a long time. Behind enemy lines, which kind of functions somewhat like Infection, most of the people on the map are Access players, and whenever you killed an allied player, you would respawn as an allied player, but the allied player you killed became an Access player. The goal of the game mode was to be an allied player for as long as possible and get as many kills as possible against the Axis. Retrieval was another mode that was basically just capture the flag with no respawns, so that's pretty simple. But outside of the facts of the multiplayer and just some of my opinions on the maps and everything, let's talk about the elephant in the room, and that is Call of Duty United Offensive, and let's talk about how little credit this game gets. Oh wait, sorry. I meant expansion pack. I don't care. It's basically just its own Call of Duty game anyway. The multiplayer for COD 1 was enhanced by adding 12 more maps to the game, making the total number of maps 28 if you owned Call of Duty United Offensive. These maps were huge, even bigger than Call of Duty 3 maps, which they kind of had to be because you could literally drive tanks and cars on the map. That's fucking right. You may be looking at me like Tim Allen from Home Improvement doing your stupid ass grunt because you may have thought Call of Duty 3 was the first game to have vehicles in the series, vehicles in the multiplayer. I thought that too. I think I even said that in my Treyarch retrospective. You would be mistaken though, because the honor goes to Call of Duty United Offensive. So let me ask the question. If you were to play a game and somebody said, oh, this is just an expansion, but they proceeded to clarify that it had a 6-hour-long campaign, 12 multiplayer maps that were added to the original game, and you got the abilities to drive vehicles on those maps, would you really call that an expansion? Back in 2003, the word expansion carried a heavy burden. Being an expansion of a base game through maps, campaign, and any extra modes was important. It was a big freaking deal. Nowadays, expansions can range from Shadow of the Erd Tree in Elden Ring, or Phantom Liberty in Cyberpunk 2077, or just be a fucking King Kong skin in Modern Warfare 3. And personally, I like it when expansions are an actual expansion of the game itself. Taking that base game, evolving off of it with what was available in the base game, adding some new stuff, and doing stuff a little bit differently, but not to the elevation of a sequel. United Offensive was a pretty solid first-person shooter if you considered it its own game, but when you talk about it as an expansion, which it technically is, it's one of the best expansions released from the early 2000s. It was released as a PC expansion that came out next to Call of Duty Finest Hour, which was a console variant for Call of Duty 1. Call of Duty United Offensive continues the trend of Call of Duty 1 by adding new environments with every campaign, by starting you in the Tundra, which we never saw in the base game. The Tundra starts off with a bang by utilizing all these scripted set pieces with you running around the woods with your teammates while trees are falling all around you. It's crazy looking. This expansion pack has another 3 campaigns on it, with each one of them following the same crews from the base game, so it's actually a true sequel to Call of Duty 1. But now you're being thrown into different environments with these crews. The Tundra was a great first spot. You have people screaming, "Hold the line!" while you fend off hundreds of troopers from taking over your position. You'll sprint around. That's right, they even added sprint this early on as well. Sprint was in this game, and it doesn't do much, but it's still worth noting that this is the first COD to do it. You rode around in a car dodging tanks as the enemies threw everything they could at you. Now, this campaign, I can tell you, a pretty definitive difficulty experience. It's a little bit harder than the base game, so I actually recommend playing this game on regular. Plenty difficult. In a lot of ways, it's trying to be harder than the original COD because it is an expansion. It's trying to expand off of that. The expansion was produced by Gray Matter Interactive, who eventually merged with Treyarch after helping out with Call of Duty Big Red 1. Gray Matter Interactive was able to look at everything that COD 1 accomplished, dial it up to 11 though, with bigger action set pieces, larger battles, and a turret section I actually enjoyed. What? Didn't I just say they suck? Yeah, I did. So hear me out for 1 second. I usually despise turret sections in games, but the plane segment in United Offensive is actually a sight to behold. You have to shoot down around 50 Axis planes in this massive fighter allied plane. You move around the cabin at your own free will and use all different turrets from front to back to middle of the cabin. You occasionally have to repair the plane while doing this segment too. And it just feels like there is so much going on here, more than your stereotypical watch a cutscene with a usable turret. You get yelled at by soldiers saying, "Planes at our 3 o'clock." And this is probably the first game in the series that I have ever played where characters yell out where enemies are to you, and you can run all around this cabin to locate the turret that is best positioned to hit that enemy at 3 o'clock. It honestly reminds me of a much better version of the Black Cats mission from World at War, and I know that sounds like blasphemy to many of you who probably played World at War, but most of you have also probably never played United Offensive, so I don't want to hear a rebuttal to what I just said unless you've played both. But I was just happily surprised that Gray Matter Interactive was capable of making the best turret section that I've played in a long time. It goes on for a little bit too long. Shooting down around 50 planes might be a bit excessive, but honestly, if it was around 35 to 30 planes, then this would just be perfect, because I'm even nitpicking when I say that comment. They counteract this plane mission though with one of the worst in the expansion, where you have to hold up in a mansion for about a straight hour in this miserably long action scene where you will die over and over and over again, and your best bet is just to hide on a stairwell and wait for enemies to come to you, especially on Hardened, which I played this expansion on. Maybe regular, this scene is probably not as bad. After this, there's a tank section and driving sections, which all complement each other fairly nicely, and honestly, just United Offensive is the first in a lot of areas, but it just gets so little credit. That's the biggest bummer about it. I'd recommend it fully. Best expansion from 2004 possibly. Pop it on, play it on regular so that house segment doesn't utterly destroy you, and have a blast, because United Offensive proves to be even better than the overall package of Call of Duty 1's campaign, which sounds crazy coming out of my mouth, but they did it. The multiplayer improvements, the added maps, and the improved campaign make it a better experience than the base game in almost every way. Now, we're about 45 minutes into this video almost, and I haven't even stopped talking about the first game, so let's kick these oldies to the side and move on to the 7th generation of consoles with the PC and Xbox 360 exclusive Call of Duty 2. Many companies noted the success of Call of Duty 1. Microsoft, on the cusp of releasing the Xbox 360, did as well, so they asked Activision if they could partner up and bring Call of Duty 2 to consoles rather than just PC. The catch being that it could only be on Xbox 360 and PC. Activision accepted this, and Call of Duty 2 took over being the most popular Xbox Live game until the release of Gears of War and Halo 3. The opportunities of next-gen hardware were apparent from the get-go, with Call of Duty 2 receiving a facelift with new particle effects that can be seen through the smoke grenades, the weather effects, and this was all confirmed by Grant Collier in a Final Front interview for Call of Duty 2. They decided to have more of an action focus in COD 2. They wanted to ditch the health bar and go for a less realistic regenerative health system. Very polarizing at the time, and apparently there were multiple arguments with developers about whether or not they should do this and move forward with the decision. Ultimately, they did. And it was obviously a good thing at the time. In the same Final Front interview with Grant, he talks about how the Call of Duty 2 enemies would now have vision cones and hearing cones where they could see within that area or hear from a certain distance. Whereas COD 1, they didn't have this stuff. The enemies always knew where you were in the fight. This allowed for COD 2 to give you a little bit more player freedom, be a little bit more non-linear, as Grant Collier even says. Collier. I really hope I'm saying these fucking names right. I am also going to assume that since the enemies knew right where you were during a battle at all times during COD 1, that probably explains partially why veteran mode is so freaking difficult. Grant brings up another point though about COD 2's non-linearity. I always believed that COD 2 had a fully explorable map where you could flank the enemies or find your own route to the objective, and it's not necessarily that non-linear. It's not, it's no open world thing or anything like that, but it is a leap in the direction of player freedom, as it holds probably the most player freedom that any COD game has in terms of map layout. I am not including the loadout systems from some COD games or the changing story decisions in Black Ops 2. I'm just going off the map and the level layout. That's it. That is the part of it that I think has the most freedom-driven gameplay aspect from any COD. Zedreek, I put it on Google Translate to see if I'm going to say it right, but Zedreek is what I'm going to say. He is the lead designer for Infinity Ward all the way until Modern Warfare 2 2009, and then he will come back to the franchise for Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2019. Zedreek in a GameSpot Call of Duty 2 Q&A talks about how every asset had to be redone from Call of Duty 1, and as lead designer, he should be praised for being one of the men responsible for the new player freedom focused maps. It's also confirmed in another interview with CoinOp TV that Chance Glasgow is the one who did all the animations for every single gun in the game. These animations are so slick that I just want to thank Chance Glasgow for putting in so much effort. Fantastic. They look great. This is the last time I mentioned that interview with Grant Collier. I just did Google Translate for it, and that's how it said it, so I'm going to start saying it like that. But he surprises everyone with the new battle chatter system that has over 20,000 lines of dialogue where the allies scream at you to say areas where the enemy is or if they're suppressing the enemy. The sound of Call of Duty 2 is one of the most impressive in the entire series, and this battle chatter is probably one of the reasons as to why. This above and beyond sound design can be heard in this being the first COD that had surround sound enhancements. The distant sounds that create a creepy tone even when you're out of combat, and that battle chatter that creates situational awareness for you and your allies. They can change up your entire combat scenario based on quite literally just being able to tell you where the enemy is positioned or where they're hiding. This all formed staples that the IW Engine 2.0 would be remembered improving off of IW 1.0, which all started off from that Quake 3 engine. All of the changes led to the first Call of Duty that felt like COD to me. This doesn't feel like the Medal of Honor killer in 2003. This feels like a new thing that's taking risks with its health system that was not in most World War II shooters at the time. This felt like the start of Call of Duty as we know it today. Every developer at Infinity Ward went all in on Call of Duty 2 with a budget of $14.5 million, which was almost 3 times the amount given to them on COD 1, with now over 60 employees to pay for. This is according to the same newspaper source from earlier titled Game Success Sparks Company Growth, written by Neil Davidson. I always state that Call of Duty 2 is not just a game I am nostalgic for, but it is also one of the best World War II games available. If you have ever wondered why Infinity Ward has never gone back to World War II to make the perfect World War II shooter, it's because they already did that. Despite being one of the best World War II shooters though, the game didn't even have crunch time. According to Grant Collier with an archived article from Gamma Sutra, he confirms that there was never any mandatory weekend work, never any mandatory overtime, and yet they managed to make one of the best World War II shooters in just 2 years. They managed to keep up a healthy work culture even after the staff increases, after the deadline of being a launch title on the Xbox 360, and this needs to be praised in an industry that is hell-bent on crunch time mentalities. We don't need that. Nobody needs that. I kind of already spoiled it, but what do I think of Call of Duty 2 from a review standpoint? I think it's the most underrated Call of Duty ever made. Nobody talks about it anymore. Most people online who make those shitty brain rot short reviews with Edie Pedo saying, it's alright, like...
I mean, it's alright, like... overrated as fuck, in my opinion. I mean...
Or people in their YouTube brain rot short reviews saying Call of Duty 1, 2, 3 are basically just the same game. I'm not going to guarantee you that the people who say these things have never played them if they say that they're all the same. Some people just have a different opinion from me, and that's fine. But if you played 1, 2, and 3, I think most people would agree that they're fairly different in terms of quality and mechanics. In my opinion, Call of Duty 2 is better than Call of Duty 1 in almost every conceivable way. The difficulty, you remember how I couldn't pick a difficulty for Call of Duty 1 and I just said pick regular if you want to play it safe, pick hard in it if you're cool with being annoyed once in a while? Call of Duty 2 feels so refined, play tested so many times, you could pop this baby on veteran and have a crazy intense experience. Veteran mode is my recommendation for Call of Duty 2, and I know all the footage I'm going to show you is not on veteran mode, but that's because I needed to race through this game to gather footage, so you're going to get easy mode. Sorry guys, I'm a sellout now. Medkits got thrown out by developers. This allowed for a more aggressive playstyle due to not needing to track your health bar at all times. It allowed for the Twitch shooter gameplay that Call of Duty is known for, and because of this, manual saves were also thrown out the window because now you would never need to save scuff through anything or any area ever again like I had to over and over in COD 1. They added a few new guns to the mix, but they basically just took everything that was available in Call of Duty 1 and COD United Offensive, redid all the animations, and gave them some dirty looking designs which fit the war aesthetic. They did add the almighty PPSH. The trench gun, since there was no shotgun in COD 1, they added the grease gun and a few others. The most notable thing, though, that they added, because it's not really a feature in most other Call of Duties, I don't really even know if it's in any other Call of Duty, but was binoculars, which I always seem to forget that this is even here. And I'm not going to pretend that it's completely useless because it can be useful, but I think I just forget that I have them because they rarely ever get used. It's kind of like how in a Modern Warfare game, sometimes you have night vision for the entire campaign. And it's like you're only going to use it once or twice in the whole entire campaign, probably. I haven't even started talking about the actual campaign yet because there's just so many differences between this and Call of Duty 1. Maybe not enough differences to convince some people, but it's more differences than most of the Call of Duties have in the entirety of the Resurgence era post 2019 Modern Warfare. Other differences include the new grenade icon, so you could always tell when a grenade was right next to you and you could run away from it. Call of Duty 2 also did not continue the trend of drivable vehicles from United Offensive, which some people don't like this about the game, some people still like it. I don't really care either way, to be honest with you. They have one drivable vehicle segment, but there's no vehicles in the multiplayer, nothing like that. They did not continue the storylines of the crews from Call of Duty 1 unless I'm tripping. The only character that is continued is Captain Price. And our boy's gonna be here forever. They're gonna be doing this until he's 90. This time around, Call of Duty 2 decided to go the route of taking advantage of all the different environments in World War II by having the Americans be focused on the D-Day invasion, the woods, the beaches. The Soviet campaign is almost entirely in the snowy Stalingrad, and the British campaign presents the most interesting locations, with them being in North Africa, which is not seen in other Call of Duty World War II titles. They mix things up by making the starting campaign the Soviets, which is completely different because it's normally the Americans, which is the last campaign in this game. But they start you off with a hilarious tutorial section where you throw potatoes instead of practice grenades, which is iconic. You go from this iconic tutorial section with potatoes to bombing an entire German headquarters in Stalingrad. Moments like this, where the music builds up, you and a couple of guys are being the underdogs against hundreds of German soldiers, and they make you feel like you can conquer impossible odds, like that amazing intro Soviet mission in COD 1. That rare moment in Call of Duty 1 is a feeling that happens 5 to 10 times in Call of Duty 2. This feeling is repeated again and again with examples like taking back Stalingrad, the climbing of the Normandy beach cliffsides while being shot at in the American campaign, and in the British campaign with the massive open areas and and the hold the line segments, which, oh my god, we'll get into that soon. Or, oh my god, the fuck yeah, tank mission in the British campaign in the desert. Look how fucking badass this looks. It's just a huge desert that you shoot around in that shows off the spectacle of this war. Oh yeah, and then the massive levels that are brought up in the interviews, they just give you multiple pathways on how to approach each mission. You can run through buildings or get to a high position above an enemy. You can run straight in, take cover as you run and gun, or use a smoke grenade to provide you cover while moving through the trenches, stay way back as a sniper and execute everyone one by one, or hop into a turret from a window in a neighboring house. There are no areas of strict objective points without different pathways to get to it. Some of these areas are far more linear than others, and I don't think they really want to talk about that in the interviews, but I think it's important because those linear areas are there to have you experience a very specific emotion or scripted event. This goes into that true variety we talked about earlier, but now it's sprinkled throughout the entire campaign in an open level design. And in the different difficulties, that changes the game from a run and gun festival to a strategic first-person shooter. Take Stalingrad, I'll use it as an example. The first mission of the game, there's a section where you have to take cover in a burnt-out building and hold off pursuing German units from their headquarters. This is sweat-inducing on veteran. You'll take out a group of guys, push into the trenches, then take out the next group, push forward again, then finally take out the machine gun turrets in the building and detonate the foundation to take down everybody inside. This is the strategy you have to do on veteran. On easy mode, you could just speed run through it without fighting half the enemies by just running across the field, killing both the machine gunners, and be done within less than 2 minutes. To be honest, on easy mode, you're going to be lucky if you even realize the burnt out building is there for you to shoot Germans from, because you're not going to use it. You're not even going to push up, stop, push up again, and stop again. On veteran, this building is essential. This gives the player two entirely different experiences on playthroughs due to the freedom of the level through the openness by allowing access to that broken down building to use for cover, but also through the difficulties being wildly different to the point of not noticing these freedoms to begin with if you're on easy. That's just one example, and there's probably 100 more of those in COD 2. You may also be wondering, hey, blue and white spiky hatted man, if it makes you stay in specific biomes per campaign, what happens if I get bored with a biome before the campaign is over, and then I have to go through 2 more levels before moving on to the next biome in the British and then the American campaign? Well, I am glad you asked such an awesome question, because it is yet another difference between COD 1 and 2 and even 3. COD 2 actually allows for you to beat 1 level in the campaign, and then you unlock the next campaign before you even finished with the current one. This allows for a sense of player choice in deciding if they want to play the war stories out of order or stick with one, play through each level one at a time until it's over. Yet another reason why COD 2 is the far superior of the Foundation period. Younger me used to think the British campaign was boring, so I used to always skip it, but nowadays it might actually be my favorite because it takes advantage of that open level design the most. There's full hold the line segments where you defend it against enemy attacks or ambushes, but you can protect it by turret, by trench, or getting up close and personal. I mean, look at that. Look at this spot where you're standing on top of a tower and you're airstriking enemies. Look how far away they are. These are all real guys. You can shoot at them. Like, that is a crazy... I've never seen anything like that in COD since. It's so awesome. The scripted events in Call of Duty 1, like the car chase or the trees falling around you, are very bombastic. They're very explosive. The scripted events in Call of Duty 2 feel a little more personal and less invasive to the gameplay. There's one part that stuck with me in particular since I was a child. It's a very linear section of the game, but it's where you're playing as the Soviets, crawling through a pipe into enemy territory, and somebody fires their machine gun at the pipe you are in, so you just see a bunch of bullet holes formed with light glistening through them. They want you to experience this, which is why it's in a linear section, but it's effective because of how small the detail is. Call of Duty 2 still has the bombastic scripted events, but it has these personal ones as well to remind you that you are an expendable soldier in war. They remind you of the constant battle, and that is achieved through the sound design as well. Hot freaking damn, boys. I could spank this game, dude. This game has some of the best sound design in the whole series. The reload sound effects, the guns, the screaming enemies, which just is not as popular in a modern day COD, the German soldiers who call out your positions to each other, the sounds of metal, tanks, and my favorite being the distant gunfire you hear on every battlefield, even when you're not fighting. dude. That goes so hard. This sound effect constantly reminds us that even when you aren't in the battle, the war is still going on. The battle may be over, but the war is never ending. I want to actually applaud the work of Keith Aram, Mark Gannis, Tom Hayes, and Linda Rosamier. These names are the ones mentioned on the IMDb for the sound department, which did some phenomenal stuff. This is such a weird story, but I'm going to get a little bit sentimental. I remember back in elementary school, I had a teacher who told me a story about how much she hated watching Saving Private Ryan for the first time. And she saw it in theaters. She said, "Oh, it's so loud. Oh my God, I can't comprehend what's happening. Wah, wah, wah." She was crying about it and everything. Sorry, I'm being so mean to her. Then she said, though, "That's when I realized, wait, this is how Steven Spielberg wants me to feel. Steven Spielberg wants me to be in the middle of this battle and it be as loud as humanly possible. He wants me to experience this." She told that to me when I was in 5th grade. She told that to our class. That's how I feel playing COD 2 with my headphones turned up in the middle of a battle. Oh my God, it's so loud. But that's exactly how the developers want me to feel. They want you to feel that intensity, and yet that loudness works because none of it is mindless filler noise. My only complaint with the sound is that honestly the 20,000 lines of dialogue that they recorded for the battle chatter, not many of them must have been German, because you will hear the German dialogue repeated over and over and over again, and that's such a minor complaint for a game that probably has the best sound design of all of 2005. Everything with Call of Duty 2 accumulates into one of my favorite Call of Duty games. It morphs the sound design, the open levels, the different environments through each campaign, the scripted moments mixed in with the actual dangers seamlessly, creating some of these amazing campaign moments that I've listed, that like gunfire that you hear off in the distance as soldiers run up the dunes in the British campaign, the claustrophobic pipe with gunfire penetrating it, the Tunisia segments where you're running around these towns exploring them at your leisure. Throughout this entire review, I've mentioned about 7 different moments of pure horror, tension, or adrenaline rushing action with each campaign. Call of Duty 2 does not claim to be a tailored experience boggled down by scripted events outside of a couple, or claim to have storylines that revolve around characters that are really interesting. Call of Duty 2 is the underdog squads fighting against all odds in massive battles, overcoming the impossible. Many wonder why Infinity Ward has never come back to World War II. I believe Call of Duty 2 is why. It is one of their best games, and it's the most underrated Call of Duty game ever, in my opinion. Call of Duty 2 sticks the landing in both campaign and multiplayer, with 4v4 team deathmatches, and all the game modes from Call of Duty 1 were brought back, but now you had more weapons and a shotgun, the classic trench gun that you'll see be brought back in World at War. So can we play Call of Duty 2 online today? Oh, hell yes. Loading it up now. Let's hop in. Downloading all the assets, probably just a bot lobby mods. Okay, cool. Oh, wow. Hey, you guys remember playing Call of Duty 2 online and getting your main menu shifted to show Joker from Batman Arkham Asylum? So fucking edgy. That's so cool. Whoever made this happen to my game, keep doing this. This reminds me of vanilla COD 2 so much. You remember this mode, guys? This is the one where you fight a bunch of zombies from Minecraft and they have machine guns against you. Oh, so fucking badass. Oh, I love it. No. I know what you're thinking. Don't accuse me of anything. Don't be accusing me of lying, okay? I'll be honest. This isn't COD 2's multiplayer. Hold on, let me just try and find a lobby. Hold on, here's actually another server, normal server. It's just no issues, where like, see, this is kill confirmed on Call of Duty 2. That totally was there. That was not added much later. All jokes aside, COD 2's multiplayer is not about the lack of people on it. It's about the lack of people who aren't willing to shove some dumb, insane bullshit in front of my fucking face while I'm trying to play a normal match of Call of Duty 2. Just like call your server like, this is not COD 2, but we made this for a Call of Duty 2 server. Like, call it something like that. Like, I cannot stand the servers that do not... I don't need the vanilla game, but I need something that's going to work. Something that I don't need to go through hoops and bounds to be able to play. And something that's not going to alter my video game just because you want me to think of your crappy Call of Duty 2 lobby. What you just witnessed is probably the most legit thing I played in Call of Duty 2, and it's just kill confirmed. From what I can remember about the game when I was a child, it was a standard you picked between your allies, Axis, British, or Russians, depending on the 2 playable faction that the game mode chose, or the map chose. You got your stereotypical bolt action semi-automatic, your shotgun, your machine guns and your sniper at your disposal. Like, it was all the standard stuff from Call of Duty 1. I'm not going to bore you guys with many of the details, but there was a notable thing that they took out behind enemy lines as a game type and replaced it with Capture the Flag. They also removed vehicles from this game's multiplayer and made it a more focused experience with 4v4 team battles on much smaller maps than Call of Duty 1 or Call of Duty United Offensive. The maps are significantly smaller and shows how this game feels more like the actual beginning of COD, the evolution of COD becoming a Twitch arcade shooter genre. 14 maps in total, with 9 maps being added through DLC packs later on, bringing the count to 23 maps by the end of all of the DLCs being released. Now, many of these maps were not re-released in other CODs, actually. They were not remade. A lot of them were not. Complaints for me arise with first-person shooter multiplayers when they morph campaign missions and just make the multiplayer maps out of them and not change much. Call of Duty 2 does kind of have this problem. Many of the maps are taken straight from the campaign and only have some minor changes made to them. If you want to make a competitive shooter, this is the worst thing you can do, in my opinion, because ultimately the maps are not tailored for a competitive environment. Call of Duty 2 was competitive, but it was not Halo or Counter-Strike level of competitive yet, so it was not looked down upon with this game. Is it still lazy? Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, it's arguably still lazy, but the rest of the talent that went into this game, it feels like such a tiny hole in the best pair of pants I have. It's still the comfiest to wear, and I'm still going to wear it, and the main thing to focus on with this game is the campaign. There's some really fun multiplayer, but it's not very competitive. Most COD games adopt their multiplayer maps from campaign, but what matters is that they are changed enough to be identified as their own thing. I'll give an example to this. Rust from Modern Warfare 2. The background of the final mission shows Rust in the distance. You do not interact with Rust in the main campaign, and therefore it was exclusively made to be an amazing multiplayer map that they could just use as a backdrop to a campaign mission. Same goes for so many Modern Warfare 2 maps like Terminal, but we'll get into that later. And honestly, it's kind of rare for Call of Duty to take a map straight from the campaign nowadays. So, like Modern Warfare 1 had the Bog, which was just straight ripped from the campaign. That's why nobody likes it, except for me. It may not be the reason why people love Rust from Modern Warfare 2, but it probably wouldn't be loved nearly as much if it was just designed after a campaign mission. You'll hear me talk a lot of crap about Call of Duty 3, but Call of Duty 3 is probably one of the first ones that actually takes sections of the campaign and really changes it, like changes so much about it to make it completely different. And that is cool. The major flaws with multiplayer, though, are honestly just finding a legitimate server. People get lost in the hypnotic formulaic state of Call of Duty nowadays, the same UI, the same weapons, the same progression system, and slowly COD becomes more and more recycled as years go on, becoming more repetitive. We get hyped for a game, the game releases, we love it for a week, and then hate it the next week. Call of Duty 2 and few other entries in the series show us what Call of Duty can accomplish. It's not the greatest game ever or anything, but it shows you what Call of Duty can accomplish. It used to make changes, Modern Warfare, Black Ops 2, World at War, 2019 Modern Warfare even, and Call of Duty 2 are probably the most change this franchise has ever seen from one entry to the next. These games are reminders that even if everyone has something to hate about COD nowadays, that this franchise has made more than one of the best first-person shooters ever made, and Call of Duty 2 isn't even the best one. But now we are exiting the foundation period. The foundation period established everything we see from Call of Duty in the future, even if none of the games with the exception of COD 2 are some of the greats that this series has to offer, in my opinion at least. I also think United Offensive could be pretty high up there, but it's an expansion pack. I consider Call of Duty 2 Big Red 1 to kind of be its own thing. It works very differently from Call of Duty 2. I will talk about it eventually, but that'll be at the very end of the video where I talk about where I'm kind of going with the series. Call of Duty 2 should be appreciated for being the start to most of what we see from Call of Duty today. The grenade indicator, the regenerative health, the scripted events mixed with the action set pieces, the competitive smaller scaled multiplayer that they doubled down on in Modern Warfare 1 to just join in on the esports community. The open levels that they flex about as if they've never done them before in 2023's Modern Warfare 3, which they needed open levels for because the campaign's barely 3 hours long. The introducing of map packs, which you can view as a good or a bad thing, but we're also going to get more into that with this next game in the series. The first game of the Golden Age. Modern Warfare 1. Imagine being in 2007. You just finished the Call of Duty 2 and 3 campaigns. You loved Call of Duty 2, and because of that, you put over 100 hours into the multiplayer. Hell, you even loved Call of Duty 3 and put another 100 hours into the multiplayer as well. But then, On April 12th of 2007, they announced that a worldwide reveal of Call of Duty will be in a couple of weeks and that it's set in the modern era. Now, modern war games were not a new thing. Ghost Recon, SOCOM, Delta Force, Desert Combat, and so many others existed before Call of Duty. But not only was Call of Duty going to outdo them in terms of budget, but it was going to be a run-and-gun game rather than a tactical shooter or a cheesy storyline blended with some shitty gunplay. Nobody asked for this game, which is very similar to the treatment of Call of Duty 1. Nobody asked for Call of Duty 1. Another World War II shooter? Who needs that? Ew, oh god. But little did they know that just like Call of Duty 1, Modern Warfare 1 was going to be a game changer. Nobody begged for Infinity Ward to go right into the modern era after demolishing the competition with Call of Duty 2. So why did they leave the past? Why bring run-and-gun gameplay to a modern setting, especially at the height of patriotism in America, where it was only 6 years after 9/11? Well, when I say it, you might not believe me right away. I think Call of Duty has a lot of reasons for why it went to present day, but I don't think any of them were to try and glorify modern warfare. I think in much of the same way that they were showing off how terrifying the hellscape of environments are in World War II, I think Call of Duty Modern Warfare, they wanted to highlight that this time you are an ant in the grand scheme of things due to modern technology. This mentality of being an ant about to be stomped on by the massive boot of military technological might will be inflated through the theme of Modern Warfare 1. I don't think that Call of Duty Modern Warfare is a great critique of modern war, but I think it has more to offer than people give it credit for. It still grossly oversimplifies conflicts that normally the United States starts in the Middle East. It doesn't understand how cultures overseas work, or does it really care to. They literally make up country names. I do believe, though, that Modern Warfare 1 is critical over the US military and patriotism as a whole. That's not exclusive to the first game in the series. I'm saying this for the entire trilogy, so prepare yourself because I'm going to explain in a bit. But let's talk about that sweet development first, the history of it. Infinity Ward updated the IW 2.0 engine and made it the IW 3.0 by improving the AI, creating somewhat destructible environments this time around, adding motion capture, which is why they were able to use motion capture in Call of Duty 3 but not Call of Duty 2. And all of these improvements explain why Infinity Ward needed more time on Modern Warfare 1 and why Call of Duty 3 was so rushed out the gate in the first place. If you've seen my last retrospective, spoiler alert, it was made in 8 months. Vince and Grant speak with NeoGamer in a making of Call of Duty 4 video, speaking about how there's 20,000 less polygons on each model than from Call of Duty 2. There's more debris and effects to the environment during a shootout. You can see this shown to you in certain missions. The first one that pops into my head is TV Station, which you might know from Warzone. Look at all the physics, the debris just flying everywhere. This is captured in this enclosed shootout. Something this detailed was never achievable in Call of Duty 2. How about when they bring up the AC-130 mission in the same interview and they speak about how everything that you're shooting at on the ground is actually there, actually exists? While I would question this at first and I would want to know the tricks as to how they did that, I kind of believe them, because later Modern Warfare titles such as Modern Warfare 3 actually swoop you in and out of the perspective of the soldier in the AC-130, so that makes me more likely to believe their statements that everything you're shooting at is actually on the ground. They speak about how even on the Xbox 360, this game ran at 60 frames per second. Talk about how little we have progressed in the frames department on console, with some games still locked at 60 frames per second or even lower than that. Looking at you, Redfall. Now, I will preface this by saying that the game literally ran at 600p. It wasn't at 1080p or HD or anything like that. So don't go jumping out of your seats to torch the company that made Redfall, because Microsoft already did that for you. The developers speak on the improvements to lighting, shadows, which can immediately be seen on Wetwork, the first mission of the game. They throw you through dark hallways with water effects and lighting that creates realistic shadows on the walls from your allies around you, forcing you to appreciate and admire the amount of time and effort they put into justifying the name IW Engine 3.0. Let's recap where every developer's at so far, because we are reaching the climax of the original Medal of Honor Allied Assault Team story. Mark Grigsby was one of the animation leads on every Infinity Ward game since Call of Duty 2, and he has done this series wonders creating realistic animations. Think about the cliffhanger mission where Captain McTavish in Modern Warfare 2 tackles one of those soldiers to the ground in a hallway and fights him. Fun fact, but this developer is also one of the main character soldiers in Modern Warfare 1 2007, so it's an easy way to remember his name. Grant Collier is about to depart from the company after Call of Duty 4 when all three of the co-founders' contracts end with Modern Warfare 1. He remained the studio head for the remainder of Modern Warfare 1's development and has not worked on any video game since. I've seen stuff all over the internet that says that Grant Collier went to go work for Activision, but I'm actually not sure about this. There's very much conflicting statements about this, and I cannot find anything on where he is actually at. Grant Collier also admits in an interview with Adam Dory on Kakiso Archives that the goal with Call of Duty 1 was always to take place in modern day, but Activision originally wanted their team because of Medal of Honor Allied Assault and pleaded that they should just stick to making a World War II shooter again. So they made Call of Duty 1. It was immensely successful, and now the team requested to go modern again. Activision said, okay, well, come on, guys, please just do World War II one more time, and then we'll let you do Modern Warfare. This is studio control, by the way, but I am very grateful that Infinity Ward got the chance to make COD 2, because it's one of my favorites. Jason and Vince Sampella stayed with the company a little while longer after Grant Collier left post Modern Warfare 1, but they were liberated to finally have a playground of Modern Warfare to work with when making their gameplay mechanics. Another interview conducted by IGN with 0 likes and 157 views. IGN fell off. What the fuck? When's the last time you ever saw an IGN video with that little stats from 12 years ago? That's crazy. Jason West is in this interview and discusses that there's not much new outside of the multiplayer create a class system, which at the time was not thought of to be too impressive, but ended up revolutionizing and popularizing create a class progression systems in FPS gaming. They developed progression through XP you gained, unlocked new weapons, new perks, new everything, and you could just create your own class with your own weapon and perks. Everybody knows this system. This is in all Call of Duty sense. Most first-person shooters worked off of a preset class system like the previous COD games or Team Fortress 2. They would brag about their economic system in Counter-Strike, or you were already in the arena shooter craze, which was about to die off in the late 2000s. Call of Duty said, fuck all y'all, we're gonna try out this crazy system. One primary weapon of your choice, one sidearm of your choice, 3 perks, and your special grenade slot between flash, smoke, and stun grenades. And they even prepared for some people to hate this. That's why they had classic mode, where you could play with default pre-made classes only, no custom classes. Gun camos were even popularized, especially for console with Call of Duty, and were huge because at the time many games didn't have gun camos. You could unlock a golden gun and it meant you were the coolest dude on the battlefield because you did the challenges required to unlock that gun skin. You had the stereotypical 3 kill streaks with UAV, airstrike, and attack helicopter. There was no picking between these because much like World at War, they just had the set kill streaks until Modern Warfare 2 came around and threw 40,000 kill streaks at you to pick from. All these jumps, these leaps, these jumps in the industry that started with Modern Warfare 1 can be attributed to these 3 founders and the developers underneath them. The amazing trust they had as a team and the fulfillment they got from working on a project they originally wanted to do for Activision in the beginning, but were forced to do some World War II games instead. Plenty of the multiplayer designers like Todd Alderman need to be thanked for being the lead multiplayer designer at the time. He had been with the company since their conception with Allied Assault and worked with Infinity Ward for a while till he switched to being one of the multiplayer leads for Titanfall 2. Foreshadowing for after Modern Warfare 2, by the way. Some of the other design leads like Steve Fukuda, Mackie McCandlish, and Zeed Rike, they all worked together to design this multiplayer, design everything, and they handed it down to the engineers to master how they were going to make this beautiful create a class system happen, with Richard A. Baker, Robert Field, Francesca Gigliotti, and Earl Hammond Jr. being some of the engineer leaders that made all this happen. I know it might seem out of place just name dropping all these people, but they deserve kudos for everything they did. We all stare at the credits in a game and think, who cares who made all this stuff? These people matter, and they were capable of starting the golden era of Call of Duty that so many of you appreciators love. For all the things that Modern Warfare 1 does efficiently, it always baffles me how much cut content there is from the final cut of the game. Missions that were tossed out by Infinity Ward even after some of them were teased, like the Cobra Pilot mission, where it would be like you were playing a Modern Warfare version of the Black Ops helicopter mission Payback. Over 19 18 thrown away missions in total. But we all accept it because the campaign we got pushes most of the Call of Duty campaigns in the line of fire in terms of quality. Some tanks and helicopters would have been drivable. My feelings are that Infinity Ward did not want to include these because of all the resources they were pouring into creating an actual balanced multiplayer experience. I don't think that they wanted their game to become a replication of their Battlefield counterpart at the time that they were competing with. They wanted it to be a grounded Twitch shooter, whereas the Battlefield games were constantly the massive, chaotic, and destructive shooter. Another interesting piece of cut content is the AT4 ×2 perk, which would allow for the AT4 rocket launcher to be used twice. This was changed out with the RPG ×2. I mention this cut content in particular because I kind of wish the AT4 was included instead of the RPG for this perk. I think that they could have just counteracted the helicopters significantly better in the multiplayer because everybody knows that these things are a pain in the ass and remain a busted kill streak in an otherwise near perfect multiplayer. Expose Enemy was the name of another perk, and it shows off a pair of binoculars. Never gonna say binoculars like that ever again. Nobody knows what this would have done, but my guess was that you were gonna be able to ping an enemy on the map and that would be exposed on all of your team's mini-maps. This just makes sense to me. Or maybe it was something like whoever killed you, you would get 5 to 10 seconds where they would appear on everybody's mini-maps for a minute. Maybe they were exposed the next time you respawned. Who knows? Nobody knows what this perk would have done, but that's just my guesses. Little else was cut content outside of some guns and the AC-130 kill streak that was originally intended for Modern Warfare 1 before Modern Warfare 2. Now we're reaching the point of Modern Warfare 1's release. The idea of Call of Duty competing with Halo 3 was not originally a thought that crossed anybody's mind in 2007, but alas, this was the start to the argument of Halo versus COD that began with Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare, and the game released just a month after Halo 3 on November 6th, 2007. I won't be touching this classic 2000s argument with a 10-foot pole in this video, but let's dive into my review of the first Call of Duty game of the Golden Age. I want to begin my review by presenting all the ways that Modern Warfare 1 feels like a drastic departure to the foundational period, because Modern Warfare 1 changed something. It's not just the modern setting. Something feels different about it. I don't know what it is, but I think I've finally been able to decipher it today. If you've ever played Call of Duty 1, 2, and 3, and then 4, just everything feels different in like a little way. It's weird. I don't know what it is. The foundational period with the original trilogy of COD games focused heavily on recreating battle scenarios from wars. This would inevitably make a lot of levels feel like an arena where you're pushing back and forth with the enemy, playing tug of war with them, in and out of trenches, all that stuff. It's lots of, this is the defense level, and this is the offensive level. Defense levels would exhibit things like the hold the line mentality that so many missions had, or they would force you to be frontline infantry in an offensive mission, or let you have the power fantasy of driving a tank to inhabit those offense levels. There was occasionally a gimmick level, but most were still those two types, defense missions or offense missions. Gimmicky does not mean bad either, because we're going to get in. I'm going to say gimmick a lot, but arguably my favorite Call of Duty 1 mission where you run up without a weapon is a gimmick mission. It's arguably. Gimmick is just where the quality of a mission comes from its novelty and its concepts like driving a tank, using a turret, or running around without a weapon uphill while being shot at. It's kind of gimmicky, but that's not a bad thing. But Call of Duty 1, 2, and 3 barely have gimmicks. They are usually based in defense and offense mission structure. Call of Duty 4 squashed the standard defense and offense mindset though. They were promoting an original story since they did not want to replicate real wars that were still going on in the world to that day. Yeah, hell. Fuck that, we're not doing that. Infinity Ward developed Modern Warfare around the idea of linear objectives and gimmicks. Every mission has a gimmick. The AC-130 mission, the stealth hide in the grass mission, the get up and immediately die to a nuke mission, the failed rescue mission, the escort the tank mission, the turret section on the back of a car in the end of the final mission. That is the first reason why it feels so different from previous COD games. You go from linear objective to linear objective in a gimmick-styled mission, rather than just reenacting pre-existing battles in a defense or offense layout. Not replicating real battles led into another 2 reasons why COD 4 felt so different. That's the Hollywood element for you boys. Call of Duty always has had Hollywood-level action, with the first one I can recall being the car chase in COD 1. An insane Hollywood type of car chase. We will eventually get to the game that took Hollywood type of action and converted it to Michael Bay level action with Modern Warfare 2, but that's a whole other ball game. In COD 4, due to the original storytelling, it gave the writers a clean slate to do whatever they wanted with the set pieces. No more adhering to real-life wars or landscapes. Now we can have the first mission be on a sinking ship that you sprint off of and then jump off the sinking ship onto a helicopter. This is pure Hollywood action. COD 4 does not do a lot in terms of Hollywood-level storytelling, though. That's where Treyarch comes into play with Black Ops 1. As Call of Duty becomes more cinematic, which is not a bad thing, I used to diss games like Black Ops 1 as a child, but now it's one of my top 5 COD games. I had to grow up and accept a game like Black Ops 1 did not have to have the freedom of COD 2 to be amazing. It wanted to be a playable shoot-'em-up action movie, and I think it does that incredibly well. Modern Warfare 1 just started this trend of Hollywood action in COD that has never left. In fact, it only has increased since then, and paved the road for Hollywood action gameplay while Treyarch was paving the road for Hollywood-level storytelling. Call of Duty Modern Warfare gave birth to that original storytelling in COD by taking new characters, fleshing out their personalities, having full-blown conversations and a very serious story, and giving them so much more to do. Like, Captain Price in these games is not the same Captain Price from the original COD at all. Another major difference can be seen in the multiplayer. COD crafted its originals out of being a single-player focused journey. COD 4 started the trend of the multiplayer getting just as much love and attention as the single player. Call of Duty 4's multiplayer also began the era of meme culture. Oh my god. If I went on a community page for COD 4 right now, I would find a video of a guy running around with a sniper rifle while listening to a self-destructive quote from BoJack Horseman while being so emotionally unstable that they would just view the quote as motivational. Then it builds up to becoming a generic rap beat while he quickscopes people running around in modded skins of Luigi and Mario on Modern Warfare 2's Rust. Like, what the absolute fuck am I watching?
There are people in your life who are going to try to hold you back, slow you down, but you don't let them. Don't you stop running, and don't you ever look behind you. There's nothing for you behind you. All that exists is what's ahead.
This is not normal human behavior, yet this is the type of COD player that spawned out of the introduction of the Golden Age. Why? You know, somebody has an answer to that, but it ain't me. There is one last point of contention between the original CODs and COD 4, probably my personal favorite, to be honest, about the contrast between pre and post 2007 COD. It's the theme. Stick with me here. Point of every COD game before 2007 was to show off soldiers doing the impossible. They defeat the enemy regardless of how many odds are stacked against them, and COD 4 subverts this theme to near perfection. COD 4 still has an ending that meets the criteria of overcoming all odds and stopping the impossible in the final battle with the nuclear launch war room, but COD 4's theme is about what I said earlier when I introduced the game. It's about being an ant against modern technology. COD 2 would focus on war stories that showed off the heroism of soldiers, whereas COD 4 would focus on storytelling that centers on how terrifying modern technology is. The best and first example that COD 4 shows this off is in the beginning of the game. The mission Shock and Awe is a perfect setup for defeating all odds, overcoming the impossible story. There's a group of soldiers who are in danger and you are going to fly back and retrieve them. You are on the clock because there's a nuke in the same city that set the blow. You think what's going to happen is, oh, we will rescue the soldiers following the no man left behind rule and we're going to fly out of here before the nuke explodes. That is Call of Duty 2 and 3 screaming through you. Call of Duty 4 says, nah bro, you're going to rescue that soldier and it will all be for nothing because you're all going to fucking die to this nuclear bomb and your whole squad's going to as well. And to just create the icing on the cake, they literally created a whole fuck you mission called Fuck You. No, just kidding. It's called Aftermath, where you wake up in a crashed helicopter, see a nuclear bomb exploded in the distance, you crawl towards it, you hear the disturbing crinkle of radio sound effects, and you just die. That is the whole mission. You just die. This is not the foundational period anymore. This is different, so different. It's not about completing the impossible anymore. It's about that you mean nothing when weapons like this exist, and it's utterly terrifying. Sure, the game does still show off why soldiers matter by having them be the ones at the end of the game who shut down the missiles that would have hit America, but in the end of the day, Aftermath and so many missions after this exaggerate how much of a pawn you are in a game of chess. This type of impactful storytelling in COD always made me view Infinity Ward as the masters of jaw-dropping, the horror of war vibes, with great level design, whereas Treyarch are the masters of COD characters and complex Hollywood storytelling. Now, that level of effectiveness that's in the nuclear mission is seen in most Call of Duty Infinity Ward games, and it's something that people always want COD to recreate in what I will normally refer to as controversial moments. Think No Russian, or the scene where you play as a kid from Modern Warfare 2019. I have made a whole video on why No Russian cannot be recreated on my channel, but I will just paraphrase that video. Call of Duty does these moments to be effective, not edgy. If you sit around and are saying, wow, it would be so fucking cool if 9/11 was in Black Ops 6 because I would be able to run out of a building before it falls, I think you need to reevaluate what makes missions work and why that is so fucking weird. I am a huge critiquer of the way COD handles some subject matter, like the Highway of Death scene from Modern Warfare 2019. More on that in a later game. Or the camp mission in World War II, which I think is distastefully handled. No Russian worked so well, though, because it came out a few years after 9/11. Video game violence causing real-world violence was still a topic of discussion, and it was effective storytelling. It was a coincidence of real-world topics and effective storytelling as to why that mission was so controversial. Chasing after recreating a real-world tragedy to be controversial is missing the point of No Russian entirely, because No Russian was never based on a real tragedy to begin with. There are some real-world tragedies that inspired it, but it was never just like, oh, we just take a real-world tragedy, don't fictionalize it, oh, we just throw that in there. The most effective and controversial moments in all of COD history are usually the ones not based on real-world tragedies. When they make a mission that's just a recreation of the Holocaust, especially in a game that promotes super Hollywood action set pieces, it feels unearned. 9/11 is effective because it's just 9/11. No Russian is effective, the nuke scene is effective, the gassing of the family in Modern Warfare 3 2011, or even parts of Clean House or when you play as a kid in 2019 Modern Warfare. Those are effective because of good storytelling. And I could be wrong about Black Ops 6. I'm not saying that I know that Black Ops 6 is going to be edgy or not. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying my point is that I want effective storytelling. I don't want edgy storytelling that feels exploitative to real-life tragedies. Anyway, back to the theme of COD 4. Theme is a main departure from the Foundation period that I love so much. It gives them more original storytelling avenues, they are not restricted to just the real-world events, and it takes this idea of war is terrifying from the previous entries and instead makes technology terrifying. If you still don't believe me, why the hell do you think there are literally quotes from COD 4 that have the prices of equipment? Do you think that they wanted to sell you a microtransaction Javelin for $2 million? The reason why they list the prices as a death quote is because they're trying to show how much money goes into buying these irreversible weapons of destruction. This theme is expanded upon in Modern Warfare 2, but now it's time for my review. The golden era has entered and Call of Duty begins to rise even higher in popularity. It's right before tragedy is going to strike these founders. The game begins with a civil war that takes place in Russia between the ultra-nationalists who want to return to Soviet-era Russia, and they are working with an anti-West group that has taken over the unnamed Middle Eastern country. The leader of the anti-West group is named Al-Assad, and Task Force 141, led by Captain Price, and the new recruit you play as named Soap, believe Al-Assad has nuclear weapons. They find the location of the nukes that were provided by Russians, and they're going there. This is where the rescue mission where you die takes place. Task Force 141 is not located there right now, but this group of soldiers was, and they all die in the nuclear blast caused by Al-Assad, or technically Makarov, but
we get there when we get there!
This nuclear blast killed thousands upon thousands of people and US soldiers. That also comes back around in
We get there when we get there!
I also want to give praise to the intro. I didn't even write about this in semi-script for God knows what reason. I don't know why I didn't, but there's an intro where you get thrown into the backseat of a car and you're riding through this country, and dude, it is such an effective intro. Like, holy shit. You're literally riding around, you're looking around, and they do so much environmental storytelling. Like, you see people being lined up and being shot at by firing squads. You don't hear anybody say a word to you, really. You're just witnessing all of this horror going on around you in this unnamed Middle Eastern country. I believe it gets a name. I believe it's the Uzbekistan in later games, but in Modern Warfare 1, they don't give it a name. And you're riding around, and then you get assassinated at the end of this mission. But just that whole car ride while the credits are being shown, fantastic. It might be my favorite credit sequence in any of the Modern Warfare games. I think it is. There's so much environmental storytelling, and that's something I appreciate so much from video games, when they can just tell you all the stuff that's going on without having you have to be told through just dialogue. After the nuclear bomb goes off, Task Force 141 figures out where Al-Assad is. They interrogate him and kill him, discovering that his boss is named Zakhaev, who is part of the ultra-nationalist Russian group. Zakhaev is also a man that Captain Price was hired to assassinate in the 1990s, but he failed to do so. You all know that mission. You know it. It's all gillied up, you silly goose. You're trying to figure out where Zakhaev is through finding his son, because all you want to do is stop this Russian civil war from going on any longer. You find Zakhaev's son, but he offs himself before you can question him. Zakhaev learns of this news, and in retaliation, he plans to fire ballistic missiles at American cities. Soap and Captain Price and the rest of Task Force 141 race to stop the missiles from hitting America. You get there just in time, you stop the missiles after they have launched so they land in the ocean, and you kill Zakhaev after going through a slaughterhouse of events to do so. The credits roll as your team gets rescued, and lead animator Mark Grigsby sings a rap during the credits. I am simplifying everything about the story, but it does feel very connect the dots in terms of events, because that's how all Modern Warfare games feel. This goes back to my point earlier that Infinity Ward is amazing at events that happen in their games and subject matter, but if you notice something, I barely talk about the characters because they aren't really the focus of these games. The fictional events of the story are the focus. And so with that in mind, let's break down the missions to Modern Warfare 1. I've been calling this mission wet work, and it's called Crew Expendable. I'm so sorry. Crew Expendable is fucking perfect. This ship mission might be one of the most nostalgic things of my entire childhood, and I know that's silly. Like, I can't really, it's just hard for me to not get a smile out of this mission. When you are escaping the ship, the hallways are tilted side by side and the water is overflowing all around you. Infinity Ward was just injecting pure adrenaline into my 10-year-old veins. I loved this. Honestly, the entire first act of this game has so much buildup, and it bases itself around that buildup to the climax, which is the nuclear bomb. The next mission, you're going to be seeking down a Russian informant named Nikolai in the very first invade the house with night vision goggles sequence in any COD game. The missions Blackout and Hunted follow Task Force 141 saving the Russian informant. These have memorable moments like avoiding the helicopter spotlight or sniping down soldiers who are in battle with the Russians, and you're doing this with your US troops that are aiding them from afar. The highlight after these missions, though, is Death from Above, which acts as the AC-130 mission, the casual banter back and forth between soldiers while the AC-130 fires down on soldiers shows off how disconnected you are from the battle via an AC-130. You will not understand the type of horrors that are happening down there. You are just an eye in the sky. Charlie Don't Surf and the Bog are missions where you're trying to locate Al-Assad using the info from Task Force 141. Charlie Don't Surf actually has a little of the freedom-based gameplay of Call of Duty 2 where you can take multiple pathways and have different battle scenarios. It also has that TV station segment I talked about, and oh my god, they wanted to show off so much of the new physics in IW 3.0. This little battle is some of the most intense fighting you're going to do in the whole game. War Pig, oh, I love War Pig. I really do. You're going to be going down the street, which is on the map Crossfire from the multiplayer, while escorting this giant tank. You hear the tank blast pierce your eardrums on veteran difficulty because you're going to have to stick with the tank for cover rather than just run and gun like you can on normal or easy. Speaking of my note on that, veteran difficulty in Modern Warfare 1 always gets the rap of being super difficult and unfair. I don't agree with that at all. I think veteran is genuinely the best way to play Modern Warfare 1. There is maybe 2 bullshit parts in the entire game. I found it intense, slower, and you could take in the atmosphere so much better, which I think is the point. Stuff like the sound effect of when the tank fires, it drowns out all other sound around you. They want you to take that in. All that buildup in the first act after this leads to Aftermath, where you die in a nuclear wasteland. You think it's going to be a happy ending. That's COD 2 and COD 3 talking to you. Act 1 completed, and by God, that might be the best Act 1 to any COD game ever. Can COD 4 continue this insane level of quality though? Act 2 asks the question, how do you follow up one of the most devastating things to be seen in a war game until 2007? It answers this by saying, you get quiet. You go dark. Bravo 6 going dark. I feel some people view this mission as an enigma as to why people loved it so much when Modern Warfare 1 released, but I am prepared to give a defense to everyone who loves this mission and why they do. All Gillied Up is not remembered because it was a formulaic gimmick sniper mission that every COD game has. Every single Call of Duty game has that, so why is All Gillied Up so remembered? It's remembered because of the environment, the pacing, the choices of letting soldiers pass or taking them down, going in quiet or going in loud, even if going in loud can sometimes be super difficult. So when you are caught by soldiers, there is an actual fear instilled into you because you know that it's about to be super intense. If you shoot this dog in the middle of a park, Infinity Ward says, what, you don't like dogs? Here's 20 more that are going to come running at you. You never fail for doing stuff like this though. You never insta fail. You fail when you die. So an added layer of intensity is always there because in the mission you can be spotted, but you never want to be because you know it's about to be so hard to get out of that situation. Let them pass, kill them all, go in loud or take them out quietly. Modern Warfare 1 All Gillied Up lets you do this approach in one of the biggest wastelands in the world, the nuclear fallout of Chernobyl. Like, you know that massive group of soldiers that walks past you? You can just fight them all. You know that part where you have to go prone from this helicopter that flies over you? It's kind of funny actually. You can get its attention, but hide and go back inside the abandoned church that's behind you from earlier. But wait, we're not even done there. You think you're safe and hidden? The helicopter blows up the roof of the church and continues the battle. So the developers actually left lock-on Stinger rocket launchers inside the church for you as a last resort. Fire a couple of those at the helicopter and it goes down. It's so passionate of them to consider these things, making the helicopter actually blow up the roof of the building so you can have a shootout with it. Don't diss All Gillied Up or chalk it up to nostalgia because, like, maybe that's the case in your head if you're stupid. Oh wait, there's a mission before All Gillied Up. Shit, never mind. Oh my God. It's called Safe House. Safe House is a multiple objective level that allows you to search each one of these houses for Al-Assad in whatever order you want. It is honestly one of the only missions that doesn't rely on a gimmick, but instead just has you go around searching each house in whatever order you want, getting into shootouts, and eventually finding Al-Assad, figuring out who the actual boss is. All around great mission. Cool, let's move on. Now after All Gillied Up in one shot, one kill, which is basically just an extension of All Gillied Up, but it feels more action-paced because now you've attempted the assassination of Zakhaev. He's still alive with only one arm missing, and now you have to escape. Heavy-handed on action, but it's still a good mission. It even has a cool guys don't look at explosions moment until he falls over like a fucking doofus. Modern Warfare 1 up until this point is possibly my favorite COD campaign ever. This is over halfway and they managed to make this incredible campaign. Heat is the first mission where the developers said, fuck it, I can't think of anything else to do for a unique gimmick mission, so let's just put the player into God mode. Does that sound good, everybody? Let's just put him into God mode. They let you set explosives, use snipers, use LMGs, use turrets, set UC4 traps, use lock-on missile launchers, and it's a fun mission for sure, but it's developed due to running out of ideas than creating a fully unique gimmick or objective for the mission. It's not relying on any of the gimmicks, it's just kind of letting you be in God mode, and that's the gimmick because they were just running out of ideas. Or they didn't have enough time to develop the missions they wanted to, hence the 19 cut missions in the game. The rest of the missions after Heat are being held up by their incredible environments more than anything else, because the objectives just somewhat become meandering after this, with amazing looking battlefields. Like Sons of the Father is the one that catches you up in the story when you're locating the sun. You chase after him, and once you catch up to him, he offs himself, and that plunges Zakhaev to react solely on the revenge he wants for America now. It's a fine mission with nothing special outside of the hordes of enemies that you battle and you chase down the sun. It's whatever. It's okay. Now, Act 1 is perfect. Act 2 is near perfect outside of like the last mission. Act 3 feels so rushed in a lot of ways that could also explain all the cut content that I talked about earlier. You start by stopping the power to the facility where Zakhaev is going to fire the missiles at the US. One of the most memorable parts is a cat and mouse section with some tanks that feels unlike anything in the rest of the game, and that part's really cool. You're going around, you're trying to plant the C4 on tanks and everything. It's really fun. You then gain access to the war room of the ICBM facility. This is what I mean by environments holding up the remainder of the game. The facility and the war room and all this just looks beautiful, but there is not exactly anything that makes them stand out besides looking gorgeous. Nobody talks about Modern Warfare 1 and talks about this third act a lot. The third act is so quick though that it's probably only about a fifth of your entire experience. You could probably complete it in less than an hour if you really tried. After you stop the missiles from hitting the US, you get into a van, you chase after Zakhaev in a theme park on the rails ride. Your car gets destroyed, you see Zakhaev after he finished off the rest of the soldiers. Price throws you a gun, you line up your shot, and you fire. That's it. An awesome ending to an otherwise kind of lame final level that requires you just to stay perfectly still while firing at cars repeatedly over and over and over again. I kind of crap on Act 3, but this is the equivalent of me crapping on a fifth of the game's campaign, and I want to make it clear that I don't even hate it. It just doesn't hold a candle to Acts 2 or 1. But if the consistency of Acts 2 and 1 were held in Act 3, it might be my favorite COD campaign ever. Once you have beaten it, you unlock the Epilogue Mile High Club that inspired a company, a very in particular company, to make another bonus mode that was far more important and influential down the road. You can know more about that from my Treyarch retrospective. Now, I recommend playing this game on Veteran, but not Mile High Club, which is a nightmare on Veteran difficulty. Yeah, fuck that. That was terrible. Play it on normal, have a fun time, don't make yourself pull your hair out because of how hard it is. The arcade mode, if you're a completionist or someone looking for more excuses to play through the campaign, that's how it works as. It's just an excuse to play more in the campaign. Anything to challenge your COD skills, just to prove that you can do it. Maybe they should have gone outside and touched grass, but why would you do that when you can play the entirety of COD 4's campaign on arcade mode? The last bonus is cheat codes that you get from collecting the intel collectibles throughout the game. I don't necessarily care to deep dive into the cheat codes, but I did want to show everyone that Infinity Ward had been watching some Charlie Chaplin back in the day, because they have a ragdoll cheat code where everything is in fast forward and plays out like an old slapstick silent comedy from the 1920s. That's all I wanted to show you. Modern Warfare might be the power fantasy through being a soldier with the insane gear like night vision goggles, C4 claymores, and massive sniper rifles, but it pales in comparison to the end all. This sequence is the center of this entire trilogy. Modern Warfare Remastered is a brief discussion. I'm not going to bother going that much into it. It will come up again when I'm discussing the Call of Duty Infinite Warfare game that it came with. I will just say this as my review. It's fine. It does not redefine what Call of Duty 4 is at its core. It ups the graphics and the sounds while doing nothing else new. You may wonder why I don't like it more, since it's just a remaster and it is just a better looking version of an already near perfect game. Well, the multiplayer on it was fantastic until Activision kind of screwed the pooch on that. It's a dead experience with not many players on it anymore. You might be able to find more players honestly on the original one at this point. It's more difficult to get it working on a modern PC than the original Modern Warfare. It has pay to win weapons, microtransactions now, and it was just the nail in the coffin for that experience. Activision essentially killed one of the best multiplayers and one of the most balanced multiplayers to ever exist in Call of Duty. Why? My guess is just to get everybody to move on to the remake rather than the remaster. That's at least my opinion. Some people have taken to Reddit or even this Kotaku article to spout about how the loot box system was the best ever available, and I don't really care if it's the best loot box system ever or if it's not. I really don't care. That's like saying I had the best shit I took in an entire day. Nobody, and I mean nobody, bought Modern Warfare Remastered and said, man, I can't wait to play this game I grew up with, but now it's gonna be so improved because of the loot boxes that are included. No, nobody did that. It feels so disingenuous to release a remastered version of an old game and add personalized microtransaction-based content, especially when it allows you to make pay-to-win gear. You can unlock them in-game by grinding your ass off, but that is not good enough if you can just pay for it outright. That is still considered pay to win to me if the guns are better. Grinding for 1,000 hours to have everything or spending $1,000 to have the best guns immediately is still pay to win, and I don't care what anyone says, and that should not be getting a pass in today's gaming climate. What's good enough is announcing you're gonna make a remaster, making it true to heart to the original game like Quake 2's remaster was just a year or two ago. I sound so bitter, and that's because it's a bittersweet remaster. Beautiful recreation of a campaign with a multiplayer that plays fine on the surface with just a ton of crappy microtransactions added to a game that never even had any of that in the first place. Speaking of which, how is the multiplayer for the original COD 4? Well, Modern Warfare 1 knocks it out of the park again with one of the most balanced multiplayer experiences in COD history, next to Black Ops 2. I want to talk about what's not balanced first, though. The M16 was overpowered, but I at least respect that Call of Duty's efforts to allow one of the most overpowered weapons to be available right from the get-go normally. That tends to be a trend in a lot of COD games. The attack helicopter repeatedly proved itself to be the most unfair thing about the game. You unlocked it after about 7 kills in a row, and it was a nuisance. It would just basically insta-kill you if you were in the line of sight. Most obnoxious kill streak in the game, and one of the most obnoxious kill streaks in the series. Perks like Juggernaut and Last Stand were also hated by the community for being not necessarily OP, but just being completely annoying. And nobody liked them. Everybody thought they were just annoying as hell. I am sure there are other things that were considered unbalanced, but the meta for a video game is not something that really became the topic of discussion until about 2015 and onward. The meta for a Call of Duty game before 2015 tended to just be power positions on a map or the perks that you were going to pick in the game. Nowadays, every week the meta changes, causing people to have to constantly keep up with it on the internet. And to me personally, that is not what I enjoy about gaming. That is, in fact, I despise that. So I tend to stay out of the loop when it comes up to these things. Modern Warfare 1 won Game of the Year the same year as Portal, BioShock, Halo 3, and it was the year 2007, which is arguably the greatest year for FPS games ever. Call of Duty won over all that because of just how amazing the multiplayer was and how stellar the first 2 acts of the campaign are. I personally love the way that Perk 1 works in this game, where you were allowed to have it if you didn't have a grenade launcher attachment to your gun. Perk 1 allowed you to have 2 RPG shots or claymores and many other stuff, but it would be unfair to allow this and a grenade launcher on somebody's weapon at the same time. Many of the maps in Modern Warfare are straight from the campaign. Modern Warfare goes half and half with these maps, making some of the most memorable maps in COD history that have been remade again and again, or it just takes an area from the campaign and directly plops it into the multiplayer. Modern Warfare 1 did have some major hitters though, with fan favorite Crash, Vacant, Bog and Crossfire. I like Bog and Crossfire. I know nobody likes those maps, but it's okay. Fan favorite Shipment, or the infamous Shipment, depending on the type of player you are, because you might hate Shipment, but there's a lot of people who love it. There's also the other fan favorite, Overgrown, which I think is a fantastic map. Bog, Crossfire, and Countdown are all examples of maps taken straight from the campaign. Plenty of the players leaned into the original maps, though, that were tailored for multiplayer, like Pipeline, Vacant, Crash, or Ambush, which Ambush is weird, because Ambush is basically just launched from Black Ops 1 before launch ever existed. DLC maps included were Broadcast, Creek, Chinatown, and Kill House. Each one of these has been remade and remastered or remade in another game entirely. Like Kill House has just been redone multiple times. Broadcast is my personal favorite just due to the physics engine. I know, I'm a sucker for it. Kill House was probably the preferred though, considering it was redone in one of the newer Call of Duties. This map pack just has nothing to ride home about, but it extended the lifespan of a goated game for just a little bit longer. Speaking of the lifespan, you can actually still find lobbies on this game. You have to make sure you have a VPN on, you have to have a million safety measures taken because you can technically risk being hacked for malware. If you are willing to be a guinea pig test subject in that regard, you can still find matches without hackers and have just as much fun as you did back in 2007. If you don't like modern COD, there's always Modern Warfare 2007 that's got your back. Call of Duty 4 paved the way for the new COD post-2007 for better and for worse. It began the journey into the golden age, revolutionized FPS multiplayer in Call of Duty, and won Game of the Year due to how fucking spectacular it is. Infinity Ward moved on to immediately creating a sequel to Modern Warfare that was going to expand off the ideas of modern war by tackling deeper topics about nationalism and patriotism. But before discussing Modern Warfare 2 from 2009, let's get into the drama behind closed doors, the gossip, the tea. Grant Collier, the studio head, is now gone, and all that is left is CEOs Jason West and Vince Zampella. 2008 rolls along, and Activision presents a new contract. Both of the articles I'm going to be using for this entire debacle can be found on Eurogamer, and these two articles are written by Fred Dunton. He provides tons, and I mean tons of details in both these articles, so please check them out if you want to read more about it. After Modern Warfare came out, CEOs Vince and Jason had to renew their contract with Activision, and with the success of Modern Warfare 1, they had a few demands on their plate. Let's go over some important details from their new contract. This was effective as of March 13th, 2008. First agreement that was made was that IW was going to create Modern Warfare 2. This was in their contract. The next in 1B was that following the release of Modern Warfare 2 is that IW would be entitled to operate as an independent and would choose to be able to develop their own projects and have their own release schedules. These two details are extremely important because actually upcoming to the release of Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, Vince and Jason were almost trying to separate the Modern Warfare 2 brand and the Modern Warfare brand as a whole from Call of Duty. They wanted Modern Warfare to be its own brand rather than being connected to the Call of Duty franchise, which we will also see in this contract that Activision owns. The next thing that we can see here is that IW management was going to be entitled to exercise creative authority over the development of any games published underneath the Modern Warfare brand. This means that no game associated with the Modern Warfare brand can be commercially released without the written consent of IW management after Modern Warfare 2. All licensing activities and exploitation involving Modern Warfare brand and the IP would also be subject to that same written consent. In that regard, IW management will be entitled to exercise creative authority over the following functions, subject to Activision's management's reasonable approval and corporate governance. So this fits in with that IW management did get a lot of creative control over the Modern Warfare brand, and they did take a pay cut, a royalty pay cut to make this happen. This is a very important one. This goes back to what I was saying about how they were trying to separate a Modern Warfare brand from Call of Duty. Call of Duty, Activision will retain authority and responsibility over all Call of Duty titles, but, and this is another complication, this specifically excluded any Call of Duty title set in modern day or post-Vietnam, or in the near future or distant future, which those shall all remain under the authority of IW. This included everything creative, the development, and the publishing decisions, provided that IW will be entitled to receive a residual IP bonus and a technology bonus from products published under the Call of Duty brand as outlined in Section 3D. So this is extremely important because, as you could imagine, the next Sledgehammer game in the series is going to be futuristic, and Black Ops 2 is also going to be futuristic. Both were going to be underneath the other company banners. Those are not IW games. And so that is not consistent with this contract. But that is also post the firing of Jason West and Vince Zampella. This is the next very important detail in the contract, with the Modern Warfare 2 Special Performance Bonus. Activision commits to giving $5 million as an additional special studio bonus for all employees of IW if Modern Warfare 2 ships no later than November 15th, 2009 and achieves at least $150 million in net operating income. This did happen. The game released by then, and they did have the $150 million in net operating income and went above that. This special performance bonus, though, is going to come back into play after Jason and Vince both get fired post Modern Warfare 2's release. And I don't know if it's this specific bonus. I would think it is, considering that this is the contract, but I could be wrong. It could have been another studio bonus, but it has something to do with a bonus related to Modern Warfare 2 shipping and being successful. So I believe it is this one within the contract. These are all the major details that we're going to have to remember when we're digging into the dirt of what happened with Jason and Vince and Activision. And it's not just a clear one-sided issue. It is a tragedy for Vince and Jason. I do fully sympathize with them as artists. But that being said, that is me sympathizing with artists. This is not just a clear-cut case, and I don't want it to be perceived that way. This is legal mumbo-jumbo, and I do not want to skew that. Activision has reasons as to why they fired those two individuals, and I may not agree with those reasons. I just sympathize more with Jason and Vince in this topic. Might have my own theories about what could have been going on, especially with all of the information that is provided in the court documents or provided in court or testimonies that were made, but I cannot factually say that there was some malicious motive or that Activision is 100% in the wrong and had no reason to fire these people, because they do have reasons. I just have my opinions on the topic as well. It's just legal mumbo jumbo, and you got to be safe when talking about a lot of this stuff. You don't want to end up spreading any form of misinformation or completely skewing it to where you're not acknowledging the other side's argument whatsoever. Vince and Jason signed the contract, though, and essentially they would always have creative control unless they left the company. They signed on for that, and Bobby Kotick apparently, this is not proven, he told Jason and Vince behind closed doors that they would never have to worry about being fired because they are such valuable assets to the company. This is the start of that betrayal mentioned at the beginning. It cannot be proven, and I want to stress that, especially when talking about legal information, but in the eyes of Jason and Vince, and from an outsider perspective like myself, it for sure reads like a fucking betrayal. After signing this contract with Activision, Jason and Vince almost immediately started having discussions with EA about working with them once again as a new company after their rough history with the creation of Medal of Honor Allied Assault. They left EA to get away from the tyrannical publisher, to be free. They wanted to be independent, but now they were having discussions to come back. Activision viewed this as malicious, and this would be the start of the years of hell they were about to go down, with an eventual lawsuit that would be pushed by the creators of Call of Duty and even a countersuing from Activision. A lawsuit that would not come into fruition until after making my personal favorite game in the franchise, Modern Warfare 2. Before discussing Modern Warfare 2, Jason West and Vince Sempella's last game in Activision, let's take a moment for our sweepstakes. Yeah, you heard that right, it's a sweepstakes. My Treyarch video did fantastic, and I want this video to even do a fraction of what that other one did. So if you made it this far, please consider subscribing to Appreciation Culture. We still have at least one more COD video in the pipeline that I will have out before Black Ops 6's release. That video will cover Modern Warfare 3 and the current state of Call of Duty as a whole. But you do not need to subscribe to enter for a chance to win Call of Duty Black Ops 6. Don't listen to a single thing this idiot says. This moron right here, if I'm pointing at the right direction, he did not read the YouTube safeguards and regulations. You do not have to comment, like, or subscribe to enter the sweepstakes. I'm still going to do a sweepstakes, but you don't have, in a giveaway, but you don't have to do anything on YouTube to enter. If you want to comment, if you want to subscribe, if you want to like the video, I appreciate it. I would love to keep you around, but you don't have to do it to enter the giveaway. All you have to do, and it's free for everybody, and YouTube is not sponsoring this. They require me to say that. They have nothing to do with this. The only thing you have to do that is completely free is you can just join the Discord. The Discord is in my bio on YouTube. Feel free to do it after the video whenever you want. We're going to pick a winner on October 20th as the only thing this fucking, where am I pointing? This liar over here says. It's the only thing he's about to say that's true. Don't listen to a single other word he says. I was going to have it to where it was just going to be a comment or whatever, but no, you don't. You can comment if you want, like if you want, subscribe if you want. I would love it if you do that. And I'm just going to pick somebody from our Discord server to be a winner. That's it. If you want to throw me any ideas, by the way, in our Discord server of things we can do together, activities, or if you guys want a certain voice channel that you can chat in or play games in, let me know if you want to bring any of your friends onto the server and stuff. We're moving on because this moron just didn't even bother reading the rules. He thought the rules didn't apply to him. I didn't even say what the giveaway was. The giveaway is for a random person in the Discord server, and it's for a free copy of Black Ops 6 on either PlayStation 5, Xbox, or on Steam. So feel free to join in on that for free. This blue spiky hat buffoon didn't read the rules. What a buffoon. What a moron. Dumbass. Modern Warfare 2. Treyarch was using IW 3.0 from Modern Warfare 1 for every single one of their games after this. They kept on evolving off of IW 3.0, making their own engine for their games. Whereas Infinity Ward was working on IW 4.0 for Modern Warfare 2. IW 4.0 started production. It didn't feel like as much of a change as 3.0 from 2.0, but it had some minor improvements that allowed AI to have better pathing and not spawn infinitely in some areas. Game Informer magazine confirmed tons of new stuff about the modifications to the IW engine. They confirmed that the AI would always be moving, so you could never memorize their exact positions when running into a room filled with enemies, because their pathing was slightly random. It made each playthrough feel unique, and while I believe this is awesome, I'll be honest, it isn't really that noticeable, because even though they move in different patterns, they almost always 99% of the time spawn in the exact same spot in every playthrough. So it's kind of weird that they said this, but like, I don't know. Whatever. I mean, maybe it is very different. I just have never noticed that. More players demanded a longer campaign, a co-op campaign, and were disappointed to hear that after World at War's co-op campaign mode, that there'd be no such thing, according to Jason West in that same Game Informer interview. It would just not fit with the vibe of the game, and Special Ops was announced in the same interview as a replacement. Modern Warfare 2's writer Jesse Stern speaks with John Gaudiasi in an archived interview with GamePro about how the whole point of Modern Warfare 2 was to take Modern Warfare 1's ending and make it bad. What? Like, what? That doesn't make any sense. What if Modern Warfare 1 was actually a bad ending? What can we do with that? He even jokes around about how there were conversations about how they were even thinking about bringing in aliens when discussing the story. I am very happy they didn't do that. Jesse Stern also discusses No Russia and how it was always meant to be a mission that could hit close to home for people because of all the awful shit we see and read on the news, but yet that takes place in another world than us. That like, if you live in America, that's just not like, we just read it on the news, we see all this stuff happens in other countries, and it's awful. And he wanted to be like, what if I make you have to witness that, and basically just a fantasy action war story. This fits in with what I talked about earlier with the fact that Modern Warfare and most of these Call of Duty games are fictional events that you can get away with doing a disturbing act that shows off the horrors of modern war without disrespecting a current or past tragedy. Call of Duty is not usually mature enough to handle actual real life tragedies. I'm just gonna be honest, it's not mature enough. Like, this seems like franchise where you got joint ops, gun skins, and all that crap. It does not feel respectful or tasteful at all. It does feel mature enough though to handle topics that are about real world tragedies, just not based on them directly. Jesse Stern continues talking about how No Russians test groups in every instance open fired on the crowd in the beginning of the mission. You can take what you will from that, but I think it's just very interesting that every group that tested with the mission was disgusted and thought it was vile, but inevitably they just realized it was a video game and open fired. This either makes the mission worse or better depending on your viewpoint. Jesse also talks about how you don't have to shoot every civilian, but instead you can just remain a bystander to this atrocity, which replicates the feeling that people get in first world countries when they view atrocities on TV every single day. You view international atrocities and you're just sitting on your couch watching TV. The game allowed for you to skip the mission, and I think that was good for them to do, considering that it remains as one of the more disturbing things to ever be put into a AAA game. People can say it's not disturbing nowadays. I see people say all the time, like, well, it's not that disturbing. It's not that disturbing. It's just like, what is to you? Like, do you play like a torture game on newgrounds.com or something? Like, what is worse than that in terms of a AAA game? Not many. There really isn't that many. Like, there are games that definitely have had worse that are AAA titles, but it's not that many, especially not ones as popular as Modern Warfare 2. And you know what else is disturbing, guys? I can't talk about the history of Modern Warfare 2 that much. I'll be straight up with you. I have to dive into it. I really do. It's my favorite game in the series, and the first game I ever owned on PS3 back in 2009. It got me through some tough times as a kid. I want to clarify that if you ask me what the best Call of Duty game was, not my favorite, but what I believe is the best without any of the rose-tinted nostalgic glasses on, I would say Modern Warfare 2 is in the top 5 easily. I want to paint you a picture on how I view Modern Warfare 2 versus what it actually is thematically. Modern Warfare 2's villain is a critique on nationalism. He wants so badly to destroy the world and bend it to the knees of America, believing that America should not only wipe them out, but be back on top. The irony of Modern Warfare 2 is that almost the entirety of the game relies on patriotism and attempts to make you angry if you are an American by showing you imagery of American flags burning and landmarks of fire across America. If you're not American, this might not matter to you, but it's still really interesting. Just like the last game, there's death quotes all throughout Modern Warfare 2, but these ones show off the idea of critiquing nationalism and patriotism, such as patriotism ruins history. In war, truth is the first casualty. War does not determine who is right, but only who is left. I love America more than any other country in the world, and for that reason, I criticize her. Traditional nationalism cannot survive the fissioning of the atom. One world or none. Another one is nationalism is an infantile disease, the measles of mankind. And my personal favorite, and this is going to tie back to everything, patriotism often varies from noble devotion to moral lunacy. Where is the line between noble devotion and moral lunacy? Every instance that Modern Warfare 2 shows you an image of a flag burning, the Washington Monument being destroyed, the White House in flames, that is trying to anger you. It wants you to figure out that line between noble devotion and moral lunacy. I know a lot of younger people might not see this as a big deal, but in the 2000s, at the height of military imperialism in modern American history, with the support of civilians behind it, this would anger some people seeing their country, their land in shambles and being destroyed. Patriotism was a big thing in the 2000s. I want to believe that this was intentional on the part of Modern Warfare 2. The way I view the irony of having all these quotes, and a villain that embodies nationalism is that their goal was to get you angry and have you say to yourself, yeah, I want to blow up those guys who took away my nation. And I say this is what I want to believe Modern Warfare 2 is trying to do. It wants you to become General Shepard and then realize he's the villain of the story. Once you know he is the villain, that would be the exact moment that you realize you might be thinking irrationally, all because you got mad over some imagery in a video game. I'm not stupid though. I know these games are patriotic. The game has a mission named after the movie Red Dawn, for God's sake. And the game is obsessed with showing you shots of America in turmoil as if it was directed by Michael Bay. I mean, dude, there's fucking Dick Cheney quotes in this game. And that's the guy who signed a waterboard in real life. So this is probably what Modern Warfare 2 really is. It probably is just a game with a villain that critiques nationalism while unironically being a mega patriotic game. But I like to believe it is about the duality of patriotism, the real patriotism of someone protecting their family in a time of crisis or critiquing their nation versus the person who lives in a delusional state thinking we should invade every country on the map just because we don't agree with their way of living, like some dictatorial fascist regime. The theme of the game is one of the main reasons for loving Modern Warfare 2's story, and especially loving the villain of Modern Warfare 2. But let's get into that. The story. I have a fascination with stories about patriotism, the critique of nationalism, and what that can do to a man's psyche. There was a new guy on the streets named Makarov who was trying to take the place as an ultranationalist leader who wants revenge on the US for making Zakhaev a martyr that you killed in MW1. A leader named General Shepard gives you all these speeches, these grand speeches about how we're going to take back what they took from us, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. He makes this sound like a good thing in the beginning of the game, so you're sitting there like, fuck yeah, I like this guy. This guy's awesome. Rad. But also the leader, General Shepard, is given a new division called Shadow Company from the CIA to help the US with taking out Makarov. There is a planned attack from Makarov in the mission No Russian, where you can attack a Russian airport, and you play as a CIA operative that goes undercover during the shooting. You are killed at the end of the mission because Makarov knew you were the American of the group. We don't know why yet. And you are left dead on the ground in the airport, so the police find your body and blame America for this whole incident. This works, and Russia immediately invades America. General Shepard and many others need to find ways to link Makarov to the attack so they can prove and convince Russia to stop this war. They break Captain Price out of prison from the last game, who Makarov sorely hates. Why is he in prison? I don't know, dude. It's been 5 years since the last game. Go figure it out online. But Makarov hates him and hates Task Force 141 for killing Zakhaev on that bridge with that single pistol shot. While the Russians are in America, Captain Price and company invade a nuclear sub. Captain Price starts acting a little nutty and shoots a missile from the nuclear sub aimed at Washington, D.C. You find out that this missile was an EMP and actually shuts down all of Russia's tech across the East Coast, allowing for the U.S. to get the upper hand. The U.S. is taking back their cities while Captain Price and Soap and the rest of Task Force 141 are searching for Makarov's location. Oh yeah, and I forgot to mention this really cool guy with a skull mask named Ghost. Yeah, everybody likes Ghost. Cool. Moving on. All of them work together with General Shepard traveling to 2 different locations to search for Makarov. Roach and Ghost both go to an estate that they believe Makarov to be hiding out in. They discover a bunch of intelligence about his plans and his whereabouts, but they don't find him in particular. They take everything they can, leave the house, meeting up with Shepard at a nearby helicopter. General Shepard shoots them both, takes the intelligence, and uses the plan for himself. General Shepard gathers his team of loyalists given to him by the CIA Shadow Company and hunts down Makarov while also hunting down Price and Soap as well. General Shepard is a warmonger in disguise, and we don't know why yet. Makarov wants Shepard dead too, so Makarov gives Captain Price information to his location briefly before going their separate ways. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, and Price and Soap meet up, figure that information out from Makarov, and they go find General Shepard. They shoot down his helicopter, and while they're all injured on the ground in the desert, Shepard gives this grandiose monologue where he admits to why he does what he does, why he did what he did. Through all the nationalist speeches about America being the best and being the world police throughout the game from this man, he admits that when that nuke went off in the last game, he lost so many soldiers, and America did nothing. He says what is probably my favorite line in Call of Duty history ever.
5 years ago, I lost 30,000 men in the blink of an eye. And the world just fucking watched.
This is not noble devotion. This is moral lunacy. Shepard wants revenge on Russia. He wants every child in America to become a morally robbed patriot. He wants everyone to volunteer to be a soldier. He even says this. And he wants everyone to get revenge on Russia for working with this country that allowed this nuke to go off. But he loses all morals in the process. He does it in the name of America because he believes they should have done more in the battle against this nuclear explosion. They should have retaliated. And Shepard believes they shouldn't have given a damn about how many people died to make this retaliation happen. Captain Price cuts his monologue short though and gets into a fist fight with him right in front of you, and you watch the battle ensue. You pull a knife out of your chest that was put right in there by Shepard, and you throw it right back at Shepard's dick. Well, that's at least what everyone tried to do, but it automatically gets thrown at his eye very sadly. America is still being beaten up by Russian soldiers. Soap is on the verge of dying, and a helicopter comes down with a rescue team to pick you guys up. Nikolai is holding Soap, and he says to him that he thinks he knows a place where Soap can get some medical attention. It cuts to credits, and a massive cliffhanger happens. And no, not the level cliffhanger. Now let's break down the acts and the missions to talk about why this campaign is one of the best in the series. The prologue starts us off by letting us do some training, go through a little course, and get out into the battle. Nothing special, and essentially the same training as the last game. The mission literally is called SSDD for same shit, different day, and it's honestly very fitting for a COD tutorial. Act 1 starts with this and team player, where you start off with an assault rifle shooting across a ravine against enemy soldiers. You run up to get on a minigun where you're going to go through an elongated turret section until you get to a battle in a school. A solid first mission, but nothing as iconic as Wet Work from COD 4. Holy shit, this is the good stuff. The visceral reaction when I first played Cliffhanger, unfreaking real. You run around with Captain McTavish, you go through the snowy landscape, climbing up this mountainside with ice pickers. I think that's what they're called. Oh my, ice pickers? Ice climbers! Infiltrating an enemy base with a silenced machine gun and a heartbeat sensor. I love it when games actually have equipment that can be utilized properly without just being useless. The heartbeat sensor doesn't really get reused in this game, but it shows off its importance in Cliffhanger, with the entire base being covered by a blizzard, so the only way to spot enemies is by seeing them on your sensor before they're even visible in your line of sight. You could have just thrown this on another map and it would have been completely useless, but this works. You make it through the whole entire base, you get the intel, you need to escape, and you escape on snowmobiles as you get into what is arguably one of the best chases in any COD game, with you using machine guns while you're shooting people off their snowmobiles. While you reach the end of the level, you fly off a ramp off this cliffside and you land next to an evac helicopter. Why didn't the helicopter just fly on the other side so you didn't have to go off this ramp? Well, it's because you wouldn't have flown off a badass ramp to begin with, so that's not cool. Now, you may think Act 1 is done, but every Act 1 in every Modern Warfare game has to have a controversial tragedy behind it, and this one's the most apparent with No Russian. No Russian actually surprises, though, as being one of the harder missions in the game because the police are very difficult to take down due to their riot shields. But almost everybody just skips the mission because on Veteran, you just get a free Veteran pass. You can just skip it, and you never need to worry about it. I've talked about No Russian, though, so I'm not even going to linger on it. Let's talk about Takedown, which shows up as our last mission in Act 1. This mission starts with one of the defining traits of Modern Warfare 2, which is that this is something that no other game in the series has done yet. It makes Modern Warfare 2 go global. The last game had Russia and the Middle East. Most of these games take place in like 1 or 2 countries. You kind of go back and forth sometimes, but now you will have to go to Russia, the Middle East, America, and South America with Takedown, which takes place in Brazil. Takedown has you running through busy communities within Brazil with militia bad guys who are protecting an arms dealer that you're chasing down for info on Makarov. Takedown begins with a driver next to you being shot at, and only is a descent into hell that keeps you on the edge of your seat as you have a race against time fighting off arm dealer goons and taking any pathway you want through these communities that you have to fight in. Act 2 begins not taking the advice of all gillied up, but instead just one-upping the previous action set piece with the level titled Wolverines and our introduction to battling the Russians in America. I can't believe this is the first thing they thought of in America was fast food. I'm insulted. Which I wouldn't say if I didn't eat McDonald's today like the fucking American I am. Wolverines follows a unit of soldiers through suburban neighborhoods and into the streets of a plaza district that has fast food chains, a bank, restaurants, and a gas station. Such a well-executed setting for a battle. A mission that makes you realize that Modern Warfare 2 is starting to utilize environments never before seen in this franchise, more than just changing up the objectives into gimmicks like the last game did. Now we spend the rest of the story swapping perspectives back and forth with Task Force 101 and Roach's squad in America. Task Force 141 interrogates the arms dealers they caught. They realize that they must escape Brazil and find the only man that Makarov hates more than anything else. But he's locked up in a gulag within Russia, racing out of the area with an ending that leans on the shoulder of the cinematic era of COD that becomes perfectly executed with Black Ops 1. Exodus, the next mission, cuts back to Roach's gang while they are trying to find a, quote, high-value target as they race through American neighborhoods. This mission is like eerily similar to the start of Wolverines. They probably worked on these both back to back, to be honest, but I think the most noticeable thing about Exodus, my favorite part about the mission, is the fact that you can go into about 80% of these houses. They're fully accessible. You can walk in and you can have shootouts throughout the households. You can have these optional shootout with groups of peoples hiding out inside the houses. And if you sit here and think about the layout of some of these houses, they aren't realistic whatsoever, but that's because they're laid out for shootouts and they're not laid out for furniture.
What type of second floor to a house is this?
I adore the attention to detail on recreating your rich friend's neighborhood, but the houses are not recreated. The interiors are not recreated that well, but they're fun to play in for sure. You also get this crazy section on a golf course where you use a laser designator to call in airstrikes that will just bombard everything in front of you. Hilarious. Totally Michael Bay crazy action. And then you use the same laser designator throughout the mission to have a vehicle named the Honey Badger. Not the animal, and not the best gun from Call of Duty Ghosts. No, to have your little vehicle buddy do what you say with the laser designator to kill groups of enemies and vehicles. And that's why I guess he's called the Honey Badger. Insert 2000s joke here about nobody F's with a honey badger.
You think the honey badger cares? It doesn't give a shit.
You find the high value target and he's already dead. Now cut back to Task Force 141, who is trying to infiltrate the gulag but can't get in there because of these turrets that are located on oil rigs that are preventing them from accessing the prison. So in the mission with the coolest title in the game, The Only Easy Day Was Yesterday, you hijack these oil rigs and you take out all the turrets that were preventing your assault on the gulag. The mission highlights itself with its epic start that's underwater where you're on these torpedo looking ships. It's just beautiful the way it looks. And infiltrating the base stealthily and having the classic COD buildup to chaotic battles on an oil rig where you would be setting up these C4 on the bodies. You go through the unique environment, which has once again never been before seen in the series, which it's just awesome that this game constantly does that. Throws in totally new environments you've never seen before. And it's one of the best missions in the whole game. Like, let's be honest, everybody loves this mission. The Only Easy Day Was Yesterday is more of a filler mission in terms of story. And I hate to say that, but that's kind of what a lot of the Modern Warfare games feel like. They have one mission that's a team getting over an obstacle to allow them to progress through the story. Wolverines is them going through a town to get a target. Exodus is them reaching the target. The Only Easy Day Was Yesterday is them taking out turrets to gain access to a prison to rescue a prisoner. Filler mission. The gulag is the prisoner rescue. Plot progression. So they kind of just do this balance between filler mission and plot progression mission. But a lot of the time, the filler missions are actually really fun because they can just kind of do wacky shit because they don't have to really tell any of the plot in them. And it's part of the reason why Infinity Ward has never had the level of story or character development that Treyarch has, because Treyarch always pushes their narrative forward. Every mission in a Treyarch game is going to have something plot-wise. Infinity Ward will always have a lot of filler missions. And this is not an insult to Infinity Ward either, because as I said, Modern Warfare 2 is my favorite COD ever. These missions are still fantastic, but half the missions in the game don't do much for story progression at all. They're just filler missions like most of their other games. The Gulag is another never before seen environment where you visit a prison and take out everyone in an attempt to get prisoner 627, the most hated man to Makarov. You find him and he's Captain Price, which makes sense considering that not only did he try to assassinate Zakhaev in the 90s, but also he led Task Force 141 in the first game, which Makarov also hates. This same Gulag would go on to become the basis of the Gulag in Warzone, the Battle Royale, where they even reused areas of the Gulag in this mission for Warzone. And with the quality that Modern Warfare 2 is keeping with its games so far, it's becoming abundantly clear that this is shaping up to be one of the best campaigns in the series. And does it stay that way? Can it possibly be the best? Well, I'm pleased to say it does for me at least. Of their own accord, finishes off Act 2 and accesses American landmarks in Washington, D.C., and it has some of the best lighting on display in the entire trilogy here. Fires that light the sky and the orange glow that's created by the surrounding destruction that casts these distinct shadows onto the ground. It's absolutely stunning and just breathtaking as you take down your enemies in these demolished landmarks that if you are an American in 2009, it's gonna get your blood boiling and wanting revenge. The scariest part is that actually worked, at least for my 10-year-old brain it did. And then there's no hope at the end of the mission with only one magazine left as you're in this crashed helicopter praying to be able to take out these guys or at least get rescued. The game cuts back to Task Force 141 and Contingency to kick off the third act of the game. Contingency and Cliffhanger are this game's all gillied up, where you sneak around in snowy areas, either let them pass, take them out, or find another way through the area. Honestly, wouldn't be surprised if Contingency was made at the same exact time as Cliffhanger as well. Contingency is interesting though, from a story standpoint, because it's the only mission where I kind of don't understand why Captain Price doesn't just tell the team that he was going to launch an EMP over the Russians to give them a leg up in a battle. I kind of don't know why he doesn't just say that. There might be an answer to this that I'm missing, but he kind of just acts a little bit wacky tobacco for most of the mission, and at the end of the mission he acts like he has a supervillain moment when he fires off this missile. But it turns out he's just helping the Americans by firing a EMP in one of the coolest moments in COD history, where you literally see the explosion happen from the perspective of somebody in the ISS. Which, by the way, rip those guys like Captain Price didn't give a fuck about them. Maybe that's the reason. Maybe he was worried that people were going to react harshly to him sending it, but he really does just have like a super villain moment when he fires the missile, and I think it's so out of character and weird. The game does a lot to make you think Captain Price has gone crazy, and it just kind of seems deceitful because he is literally just helping the Americans, and I see no reason why the team couldn't have known about this, or in the least him not act like a fucking weirdo. Still a cool mission with a great Predator drone sequence, but the story is a little odd here. Second Son and Whiskey Hotel follow back to Roach's team making their last stand with only one magazine left. The missile that Captain Price shot detonates, and now you must go through what is one of my favorite missions in the series, because it's an odd one to pick, and I'll explain it though. It's the same reason why I love the first half of Modern Warfare 1. These missions ask the questions about what if you did X, and X is always a gimmick. This mission asks, what if you played COD, but there's no electricity due to this EMP? Your red dot sight doesn't work anymore. All the lights in the city are out and all electronics are off. The concept does wonders for creating a memorable experience that has immensely upped the ante for the third act in a series where normally the third act has a major dip in quality. I kinda wish your heads up display completely turned off in this mission as well. They didn't go that far with it, but I think that would have been really cool. So you need to go find the president, you reach the president's bunker, you don't find him there, so you just need to evacuate afterwards. You evacuate and all you hear at the end is your fellow soldiers talking about how they want to bring the fight to Russia. The final couple of lines spoken are, exactly what our main villain wants. Nobody will ever know what's really going on because nobody will ever ask the questions needed because everybody is just too emotional, angry, and pleading for blood. General Shepard will have his way, a blood-hungry nation out for war, and not even a war based on anything real, a war based on nothing but hate. Loose Ends is the start of both teams going their separate ways searching for Makarov, with Ghost and Roach going to that estate I talked about earlier. They both find the info and are killed by General Shepard in the end of the mission. It's a very standard defense section where you stay indoors and shoot some guys while info's downloading. It's nothing bad, but nothing impressive either. I feel like whenever COD knows that you're just going to be doing a slightly generic mission, they just say, hey, fuck it, whatever, here's all the guns in the game, have some fun at least. It's the same shit they did in Heat in Modern Warfare 1, and this level doesn't change the formula about that either. It basically just tosses you every gun in the basement of this estate. It's kind of a cool house though, I'll give them that. It's a pad. I'd Airbnb this place. Notice that we are almost at the end of the game, and while the highs might not be as high as the best moments for Modern Warfare 1, the highs are more consistent and go for the entire span of the campaign. No dips, and that quality continues with Enemy of My Enemy, which for the first time in COD history as well, another one of these, and one of the only times you ever see this, you get to see NPCs fighting each other. While they fight, you can jump in, take them all out. There's Shepard's task force taking out Makarov's men, and you are just in the middle of the crossfire trying to locate General Shepard. Watching the beginning of the war unfold that General Shepard always wanted on a map that obviously inspires Scrapyard. The whole mission, while not offering anything extremely different, it just has the buildup of the entire story behind it. The two massive factions fighting, America about to go to war with Russia, and even Price convincing Makarov to help him locate Shepard because he doesn't want this. Makarov doesn't want America to invade. A climax worthy of such a big blockbuster story. Two warring factions going at it, and now the third faction's gonna enter, and that's you with your noob tube combo. These last two I'm gonna just kind of combine together, but just like old times in Endgame, are the team heading to General Shepard's base, taking out everyone and then taking out Shepard. The highlights are the boat chase at the end and that final monologue that, holy fuck, there will be no shortage of patriots. No shortage of volunteers. This capping off the story shows that Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 has a campaign that does hold up throughout the whole playthrough. You are engaged for the entire campaign, which in my personal opinion is something Modern Warfare 1 is not capable of doing as well as Modern Warfare 2. Modern Warfare 2 might not be as good as the first act of Modern Warfare 1. It might not even be as good as the second act, to be entirely honest. The second act of Modern Warfare 1 is still fantastic, but the entirety of Modern Warfare 2 caps captivates from big blockbuster gameplay that goes all across the globe against this main villain who's fantastic. General Shepard being the best villain in the series, with the only competition being Raul Menendez from Black Ops 2. The ideal difficulty is by far Veteran. It's very well playtested. It's my personal favorite game to play on Veteran next to Call of Duty 2, and you'll be saying by the end of your playthrough, I lost 30,000 lives in a blink of an eye. And MW2 just fucking watched. Each one of these games have special qualities on their own merits. Every single one of them does. But I compare because it's a series retrospective. I am talking about the lows of the series, comparing them to the lows of other games in the series that may have executed something better, and I am comparing the highs of each entry to each other as well. On its own merits, literally every game I've talked about so far, I like. And sure, I don't care for Modern Warfare 1's third act. I think COD 1 on Veteran is ass. I think COD Modern Warfare 2 has some dumb shit as well. But in general, I like all these games we've discussed so far. I did say that Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 has some dumb shit as well, though. And what is that dumb shit? Let's talk about Spec Ops. Special Operations. Spec Ops feels like an afterthought that was begged for by Activision because they wanted Infinity Ward to do something co-op related like World at War does with co-op campaign and zombies. I love that Infinity Ward did not just try to recreate zombies. I have respect for that. But they did basically fall right into being a joke. The joke being, everybody who talked about this game in 2001 would say Spec Ops is cool, but it's no zombies. Wow, Spec Ops is okay, I guess, but zombies is a lot better. They wrote themselves into this box when they made Spec Ops as their co-op solution to World at War. Spec Ops reuses tons, and I mean so many of the campaign assets to create special operation missions that you and a friend can play. Is it terrible? No, but tons of the missions feel either generic or frankly just kind of boring. You will catch you and your friend replaying the same 3 missions that you are having tons of fun on rather than playing anything else. Overwatch is an example of a great one where one friend is an AC-130 and the other one is a soldier. This allows for collaborative teamwork that is needed, required to succeed. And the funny thing is that some of these missions act as the opposite to that. They feel like that there is no teamwork, but rather having a friend would just make things more difficult. Any stealth mission, absolutely any stealth mission, is immediately harder if you're playing with a friend because you're 2 times more likely to be spotted now. Me and my friend would almost treat Spec Ops as a horde mode. We would just pop on Homeland Security and just defend the plaza with fast food restaurants against enemies. Defend the knockoff Taco Bell up the street. My God, the Russians got our Baja Blast. The final couple of operations are tough as balls, where they just give you a ridiculous challenge like killing juggernauts with knives and explosives only, or killing 15 juggernauts in one area. I get the challenge, but to me these just aren't appealing. Maybe they are to a completionist who really wants to get 3 stars on everything, but for me they just sound tedious and take down the #1 priority of a co-op mode, which is just to be fun and not frustrating. Collaborative teamwork that is fun, and it can be frustrating, but it's frustrating just because one of you are being stupid. It's not frustrating because the game is just doing tedious bullshit. Spec Ops is just a bonus mode you can kill a few hours on, but I ain't gonna pretend with you guys that even with my favorite COD ever, that Modern Warfare 2 Spec Ops mode is some perfect S-tier game mode. It feels like a studio-forced mandate to add a co-op aspect to Modern Warfare 2 because it literally lacks all the passion needed to make it anything more than a pastime. Briefly, I want to talk about Museum though. Museum is the epilogue mission that you unlocked similar to Mile High Club or the original Zombies map in World at War. You had to beat the campaign first, and if you like behind the scenes additions to games, then you will love this. You get a 3-roomed fully explorable museum with different set pieces, character models hanging out, and weapons that you can pick up. You can go back over and kill those same character models, or just admire all the work that the devs put into Modern Warfare 2. There's also a secret button on this map that exists to make it so that means all the characters NPCs come running at you. They charge at you with everything they got, and you can use weapons in the museum to fight back against them all. Night of the Museum, Battle of COD. Little additions like this always prove to me as a player that the team cared and wanted every player to enjoy all the nooks and crannies into every part of their video game. You guys cared. Like, really fucking cared. Vince, Jason, and your entire team from Allied Assault, you all cared so fucking much. And you show that once again in the multiplayer. One word can describe my love for Modern Warfare 2's multiplayer: maps. If you are younger and never got to play Modern Warfare 2 in its prime, you might have experienced these maps for the first time in Modern Warfare 3 2023, and I am here to tell you that it is not the same at all, not even close. The maps were not designed for the fast-paced gameplay and the double sprint and the clamber of the newer games. The designs were not made to be literally recreated as an exact replica, but just 2 times bigger to make up for the speed of the newer games. There's areas that you're able to get to on the maps in the new games that you were never able to get to before. They feel like larger maps in a bad way, and they just weren't designed for Modern Warfare 3 2023. Now, 2009 Modern Warfare 2. Let's compare these maps to another COD game with fantastic maps, Black Ops 1. I think 5 maps on Black Ops 1 are genuinely great. Firing Range, Summit, Nuketown, Array, and Launch. Those are my preferences. I know not everybody cares about those. Fuck you. I don't give a shit. Now, Modern Warfare 2. Afghan, Favela, High Rise, Karachi, Invasion, Quarry. Yes, I said Quarry. Fuck off. Scrapyard, Skid Row, Terminal, Rust, and I'll throw Subbase or Underpass in there as well. Who cares? Coming in at around a whopping 11 maps that I would argue to the death in a gladiator pit that those maps are near perfect, even if you think they're just fine. How many COD maps do you know that even have 11 decent maps? I can tell you at least 6 games right now that don't have more than 5 decent maps. There's a reason the maps in this game are considered some of the most iconic in FPS history. The only reason why the new Modern Warfare 3 even sold copies outside of just being a Call of Duty product is because they ported every map from Modern Warfare 2. I'll say most Call of Duty games have about 1, maybe 2 iconic maps to them, ones that are embedded in everyone's head. Modern Warfare 2 has at least 4 of those, with Rust, High Rise, Terminal, and Afghan, which are at such a level of iconic, whether through design or map layout or just the way they look, that it's near impossible to take them down from their recognizable status. That is 4 incredibly iconic Call of Duty maps right off the bat. You may be saying, okay, Appreciator, what about everything else though? Blah, blah, blah. You're talking about the maps. What about the gameplay? This is where we come at a crossroads with 2 types of people. One group of people are playing COD to have a balanced multiplayer experience. Gee Willikers. They just want a multiplayer experience for the win. They just want a little balanced little multiplayer. And the other group is here to have fun. I'm going to burst the bubble for the group of people who are here to have a balanced COD experience. You've been in the wrong franchise for precisely 12 years. If you are here for balancing, the last COD game to not have to ban like 90% of its weapons from competitive, boot out half the maps from rotation in competitive, ban perks, equipment, and basically half the arsenal of the entire game was Black Ops 2. So if you are looking for a balanced experience, then I'm gonna be straight up with you. You are in the wrong game series, because Call of Duty has been broken in terms of multiplayer for literally over a decade. And if there's one thing I think every Appreciator and every COD fan can agree on, it's that Call of Duty is busted, and it's been busted for years. They haven't balanced anything in so long, and I know in my Treyarch video I occasionally mention, oh, I think this game's balanced, I think this game's balanced. In retrospect, I would honestly take back quite a few of those things, I really would, because I feel like I'm trying to give these games the benefit of the doubt, and trying to be like, oh, this one's balanced, this one's balanced, this one's balanced. But if I'm being completely transparent, I don't really think a lot of these games are balanced at all. Every time a new one comes out, people are just bitching about how it's not balanced, and that's what they do with every single COD for the last over 10 years. And I just don't think that this is a franchise for you if you're looking for a balanced competitive experience. If you don't like it because it's not balanced, like, I get it, fine, whatever. But like, now to the other group of people, you're looking for a fun time. You're going to find that in Modern Warfare 2. Infinity Ward heard your responses to Modern Warfare 1, guys. They heard you. Congrats. Woo, yeah, we did it, boys. We did it. The M16 was too OP, and they heard you. And when you said, wow, the attack helicopter is a bit too much on the battlefield, they heard you. We're all winners here because we won the war. Infinity War heard you and said, oh, you thought all that was overpowered? Okay, well, fuck you. Everything is going to be overpowered now. Let's jump into the shoes of Infinity Ward on why they made this decision. They just made the create a class system for the first time in Modern Warfare. And I think their thought process was to allow for more customization, more weapons, more hectic classes, and more kill streaks. That was the evolution they wanted. So they either had to dial that back allow a little bit less customization and correct some balancing and just kind of keep it around the same or a little bit less than Modern Warfare 1. Or they just had to make everything ridiculously broken because there was going to be too much they were going to have to balance within just a 2-year development span. You want to run around with a riot shield and dual wield akimbo shotguns? Sure, why not? You want to run around with shotgun secondaries? Go for it, kid. You want to use a perk to knife someone from 10 feet away? Become Superman, kiddo. You want to hit someone with 2 bullets across the map with an SMG? Here's a UMP. It's so busted in terms of balancing, and I refuse to deny that. I'm not going to pretend and sit up on a hill and be like, Modern Warfare 2 is some special balanced experience. No, it's not, but by God, it's some of the most fun I've ever had in multiplayer history. You have so many play styles being supported, with every single one of them having a broken ass loadout, from riot shields, snipers, to dual wield shotguns, to machine guns. Every category had a gun where someone would say, that's OP, why are you using that? You're trash at the game. Why are you using that? If everything's broken, nothing is.
God, you fucking riot shield. What else you want me to
riot shield. I'm a pussy that use riot shield.
That's the philosophy that Infinity Ward had with Modern Warfare 2, and that's what makes it remain as a top-tier chaos multiplayer game. They were never concerned about the meta or fixing the meta constantly or creating new meta to keep the players on the game. It's obvious the weapons and the classes that are busted in the game, and people fully leaned into it. They were yelling at each other for using a riot shield, yelling at you for using a UMP, for quick scoping, for using akimbo shotguns or shotgun secondaries. It doesn't matter what you're using. Somebody was going to trash talk you no matter what and say something about your loadout, whether it's a perk, a weapon, a category of a weapon, a kill streak. 99% of the time you had something in your loadout that was OP. Tactical insertions make it to the top of my list of equipment that was introduced in Modern Warfare 2 being so useful, but you could easily be trash talked for having one of these in your loadout, especially if you're a sniper. Camping one power position with a sniper and having a tactical insertion right there on hand with you, yeah, no, people were gonna hate you for that. The noob tubing, grenade launchers, people would hate you for that too. If you wanna know what I did, I'm a default skin guy. I would just pop on the M4A1 red dot sight, put on some stopping power, commando, and just go about my day. I'd still get trash talked all the time. I looked like a bot in a game with no bots, and I still got trash talked. This was the beginning of the end of the balanced COD experience, and what a way to start it out. A very balanced COD game like Modern Warfare 1 and a couple of OP weapons, and then just Modern Warfare 2, one of the most busted and insane multiplayers out there. Hell bro, you literally got trash talk for dying too much. I'm not joking. There were death streaks in the game where you got a perk for dying too much, and if you spawned back in with Painkiller, which allowed you to have extra health for a few seconds after spawning, people would yell at you and tell you that Painkiller was OP. So you actually would just get yelled at for dying too much. You know that a game promotes fighting in lobbies when even dying is considered overpowered. I don't think I've ever heard that before in my life, where dying is overpowered in a video game. I guess losing's overpowered in Mario Kart. I didn't even talk about kill streaks yet. Oh my god damn it. AC-130, emergency airdrop, predator missiles, and don't even get me started on the tactical nuke. Imagine being on a team where everyone is trash except for one guy carrying your team. One guy is doing everything. You're losing. The other team is whooping your ass, but it's domination and this one guy's been racking up kills. 25 kill streak. Dude gets a tactical nuke and your rinky-dinky shit team who has been making out in the corner of the map the whole game is now the winners because of one guy. One dude just changed the outcome of the whole game because he racked up kills during an objective game mode where he didn't even bother focusing on the objective. I genuinely think, I really do believe this, that Infinity Ward just said to each other, if it sounds fun, just put it in the game. And in the words of one of the old Nintendo leaders, if it's not fun, why bother? I know it's not fair, guys. People complained about this stuff back in 2009 on forums, but I just think it's so much fun. It is just a blast of a game. Like, I just love how chaotic it is. It's not trying to be balanced at all. All the classic modes from TDM, Domination, Search and Destroy, and Ground War make a return with now, for the first time ever, third-person mode. Yeah, you may think of it as new since it just got renewed recently in Call of Duty, but third-person mode has been around for 10 plus years in Modern Warfare 2. I'm so scatterbrained when talking about Modern Warfare 2, but I think nothing is more suitable. I think that Modern Warfare 2 would want me to be scatterbrained because that parallels the exact type of game that Infinity Ward designed it to be. Throw everything at the wall and just see what works. Luckily, so much of it worked due to the care and passion that went into it, especially into that stellar campaign and the busted but fun as hell multiplayer that evolved COD in the direction of being a far more casual arcade shooter than a competitive one. It could have easily fell flat on its face, but I think they knocked it out of the park. Now, there were 2 DLC packs that dropped for Modern Warfare 2, one called the Stimulus Payment. Nope. Damn it, that's 2020. The financial aid pack. No, oh my gosh. The Stimulus Map Pack. No, wait, Stimulus Package. This had 5 maps. Storm, Salvage, Bailout, and 2 from Modern Warfare 1, Overgrown and Crash. This will be important when we get into the future development problems because one thing that some Infinity Ward employees disagreed with was reusing maps from previous games in DLC. Some felt that seemed deceitful since in their eyes DLC should have all new content and not just the content from previous entries. I totally agree with that opinion. I am of that mentality as well, so right off the bat I don't give a shit about 2 of these maps from Modern Warfare 1. It's ridiculous to make me pay for maps from Modern Warfare 1 that literally was the last game Infinity Ward made. Now, Storm, Salvage, and Bailout. Bailout is a chef's kiss of a map. Ooh, I love Bailout. Not many Modern Warfare 2 maps took advantage of the American setting that's in half of the game's campaign, but this map does wonders with taking the hotel or the apartment complex and making it a setting for a map. Salvage is alright, I honestly never cared for it, way too many obstacles on the map for me, but I just barely remember it to be honest. Storm carried a lot of similarities to previous Modern Warfare maps with the warehouse interiors that had narrow hallways connected to one large middle area, kind of like Vacant from COD 4 but a lot bigger. Decent map, but by far the highlight for me is Bailout. DLC 2 is called the Resurgence Pack. Came with 5 maps and it paralleled the layout of the previous DLC. 2 of the maps are from the previous game and 3 new maps. This time around they promoted Strike and Vacant from the last game, so we don't need to talk about those. Then they had Fuel, Carnival, and Trailer Park. The Resurgence map pack I like a little bit more than the Stimulus package because the original maps just have map ideas that have never been done in COD before. Carnival and Trailer Park are extremely memorable, and even if you don't love them, they're easy to navigate and you know exactly what map you're on when you load into it. Fuel is a little bit weird because it's a big map, like huge. It's one of the biggest of the entire trilogy, and it would work fantastically as a domination or ground war map even. But if you get stuck on this bad boy Counter-Strike looking map with 4v4, oh god, it's going to get boring very fast. To wrap up on Modern Warfare 2, I really just don't have anything else to say. It takes everything about Modern Warfare 1 and noob tubes it into the fucking ground, going around the world in a consistently captivating campaign that has the most memorable villain in the franchise next to Raul Menendez. The areas you explore maintain a level of diversity that Infinity Ward achieves through its globetrotting adventure. The gimmick objectives are actually lessened from Modern Warfare 1 in this game, but when they're there, they're so insanely over the top, like when they present the EMP one in Second Son or the laser designator stuff on the golf course. The game's main focus is just constantly shifting your environments around and making that level of variety so prevalent throughout the entire storyline. God damn, it's like the first Call of Duty ever to have enemy variety too, which is so funny. It took them like 7 games to come up with something different. Riot Shield guys and Juggernauts mix things up. The game takes the storyline of the first game and actually evolves off of it, with the nuke scene being the main motivation for General Shepard. So it not only plays its cards perfectly as a game on its own merits, but it uses its villain and story to create the perfect sequel. Spec Ops is here, and it never reached the height of the other 2 modes. It still holds its own as a co-op mode though, that you can kill a few hours in, and one that you will not dislike it as long as you don't just sit there comparing it to zombies. The real fun with friends comes from that multiplayer. And I would rather have a COD game where everything in the entire game feels somewhat busted than a COD game that just changes around which gun is busted every week. Or even a COD game where everything has been taken away from you or back down to the simplest of terms to make things super balanced again. I'd rather have a busted COD that's just fun. Modern Warfare 2 allowed for all new types of gameplay customization. Not character customization yet, but allowed for some of the best maps in the entire genre, not even just the series, and allowed for some of the greatest memories in my entire gamer life. Thank you, Modern Warfare 2. Thank you, Vince and Jason, where this was your last game. And thank you to the whole original Call of Duty team, where from here on out, we're going to see many of them leave Infinity Ward. A passing of the torch. A damn perfect sequel and a damn near perfect game as a whole. Before moving on to Modern Warfare 3, I want to discuss nostalgia for a bit. We're inching our way closer and closer to the end of the Golden Age, and nostalgia is a curse but also an amazing thing for every generation. It allows for people to look back on the things they grew up with without seeing any of the flaws, but just being able to appreciate what was good about it that nobody appreciated in the first place. But it also allows for us to not understand the flaws and to be blinded to them. If I said every game on this timeline, one of you in the audience would say, wow, that's my COD. And that's amazing. I literally love that. I love to see all the support and appreciation that goes out to any of these CODs. Even fucking Call of Duty Declassified has something probably good about it. And that's why I'm just here to say you can always comment why you like something or why you dislike something or why you agree with me or why you disagree with me. COD's fan base is a tough one to please, and sadly, I am not here to tell you that every single game on the timeline is good. Nobody would agree with that. Nobody would think every game on this timeline is good. But not everybody agrees on which games are bad. And that's kind of the beauty of it. You can appreciate things about games maybe most people didn't like, or you can find stuff that you don't like about games that everybody loves. And here's a good example of that. Modern Warfare 3, Call of Duty Ghosts, and Infinite Warfare were all legit hated when they were released to the public. Especially Call of Duty Ghosts and Infinite Warfare. When I was in high school, people hated these games. And I am not telling you my thoughts on them just yet because I'm trying to point out that these are two games that were so hated. And I vividly remember people disliking Modern Warfare 3 a lot as well, because everybody said it was just Modern Warfare 2, but just more of that. It was criticized for being the same stuff from Modern Warfare 2. It's the first COD that I think ever got that classic COD criticism of all these games are just the same game. How do you play Call of Duty? They're all just the same. This was the first game I can recall that complaint originating from, Modern Warfare 3. But now in the world, Modern Warfare 3 sits at overwhelmingly positive reviews on Steam, and so much of the community thinks it's one of the best CODs ever. Nostalgia, or was it underappreciated when it came out? I like to think that's a little bit of both. Sometimes nostalgia can create a valid argument as to why a game is good. This happened to the Star Wars prequels, where everybody hated those as they came out, and people grew up with them, and people started to see the things that were good about them to begin with. But what creates a valid argument versus what is just blind nostalgia? Nobody but yourself can answer that. You don't even have to have a valid argument. It can just be your favorite, and that's okay. Nobody will ever take that away from you. And I say this before moving on because some of these games I love moving forward. Some of them I think are okay, and some of them I really just don't like at all. That's fine. Be nice to each other, even though you don't have to be nice to a video game. It's a video game. It's out there to be judged and critiqued. I have a quote that I live by in regards to the COD community, and it goes like this. The only thing that all Call of Duty fans can agree on is that they hate the newest Call of Duty. This has been true time and time again. Modern Warfare 3, nobody sang its praises till Ghosts came out. Ghost people hated right from the get-go. Advanced Warfare people hated. Black Ops 3 people hated. And before anybody tells me Black Ops 3 was loved from the get-go, it was not. It started to gain a lot of love once Zombies Chronicles came out. It was hated, especially for the story when it released. There's a reason why I say from Call of Duty Ghosts to Call of Duty Black Ops 4, I refer to that as the Dark Ages. And that's to paraphrase that the majority of the COD community hated these games at release. None of them gained a more vocal fan base till about at least a year after their release. So what led to Modern Warfare 3 though? Why was it so polarizing when it came out? Finally, Activision had decided to fire Jason and Vince on March 1st of 2010 for insubordination. They also were sued by Jason and Vince just a few days later, and then they countersued just a few days after that, and even tried to bring EA into the mix and tried to accuse them of stealing Infinity Ward and stealing Infinity Ward employees and all of this stuff. Jason and Vince were suing because They believed that they deserved royalty costs that they were not being paid. It was because their IW engine was being used in every single Call of Duty game. Even Treyarch games and Sledgehammer games were building their own engines off of their IW engine. And so they believe they have a hand in nearly every single Call of Duty being made. They deserved royalties for all the Treyarch games, all the Infinity Ward games, and the Modern Warfare games they already created. It was all settled out with an undisclosed amount being given to them by Activision. Around the same time that they gave Jason and Vince money, Activision gave around $42 million to a group of Infinity Ward employees who could either be from Infinity Ward, or could have been people who left, or could have been Jason and Vince. And there's a lot of speculation that that is the amount of money that was given to them. The CEOs of Jason and Vince after Modern Warfare 2 release were searching for ways to make themselves independent from Activision. Their contract, while favoring them and saying that they had complete creative control over Call of Duty, was a ticking time bomb. They felt that Activision was just going to let them go at any point because executives saw Modern Warfare 2 as their most lucrative game ever up until that point, and yet they couldn't do what they wanted to do with the franchise. Now, this is all going to be a bunch of legal mumbo jumbo, so I'm just going to say some of this happened and some of this allegedly happened. I will say alleged, and I will make it clear when something is not alleged. Activision and the CEOs, Jason and Vince, are on rough terms after the creative control contract that included them taking lesser pay was established. That's a fact. Allegedly, Bobby Kotick thought that the contract was insane, and right before Modern Warfare 2 came out, they were searching for ways to get both these CEOs fired. Now there's this undergoing at Activision called Project Icebreaker that is written all about in a great article at Giant Bomb written by Patrick Klapek. They found out about the EA discussions that Jason and Vince were having, and they found out that they were withholding a lot of information on future Call of Duty stories and content info. From Jason and Vince's perspective, they thought Activision was finding any reason to fire them so they could gain creative control over this franchise. That is their perspective on the matter. So what ended up happening with Project Icebreaker, and this part is confirmed through messages presented in court and through Activision trying to dismiss this man's testimony in court. Thomas Fanati, an IT director at Infinity Ward, was instructed to gain access to Jason West and Vince Zampella's computers to, quote, dig up dirt on them. Activision got Thomas to admit in court, though, that he was hacking into their work computers, not their personal computers. And that was essentially Activision's defense regarding the case, since it was work computers and it was not considered personal invasion. Their work computers are company property, so therefore nothing wrong was done according to them. Not saying that's true, but that was the defense. The IT director also said other parts within the messages, and this stuff has never been confirmed, like Project Icebreaker that was fully meant to just get rid of Vince and Jason, or he was told in regards to hacking their computers, don't worry about it. Bobby Kotick will protect you. Don't worry about the repercussions. I mean, hell, even allegedly they were planning on having a fire drill, a fake fire drill, just to be able to hack into their computers. This is not proven, but this is a thing that was presented in court, which is insane. Project Icebreaker was admitted, though, by George Rose, the chief legal advisor of Activision, that Project Icebreaker was a new plan to make it easier to access employee emails. Allegedly, in Activision and Bobby Kotick's eyes, these two CEOs were betrayers by having all of the info of future games concealed and going to EA to possibly form an independent company. And they viewed this as scummy for talking bad about Activision executives as well. I say scummy because Activision does actually refer to the CEOs as self-serving schemers when they are countersuing. That's where a lot of this information comes from. It's from the fact that once Jason and Vince were terminated from the company, they sued Activision, and then Activision countersued them. Activision, when countersuing, was forming other accusations that, like, when they were meeting up with EA, when they worked at Infinity Ward, they were devising a plan to steal Infinity Ward from Activision, which this is pretty fucking ironic considering you took a shitload of employees from 2015, the game company originally. You had them create an independent studio, Infinity Ward, that you gave $1 million to. Do you remember that, guys? Do you remember that, Activision? Then you bought Infinity Ward, rendering EA's partnership with 2015 studios utterly fucking useless. Medal of Honor Allied Assault had 22 developers on it from 2015 studios. 22 developers left 2015 studios to form Infinity Ward with the help of Activision. So who's actually here planning on taking employees and dismantling franchises? Activision. They literally project named Call of Duty 1 Medal of Honor killer. I'm not going to hide my bitter feelings about Activision, but this is all just for shits and giggles. It's just very ironic. I know there was contractual differences, and I know that it's not the same legally binding contract, but I'm also not going to pretend that I don't think that Activision is being kind of ridiculous. I just think all this ironic as hell. And I would never, do not ever message anybody. Do not ever send anything mean to any developers or any executives or anything like that. There's no point. That is ridiculous. That's disgusting behavior. That should never be supported. That is just nasty. Even if this was all fact, which it's not, even if every bit of this was proven in court, there would still be no reason to run around harassing people on the internet. Even with how much I dislike Activision, and even with how much I dislike studio interference, and I automatically favor Jason and Vince just because naturally I'm an artist, I'm a creator. So in the artist versus studio argument, I always favor the artist. But I can see the perspective as to why Activision was mad at them. You are having discussions with one of their competitors about making a new company. You are apparently even talking crap about the executives. So this whole fuzzy area, this whole gray area, I can get why Activision was annoyed with them, but I still don't think they were in the right. So now where is Jason and Vince? Well, as I said, they did go back to EA. The CEOs inevitably went off to create Respawn Entertainment. Respawn is honestly the best studio under EA's belt right now, so this is incredible. Respawn even got another Medal of Honor game eventually. And don't get me wrong, it's not exactly the most liked game in the series, but it's fun to think that Jason and Vince got to make another Medal of Honor game after all these years. And if you know who Respawn is, yes, Jason and Vince are responsible and are the creators of Titanfall. You have a group of guys who made a Medal of Honor game. They left EA due to creative control. They joined Activision to make the Medal of Honor killer. They left Activision due to creative control. They rejoined EA for creative control. Then they made Titanfall, which was dubbed a Call of Duty killer in 2013. And then Call of Duty copied Titanfall with wall running and thruster packs in 2014 with Advanced Warfare. And then if all of that doesn't make it more confusing, they also made another Medal of Honor game. And now they make Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, which, yeah, I guess, whatever, natural progression, right? Am I right? Oh, actually, hold on. Let's make it even more messed up. They also worked on Apex Legends. Some of their old team worked on Fortnite, and both of those were Battle Royales. And guess what Activision did? Activision copied Battle Royales by making Blackout and Warzone. There. I think we're done. I can only hope. It's a doozy. It's really funny. Let's go into the original Medal of Honor Allied Assault team. Here's a few of them right here. Vince Zampella, Jason West, Earl Hammond Jr. in engineering, Brad Allen in art, Paul Messerly in animation, Todd Alderman in level design, Steve Fukuda, level designer, Preston Glenn, also another level designer, Mackie McClandish, another level designer, and this isn't even everybody, but this is 9 out of 22 of the original Medal of Honor Allied Assault team who left EA to do Infinity Ward and then left Infinity Ward right after Vince and Jason left. And guess where all of these guys went? They all went to help out with creating Titanfall. Now, through all the lawsuits, through all the leaving, through all the creative control problems, that's nearly half of the original team that left to support Jason and Vince with their new project. And it's more than that. Those are just the people that I could find immediately from my research. I have respect for that amount of loyalty as a team. You can view Activision as destroying Medal of Honor or view EA for taking these employees and attempting to destroy COD, whatever you want to see. But at the end of the day, it's a team of guys who stuck together through everything. That's really sweet. Michael Boone, Zeed Rike, Nathan Silvers, and Mark Grigsby are also some of the original OG team, with the exception some of them joined with Call of Duty 2, but they have stuck with Infinity Ward all the way till the newest COD. That's also very impressive. But this is our send-off to all of those people who made that OG game until 2009's Modern Warfare 2. Godspeed to you, you damn fantastic developers. Now, for anybody who wants to know my opinion on Modern Warfare 2 Remastered, it's just legit, just a better looking version of Modern Warfare 2 that has cheat codes. There's nothing to talk about. It's frustrating because there's no multiplayer, and that just screams that Activision wanted to drag players into buying the new Modern Warfare 3 so they could have inferior versions of the original Modern Warfare 2 maps. But that's my assumption. Let's just talk about the real Modern Warfare 3. With Modern Warfare 3 2011s that entered our lives after a damn near perfect Black Ops 1 that showed Treyarch meant business in the friendly competition with Infinity Ward. Treyarch never had the amount of craziness that was happening at Infinity Ward. They've never had that. They've had plenty of bad issues. They've had plenty of stuff going on, but nothing in the entire all three Call of Duty companies has been as crazy as the stuff that occurred at Infinity Ward. So let's get into it. Let's talk about the real Modern Warfare 3 2011 and the hype leading up to it. Paul Sandler, who was part of the leftover team at Infinity Ward, talks about his story to an IGN interviewer, Wesley Yenpool. He talks about a story revolving around Activision's response to firing these two studio heads. Everybody at Infinity Ward was cooped up in a staff room kitchen with a couple of executives from Infinity Ward. A couple of the employees started asking about if they were going to get bonuses for the work that they did on Modern Warfare 2, considering it was a success. And also, they were promised bonuses by Activision. Activision apparently promised these employees bonuses for the work on Modern Warfare 2. An executive tried to counter this question with another ask of Infinity Ward. He said, guys, just finish Modern Warfare 3 and you will get your Modern Warfare 2 bonuses. And you'll also get a salary increase of 50%. And as you can imagine, everybody was pissed. Because saying, guys, just finish Modern Warfare 3 and you'll get your Modern Warfare 2 bonuses and a salary increase. That's ridiculous. Just give them the bonuses. Employees eventually got those bonuses one way or another, and around half of all in Infinity Ward left during the production of Modern Warfare 3, or they were fired. Around 40 people out of around 100 people in a studio. I can't imagine any of this from an employee's perspective. Like, I'd be pissed. I'd be mad about everything. This is public info, by the way. This is not something one employee said. Activision knowingly held on to Modern Warfare 2 bonuses, and according to the lawsuit, held them hostage just to force the workers to finish Modern Warfare 3 in a timely manner. Now, I'm done talking about the legal talk. All of this, one way or another, even if you play devil's advocate for Activision, it does look very bad for them. You got workers coming out talking about conversations, really fucked up conversations that Activision had about holding their bonuses hostage. They've got Project Icebreaker to try and get into more employee emails. However you want to spin this story, there is one part of it that is bad for Activision, if not all of it. There's no surprise that Modern Warfare 3, especially the later entries that did not have the resources or that original team, would suffer because they dismantled literally one of the best FPS teams to ever exist. They might have done it unintentionally, but it did happen. God damn. That 2015 game studio is one of the best original FPS squads ever. And that extends right into what the biggest note we could probably make on the history of development for Modern Warfare 3 is, which is just the fact of how many studios had to help out Infinity Ward on this project. Treyarch, Neversoft, and the newly formed Sledgehammer Games from one of the original Dead Space creators, Glenn Schofield, they all swooped in and had to pick up all the pieces to Modern Warfare 3. The one guy who got promoted and was kind of leading Infinity Ward at the time for Modern Warfare 3 is Robert Bowling, a very blunt man who acted as the community manager and moved into the creative strategist role soon after Modern Warfare 2's release. He left Call of Duty after the release of Call of Duty Ghost. And once he left Call of Duty, he actually formed Midnight Society, which a lot of people know because Dr. Disrespect, the Twitch streamer, helped found this studio as well before he screwed the pooch, and then now he's out of there. But I'm not going to get much into that because that's not even related to Call of Duty. Now Dr. Disrespect is not connected to Midnight Society, but I believe Robert Bowling still is. What you guys want to hear though about Modern Warfare 3 is all the pain it went through, all the suffering in production, all the studios helping out, and me just sitting there as a kid disliking every second of it when it released. I never liked Modern Warfare 3 when it came out, but now as I replay it as an adult, especially knowing all the development hell it went through,
Perhaps I treated you too harshly.
there are 3 children. One is an accountant named Modern Warfare 1, mildly successful son. And Modern Warfare 2, the second son, yes, I made that pun, is the kid who grew up being a business owner who then hires the first son to work for him, and they both are just majorly successful. Cool people to hang out with. They're just so, you can learn so much from them. Now, the third son comes along. He doesn't give a shit about any of this. He's a dishwasher who works at a local Subway. He's a smoker who plays video games all day long, and his name is Modern Warfare 3. Everybody points at him and laughs and says, wow, you're such a failure. Look at the 2 older brothers. They were so successful. Then people ask me, what do you think of the dishwashing squatter Modern Warfare 3? And my answer will always be, from here on out, I mean, yeah, he's the worst of the 3 for sure, and he ain't always looking that good, but by God, he's kind of funny, and he's the most fun to hang out with. Modern Warfare 3 is super generic. It's a by-the-numbers plot, it's a by-the-numbers sequel, but it's kind of enjoyable though. Let me just talk about the plot. And actually, let's break down the theme. You know, I broke down the theme of the first 2 games. Let's break down the theme of the third game. Yeah, there's no theme. Subtlety? Yeah, fucking right. That's a joke. The most subtle thing to happen in Modern Warfare 3 is a train crashing beneath a subway. That younger son is looking stupid. That younger son looks dumb, but boy is he a grand old time to hang out with and smoke with. You get more subtlety and theme from the trailers and the marketing of this game than you do from the actual game. Spectacular trailers, by the way. Holy crap. I still have the ending trailer line ingrained in my head from when Makarov says,
"Just the will of a single man."
That trailer just stuck with me for all these years. Teaser trailers for every country, they had Warzone within the game. And then the logo, the flipping of the M in MW3 so it says W for Wumbo, that is the coolest thing I've ever seen in my whole life. You feel like you could just sit down, have some brewskis, hang out with your friends, and play MW3. There's no theme, there's no subtlety, there's nothing new here outside of some minor things, and it just feels like Modern Warfare 2 again with some tweaks and new additions. One of the craziest new things, in my opinion, like craziest, is the direction the story takes. The first game was the story of Task Force 141. The second game is all about the villain. And then this third game is just a Captain Price game. It's literally just Captain Price, the video game. The entire story revolves around Captain Price. If you ever wanted just a COD game to be centered on this man, this is it. Everything from the villain to the deaths that occur in the story, the flashbacks, to the final confrontation, everything is basically just Price's story. Sure, there's a couple of secondary characters like, you know, Delta Squad and Yuri who kind of share the spotlight, but this is Price's story. Do not get that mistaken. This is not a Task Force 141 game. It's not even a game about the villain because nobody cares about Makarov. This is just a Captain Price game through and through. Call of Duty? Modern Warfare 3. Right after Modern Warfare 2 ended, Soap is flown to a safe house that is a shelter for Nikolai. This is where you meet Yuri, who you play as for the majority of the game due to Task Force 141 being mostly dead at this point because of the darkest hour they had in the previous game. In other scenarios, the game lets you play as a squad who is protecting cities and countries from Russia. These guys are basically here because Task Force 141 or Captain Price, Soap, and Yuri cannot go to every major city in the world to see fantastic spectacles like New York City. I'm not joking. I'm convinced that's why Delta Squad and Metal Squad and all this crap is here. They cut to these guys so you can go to every city you want to visit in a World War III blockbuster. Price and Soap can't go to these due to it absolutely making no sense for their plot. Makarov is now in control of Russia after kidnapping the president and attempting to force him to tell them the nuclear codes. They threaten to kidnap his daughter. Makarov has also somehow spread trucks filled with gas bombs all around countries throughout Europe, and as you chase it down, you aren't able to prevent it. It explodes and it ruins a family vacation in the process. It's tragic. Soap is back up on his feet after recovering from his injury, while the remaining task force and Yuri go figure out who gave out these gas bombs, just like finding the arms dealer for No Russian in Modern Warfare 2's tragedy, and just like finding out who gave the nukes for the tragedy in Modern Warfare 1. Finding somebody who has info on the villain, finding somebody who gave out weapons to the villain, finding somebody who did this, and then eventually finding the actual villain. That tends to be all 3 games. And there's always that tragedy, of course. While getting ambushed over midway through the game, Soap hears Makarov and Yuri know each other. Soap is in awful shape after being injured and has to be dragged dragged by Yuri and Price to safety. In the second act low point of the game that fully revolves around Captain Price's story, Soap dies on a table, and right before he dies, he says, "Makarov knows Yuri." Price has a breakdown for a split second, realizing this is the last person in his whole team to be gone. Roach and Ghost being killed by General Shepard, and now Soap being killed in action. Now the only person left with him is Yuri. You assume everything is fine and dandy, but it doesn't take more than 5 seconds until Price punches you down a staircase and points a gun to your head and then is demanding to know why Makarov knows who you are. An iconic moment in the COD series. Captain Price has gone from courageous leader to prisoner of war for years to risky rogue soldier, and now he is a shell of who he once was, losing his last friend in this war. Now all Captain Price wants to do, the only objective he has left in his head, is to get this fucker Makarov off the radar. Yuri explains that for years he was indoctrinated onto the side of Makarov. Makarov lured him into his ultra-nationalist cult, and Yuri didn't fight back until No Russian. Yuri was there, too injured to hurt Makarov and stop him from committing the shooting. Yuri talks about his regrets, but who he is now isn't who he once was. Captain Price basically just hates him for the rest of the game until the ending. Every mission together is just Captain Price telling you what to do and having the mentality of keep up or get left behind, because his loyalty to Yuri has run thin after Soap's death. Yuri, Price, and Team Metal actually have to all work together to save the Russian president's daughter before Makarov can get to her and use her as leverage for nuclear codes. They save her, and then the president. Soon after, Russia and the US are now starting to have peace talks after figuring out that Makarov's been behind this whole plan since the beginning. Yuri and Price, though, they have one last stop to make. They have to stop to get Makarov out of this hotel that he's staying at with all of his forces. You fight your way up the hotel in Juggernaut suits, and Yuri is nearly killed, telling Price to go on without him. Captain Price races to the top of the roof, fights Makarov off of a helicopter, and while both are injured, Makarov is about to shoot Price. Yuri shows up with a second to spare and shoots Makarov, which causes him to turn around and shoot Yuri dead. Captain Price jumps up after this and then tackles Makarov to the ground. He wraps a rope around his neck that was on the roof of the building. They fall through the glass ceiling together, and Makarov is hung, while Captain Price, still injured, enjoys a celebratory cigar. Hardest image. That's an album cover. Wow, he's just hung from the ceiling. This is Captain Price video game, let's just face it. When you first see him, he's got some gray hairs in his beard now. Everyone on his team is dead, and he's the sole survivor. He is the one that needs to kill Makarov. The whole plot, every event in the whole game revolves around referencing Pripyat, which is the place where Captain Price was supposed to kill Zakai from Modern Warfare 1. Everything links back to that one event in the series. The second act low point barely affects anyone but Captain Price. None of the other soldiers in this room know who Soap is, and I mean Yuri barely even knows Soap either. It is Captain Price's game. So I could easily see this being someone's favorite campaign in the story, especially if they gravitate towards Captain Price as the iconic character he is. A couple of notes on the story from my point of view is that I love the idea of World War III and the Western nations working together against ultra-nationalist Russia. You get to go all over the world in this one, just like the last game, but now you get to visit new areas, and a lot of them being major cities that everybody has heard of but has never gotten to see in one of these games yet. New York City and Paris are great examples of that. Team Metal and Delta Squad and all of them, they're a little bit underdeveloped because of this. There isn't really much going on with them outside of just gaining intel and then visiting these major landmarks. They do sacrifice themselves by the ending, and that's kind of sweet, but outside of that, like, nobody cares about these guys really. The thing that also makes up for their underdeveloped story, though, is that they have some of the best missions from a gameplay standpoint and from an environment standpoint. The end of the first act still feels very calculated, following the tragic ending of the first act trope with the nuke, no Russian, and now a family dying in a gas bomb. Here's the thing, it still works in Modern Warfare 3, and I'm going to explain why. The gas bomb was huge and killed thousands of people, but they don't show that when adding impact to the attack. They don't show the massive nuclear explosion. They don't show all the people get shot up inside of an airport. What they show is this little family on vacation who suffered. And that to me makes this ending work. That to me is what makes this tragedy work just as well as the first two games. If it focused on the tragedy in the same way they did the last two for impact, it would feel cheap to me. It would just feel like lazy writing. You show off this gas bomb that probably killed thousands, maybe even millions of people, but it makes it so much more impactful now because they focus on this just family on vacation. Just because this is impactful though doesn't mean the game has an impactful plot. It feels very meandering outside of just a few scenes like Soap's death or the gas bomb attack. Nothing really interesting is happening this time around, such as the introduction of Modern Warfare or the villain of General Shepard or the plot twist. You kind of are just waiting to get to massive landmark locales so you can have the time of your life in World War III combat. The plot twist of the game is Yuri working for Makarov, but this just doesn't hit as hard for me as General Shepard being the villain. That's just my own personal opinion. I just don't care to connect Makarov to every tragedy that has ever occurred in this entire series. It feels lazy. It feels like a cop-out to me, seeing Makarov be the one to blow up the nuke from Modern Warfare 1. It kind of feels silly almost. Like it's just, he's been behind the curtain the whole time type of thing. It's just weird to me. I don't think it was really needed. No Russian made sense to me, and even being with Zakhaev when he was shot made sense to me still because he's like a loyal ultra-nationalist to him. Him being there to set off the nuke seemed like a step too far for me. It was like when you watch a movie series and every villain you see, they finally do the ending of the trilogy and the final movie is like, yeah, this villain, he created everybody else. To me, it's very shoehorned in to make him the biggest baddie of the whole trilogy. Oh, how do we make it so Makarov was even responsible for the creation of General Shepard as a villain? Oh, have him do the nuke scene also. I'm crapping on it, but it does work fine in a game where I get to have battles in front of the Eiffel Tower because this whole game just obsesses over giving you iconic battle after iconic battle, which is why we are going to start breaking down the missions, or at least my favorite missions. I think Infinity Ward, especially with all the trouble they were going through with Activision at the time, didn't know exactly what to do for this game. My thoughts are that they just said, let's just make everything more and more over the top until we can't do anything anymore. And they kind of succeed pretty well at that. The game starts off with Black Tuesday, and you're in New York City being destroyed by Russian soldiers. You fight through New York, going through Wall Street buildings that look like a replication of TV Station from Modern Warfare 1, and you even escape onto the roof of the skyscraper fighting Russians. It's a huge opening, and it's better than Modern Warfare 2's opening already. In the next mission, you have to stop the Russian Navy, and by doing so, you're going to hijack their submarine in New York and use their own missiles against them. An okay mission, but even with the strong opening of the game, in my personal opinion, it does have the weakest first act of the whole trilogy. Fun fact here, there's a part where you're driving boats around the destroyed New York cities, and the guy in front of you is doing the exact same animations as Captain Price from Modern Warfare 2's ending mission. This is actually how petty Call of Duty fans were pointing this out at release, because I did not point this out on my own. I found this online, and people were using it as an example as to how Modern Warfare 3 was lazy for reusing Modern Warfare 2 assets and not making anything new. It reminds me of the time of when people were complaining about how God of War Ragnarok didn't use new animations for entering a boat. Some of the best gaming franchises ever reuse assets and animations, or they update just some of the assets from the previous entry. Sometimes it can be distracting. Sometimes a Call of Duty game can feel like nothing has changed, but saying that the animation on the boat is an example of that is kind of a stretch to me. There's a lot of other things you could call out about this game or a lot of other Call of Duty games. That was just a fun fact rant. Maybe put you down memory lane if you remember that video. The Yuri and Price missions trying to get Soap to safety and get him medical attention, they're a little bit, I don't really care. They're just kind of going from firefight to firefight without much objective or story going on. It's fairly boring to me. The story doesn't really start to pick up until after the time jump, where you're now playing as a soldier named Burns as you fight your way through London trying to figure out where this gas bomb is. This is when the story really picks up to me, towards the end of the first act. There's the classic buildup that you saw in Shock and Awe from Modern Warfare 1 right before the nuke drops, but now you're chasing after a train, and the dev said, let's make this shit go so over the top. You managed to stop one truck with a line of soldiers at the end of a mission, revealing that more of these things exist out there. The moment that's revealed, that's when it cuts to a family on a little vacation. An awesome mission from that train chase that, while ridiculous, has enough build up to make for one of the best action scenes in the game. I get that it's a turret section. I'm gonna be crapped on for how many turret sections are in the series that I don't talk about sometimes, but whatever. It's a turret section. I have a soft spot for this one. I don't hate all of them. I ain't gonna automatically hate a turret section just because it's a turret section, but a lot of them are fake variety. Goalpost is the first mission to Act 2, flying hundreds of helicopters with Delta Squad, and you drop in and you're surrounded by tanks that you can hide behind as you push forward through enemy lines. It's the gas bomb aftermath from Makarov invading Europe. The appeal here is just seeing countries that have never been torn apart by war in over like almost 100 years, and then seeing the devastating effects that modern war would have on them. And in this game, it's painted as an epic, so it can be really just spectacle based and entertaining to run around these environments, be behind tanks, take out your enemies. It's not very subtle at all. I mean, literally the ending of Iron Lady later in the game has you in Paris and the Eiffel Tower falls over as you're flying away from it. You can call it glorifying the event, whatever you want to say, but it's not trying to be subtle, not even remotely, not even as subtle as the last two games were. You want to know what I would call it?
Damn good television.
Return to Sender surprised me as being one of my favorite missions in the game, though. It might actually be my favorite. I always pick very odd choices for my favorite missions. I don't know why. I think it's kind of obvious because I'm just such a simple man. I will immediately be disinterested and not care about a mission if it's boring or generic or as that fake variety that we talked about so long ago. Return to Sender, though, has this awesome big sandstorm that shakes things up midway through the mission, and it just satisfies the simple man in me. The simple man, guys. Like, we're part of the COD fandom. We're supposed to be simple men and women out here. The big sandstorm flies in for the entire last half of the mission. You have to navigate through the sandstorm, only being able to shoot enemies based on seeing their flashlights. They sprinkle in just a bunch of random firefights before this that aren't exactly the most unique thing, but you can control Nikolai's chopper for assistance, and that adds a little extra salt on my delicious fries. It's my junk food mission, and they just poured salt on those fries, allowing me to use Nikolai's chopper, giving me a sandstorm. It's all just awesome stuff. I'm not just gonna sit here and say it's amazing, though. I will tell you what's different about it and why I probably prefer it. Most of the gimmicks I talked about way earlier in Modern Warfare 1, they never get a setup. Most of them are just, oh, this is your stealth mission. This is the snowy mission. Oh, this is the car chase, blah, 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 blah. This one gets a setup. And I think that's what makes it stand out to me. You can see the sandstorm so far away in the distance at the beginning of the level. It's like a really good plot point setup. You guys remember Mission Impossible 4, which ironically enough came out the same year as this game? Tom Cruise sees the sandstorm in the distance. Everything revolves around completing the mission before the sandstorm hits, but it's too late by the last half of the level in Modern Warfare 3. They may have copied MI4, but the game came out legit the same year, so I don't actually know if they would have had time to do that. Nobody will ever know, I guess, but it's still an excellent, just amazing setup for a mission. And the final half with the sandstorm that blinds my vision also gives me a blind love for this mission. Let's skip on over to Iron Lady. Call of Duty tries something new rather than just being the stereotypical copy and paste of the Death from Above AC-130 mission from Modern Warfare 1. Now, they make it so you can switch between the AC-130 and the camera flies down to the surface and you become Delta Squad going through and clearing out enemies. The feature enhances and involves Death from Above. I respect the change up. We have a stereotypical stealth moment next with not much to add to it outside of the last third. It's called Blood Brothers, and it's honestly fairly quick. The major point of it being is that Soap realizes that Yuri knows Makarov. He gets injured and you have to drag him around for the last third of this, fighting off groups of enemies until he inevitably dies. It's kind of lame, but it does have that fantastic ending with one of the best scenes in the franchise. I'm gonna admit to something, and this goes for even one shot, one kill from Modern Warfare 1. I just find parts in COD games where you have to carry around somebody who is injured to be so lame. I cannot stand them. I know that they're meant to like mix up the fast-paced shoot 'em up gameplay and you're supposed to have to set people down, get into cover, it makes everything slower, but I think it makes everything slower by slowing down the momentum of the game rather than just making things harder. I do not enjoy this. Stronghold starts off Act 3 where you enter a castle to try and figure out the location of Makarov. This is where I gotta admit something that I never thought I would ever admit in my life. regardless of Act 1 and Act 2 not being as good as Modern Warfare 1 or Modern Warfare 2. Act 3 might be the best of the entire trilogy. Most of the trilogy struggles justifying its third act. They are typically the worst part about the game, but Modern Warfare 3 subverts this by making it the best act. Stronghold kicks us off with setting up C4 around a base that you're sneaking around in with Captain Price. You have to deal with Captain Price begrudgingly accepting you as his partner, and at the end of the first part, you get that satisfying payoff by blowing up all the C4 and taking out everyone in the area. That classic COD build-up to shootouts. Where would we be without it? Scorched Earth is next on the list, where you have to travel through the remains of Berlin, Germany with Delta Squad and Team Metal as you try to rescue the Russian president's daughter before she gets captured. Do you guys remember the Modern Warfare 3 trailers with the famous building falling shot that was at the ending of like every trailer? It starts by showing you that and your player knocking on death's door, and then it rewinds so it means you can play the 16 minutes before his near-death experience. Hiding behind tanks for cover, rappelling up buildings, going through building ruins, and then seeing unrecognizable Germany. Down the Rabbit Hole has a lot to offer here, with scenes of Team Metal and Captain Price meeting to help save the Russian president's daughter from captivity. The sacrifice of Team Metal to save the daughter, and that sequentially allows for the US and Russia to begin peace talks, is a nice send-off. From the story standpoint and the environmental standpoint, with it being in a mining facility, there's a lot going on. You get the opportunity to swap between Predator missiles and gunfights, just like Contingency in Modern Warfare 2, which is always welcomed in the Modern Warfare trilogy. We always love this stuff. You escape by the hair on your neck, and now you move on to kill Makarov once and for all. The final two games had lackluster levels they picked as their final mission of the game. Even though I love General Shepard's final monologue and I love that little fist fight that you witness, I like the boat ride, the final missions are a little bit underwhelming. Dust to Dust blows all of that away. This is the best final bit to an Act 3 in this entire trilogy. I even like to believe that Dust to Dust inspired Sledgehammer to do the same for their final couple of missions on Advanced Warfare, where you control a mech suit, similar to how you're in a Juggernaut suit in the final mission of this game. I mean, hell, they even co-developed Modern Warfare 3. Dust to Dust puts you in a Juggernaut suit for the first time as you rip through all of Makarov's enemies, makes you get into battles with helicopters while stuck on elevators, and finally ends on the rooftop like an 80s action film such as Die Hard would. Badass through and through, and the best ending this trilogy has to offer. None of the story is straight up bad, but I just don't feel the need to talk about it as much as the previous two. I know that the previous two mean more to me as well, but I can pinpoint what sticks out to me, and a lot sticks out to me in Modern Warfare 1 and 2, whereas just not as much does in Modern Warfare 3. It doesn't mean it's bad, just not as much for me to talk about. Modern Warfare 3 contains a story that fits the bill for average endings to a trilogy, but if you're an avid Captain Price fan, there is a ton you're gonna get out of this game. His presence drives the story of this otherwise somewhat empty but obligatory conclusion. Is Modern Warfare 3 better than I remember though? Oh my god, yes, significantly. I used to not like this game at all. Many people don't like it, and that may surprise some people who were actually children when it came out, like 6 to 10 years old. But amongst adults and high schoolers, people were kind of whatever about it. I hated this game so much that I actually went on a COD hiatus for a few years until I think Advanced Warfare came out, which is a weird title to come back to, by the way. My friends kind of forced me to. I don't even know if I'd be playing Call of Duty to this day if my friends didn't force me to come back and play Advanced Warfare. If I kept up with the news with all the behind the scenes drama going on when Modern Warfare 3 was coming out, I probably wouldn't have expected it to be as good as the first two. That was the hype after that fantastic marketing. I hate on here sometimes because raging can be funny, and sometimes you just gotta vent to your crowd. Rage culture is gross though when you take it to the next level, or when you let it make you blindly hate everything about something and you can't appreciate anything about it. There's always good things about anything in art, even Call of Duty Declassified. There's always good things about everything in art unless it's just made from a place of hate. There's always something good to talk about, even in Call of Duty Declassified. I'll find something when I inevitably talk about it. This was an example of my life though, where I fell for hype culture, which blinded me to the good qualities and aspects of this game's campaign. I was so hyped, had such high expectations that when they weren't met, I didn't find anything to enjoy. hype culture that pushed me into rage culture. And now here we are as appreciation culture. With Modern Warfare 3, the thing to appreciate is that it has the most content in this entire trilogy. Multiplayer for Modern Warfare 3 does not make any changes from Modern Warfare 2, or at least any substantial changes. Modern Warfare 2 took everything from Modern Warfare 1 and went to crazy town with the weapon damage, the insane perks, the amount of kill streaks, and everything. Modern Warfare 3 feels like it's taking a step back to be more fair than Modern Warfare 2. Almost trying to achieve this balance of the fairness of Modern Warfare 1 with the broken insanity of 2. It's not possible, but it's trying. They add a few new features like proficiency, which acts as a perk for your primary gun. Kill streaks have also been changed by adding 3 new categories. One is the assault pack, which has aggressive kill streaks. One is the support pack that obviously has support kill streaks, and the other is specialist. The best of these 3 and a new addition is by far specialist, where you can unlock extra perks as you gather kills, making yourself a one-man army rather than having to focus on doing something entirely outside of your gameplay for a kill streak. If you just want to play the game and you don't want to have to lay down, pull out a computer screen, and go into a kill streak, then this is the pack for you. And I get the incentive of this categories feature, but I kind of just wish it was either pick your own kill streaks or use specialist, because I do think making all 3 of these packs kind of feels like a change nobody asked for, but they just did it anyway. It feels like a change because they needed just something to change, because there wasn't a lot different about Modern Warfare 3. I don't think it makes people want to be a support class, and it trims out customization, which is a building block for Modern Warfare's success from 2007. A building block that I'd like to keep, by the way. Proficiency extends this customization building block, whereas these kill streak categories kind of diminish it. If they just had specialist and then you could just pick your own kill streaks if you didn't want to use specialist, that would work perfect for me. Infinity Ward's attempt to go more balanced can be seen through booting shotgun secondaries, booting commando as a perk, and a few other perks actually, but that does not change the fact that the game is still kind of busted. The Moab replaced the tactical nuke, the ACR being a ridiculous assault rifle, and Akimbo still dominating the battlefield. Fire rate was actually so high with Akimbo dual wielding that they did have to nerf it multiple times. The Akimbo FM9s are still considered overpowered even after all the nerfs, at least according to countless forums online. They added a trophy system as equipment, probably the best one they've added since the throwing knife and tactical insertion in Modern Warfare 2. So let's just talk about the meat, because there really is not that much different in terms of gameplay from Modern Warfare 2. Did they outdo the maps from MW2 though? No, but they're all still kind of great. A few of my favorites are Hard Hat, Underground, Village, Lockdown, Downturn, Resistance, and Bakara, and of course, Dome. People trashed on these maps when MW3 came out, but I'd see no reason to. If you think comparing them to the last game is fair, then fine, but I ain't going to do that, because as I said earlier, Modern Warfare 2 features some of the greatest FPS maps ever, and I don't think it's fair for me to judge to that standard, especially with the production issues behind the scenes. Listed before some of the best that Modern Warfare 3 has to offer, and the game has the most maps in the entire trilogy, if you include the DLC. The DLC adds 16 maps, bringing the map total to 36. The DLC also added Chaos Mode and a couple of Spec Ops missions for every single pack, which showed us that superior amount of content being provided with every DLC. Overwatch, Liberation, Gulch, Boardwalk, Getaway remain some of my favorites that are offered through DLC. They should remake some of these, especially Getaway and Overwatch, not the game Overwatch. Don't touch that. Don't touch that even if you got paid. Not all of them are great though. Some of them are just reusing old maps to lure you in, like bringing back Terminal, which was in Modern Warfare 2. But I ain't going to complain much about it because most of the DLC maps are originals. The only thing regarding these solid DLC packs that I really can complain about is the ridiculous price. To own 16 maps, a few Spec Ops mission, and Chaos Mode, they charged you $60 for all of them. I know the $15 per pack is pretty similar to the way it used to be, but to get all these DLCs is $60. I would have recommended the DLC packs if you have friends to play with, but by God, after seeing that price, I don't recommend them anymore. I'd say the most you should be spending on all of these together is maybe $20 and 20 2024. 13 years ago, maybe $30. $15 only buys you one map pack though, and that is criminal. And that's the case for any of these map packs that cost $15 or something. That's just ridiculous. Do not buy these for Modern Warfare 3. They will kill you a couple of hours and that's it. Only buy them if you know for a fact that you're going to be able to pour 20 hours into them, because $60 makes Activision the self-serving schemers of the world. All other side content, it's fine. I know there are avid defenders of survival, so let's just get through it. Let's trudge on. In case you don't know what survival is, it's just horde mode. You unlock everything within the first 3 rounds, throwing a juggernaut and occasionally a dog or a helicopter. The only exception for new enemies here outside of those is bomber vest guys, who honestly blew me away. So surprised they're not in the campaign. The chests where you buy stuff, it can sell you body armor, guns, predator missiles, airstrikes, equipment, and my personal favorite being AI that helps you survive. Round 1, you get the gun shop. Round 2, you get the armor and explosive shop, and round 3, you get the air support shop. The reason I am very straightforward about this mode is that there is nothing to discuss. Every map is just a multiplayer map that has been repurposed for horde mode, and it really would have benefited if they made custom maps, but they obviously did not have the time to do that when in development. I thought for a second that the DLC's maps were made specifically for survival, and then soon realized the DLC maps were just the multiplayer maps added to survival again. I can't talk about survival because there's just literally nothing to talk about. Every now and then you get a helicopter round, a juggernaut round, and you just use the resources for the shops to be able to help you survive. I feel like the sole purpose of this mode is for you just to sit down with a friend from high school, order up some pizza, get drunk, and just shoot some dudes. That sounds like a good game, but I'd argue that getting drunk and eating pizza is doing about 75% of the battle in terms of a good time, because I think survival mode is so bare bones and kind of dry in terms of substance. And you may be assuming that I just hated this mode from the get-go, I just went into it wanting to hate it or whatever, but this is the mode I have the most good memories with. I played this more than anything else in all of Modern Warfare 3. I probably played so much of the map Resistance, more hours in that than anything else in the game, all because I wanted to get in the top 10 on the online leaderboard. Tell me why you liked survival down below, and tell me why it clicked for you in the same exact way that it clicked for me as a kid. Not bad, just bare bones. Now Spec Ops, oh my god, here we go. Spec Ops already had barely an incentive to be played in the first place, considering half the missions are just reused campaign areas with an objective that barely benefits off of being played in co-op. They're not super fun to play. Sometimes the special operations surprise me, but usually it's because they require co-op. They require you to work together and figure out something. Think Big Brother or any one of the missions where one of you is in a helicopter while one of you is on the ground. The missions that require cooperation, the point of special operations. The frustrating part with Modern Warfare 3 especially is that the DLC special operations are significantly better than the base game Spec Ops. Well, of course it's better, it's DLC. But we aren't talking, oh, of course it's better, it's DLC. We're talking, oh, the DLC maps are good, whereas the base game ones are terrible and not fun. The difficulty feels not play tested at all, and half the base game Spec Ops maps are basically impossible on Veteran. I don't remember most of them because they're not very memorable either. I mean, I just played a ton of them recently and I couldn't tell you most of them. The only benefit we got from them not being play tested enough is that instead of forcing you to get 3 stars to unlock the next area, Infinity Ward said, fuck it, we ain't fixing the difficulty, and then just completely changed it to a leveling system for survival in Spec Ops. So even if you lost, you could still level up. You unlocked new gear in survival, or you unlocked new operations in Spec Ops. First time in COD where a bonus mode had a separate progression system, and even zombies would later adopt this down the line. The new progression system added so much. I just wish Infinity Ward created it with any other reason in mind besides that the Spec Ops maps are horrendous to play through on Veteran. You want my official difficulty playthrough recommendation of this entire trilogy, by the way? Modern Warfare 1 Hardened or Veteran, Modern Warfare 2 Veteran, and Modern Warfare 3 on Hardened. I played through the entirety of all 3 of them on Veteran time and time again, but you get caught in a annoying ass areas on Modern Warfare 3 where you can't escape from gunfire, you can't escape from enemies, or you just slightly peek and insta die. It can get really frustrating on MW3. I didn't love any of the Spec Ops operations though. I played most of them on solo, so I didn't get the full experience, I guess, and I didn't get to play Firewall or Fire Mission, which was the one where one person has to shoot from an AC-130 or has to hack turrets while the other is on the ground. But few of the operations I actually enjoyed from the base game. I'll list them though, with Invisible Threat, where you're in a Juggernaut suit disabling IEDs. It makes you feel like you just came out of the movie Hurt Locker. The operation called Resistance Movement, where you get as many rebels as possible to the LZ, which, come on, that's kind of cool. It's like a Revolution Spec Ops mission. Mile Hijack is another that just is a nostalgia ride because it's very similar to Mile High Club. Yes, I'm nostalgic for that and I'm not going to be ashamed of it. Those are the only 3 operations though in Spec Ops base game that actually stuck out to me. Another big issue with Spec Ops as a whole is, like I said earlier, that some of them require co-op, but most of them don't get the feeling that they require co-op. They could have done so much more to make it feel needed, sharing equipment, opening doors together, just anything to add a layer of feeling needed when your partner needs you. You would think that that's what they would develop into off of Modern Warfare 2 into Modern Warfare 3, but with all the production problems, I'm not surprised that they didn't get to that. Like, look at this floating shit in the middle of the map. Every time I load into this operation, this is here. Did they just forget to take it off the map? I've seen this like 3 times. Like, what even is it? I don't understand why this is here. And now I said that the DLC Spec Ops is far superior, and that is true. Black Ice has a snowmobile segment that turns into a shootout. Ironclad is where you get to control a tank while escorting through a city. Vertigo is on top of a hotel where you get to use laser-guided missiles, taking out helicopters and holding off invading troops. Final One Special Delivery, where you are just holding off as many troops as possible and you get tons of perks, tons of care packages, trying to hold out until evac shows up. This already sounds like a major improvement from Infinity Ward, but it all got dumped into the DLC rather than the base game. And it's just annoying that you have to drop $60 to have them all. Cross progression is by far the best thing introduced through Modern Warfare 3 Spec Ops. But I admit, since this game has the most content ever put into really most Call of Duty games, like there's a few that have surpassed it, but not many, it's hard for me to hold a grudge against it just because of some co-op modes. Modern Warfare 3's multiplayer adds iconic game modes like Kill Confirmed, and it also has its own maps that are just fantastic. The campaign gets better as it goes along, which is a rarity for this franchise, and that makes it fit into its own lane when you compare it to Modern Warfare 1 or Modern Warfare 2. Spec Ops and Survival are mediocre, but they are small pastime killers for you, a friend, and they do the job. The DLC, while not worth $60 for all 4 of them whatsoever, adds the extra co-op mode called Chaos, which might actually be my favorite thing in the co-op. In fact, Infinity Ward loved Chaos mode so much they actually bring it back in the Extinction mode in 2013's Call of Duty Ghosts. The Chaos concept is survival, but it also has a kill combo meter that will run out unless you keep it going. They'll throw so many enemies at you though that you'll find it so difficult to not find something to kill. Due to how many guys are going to be on your screen, the matches feel so quick, but they're going to make the rest of Modern Warfare 3 look slow. Your character also gets faster due to perks and speed as the game goes on, so sooner or later you're going to be chucking out 4 grenades in less than 2 seconds. It's just crackhead mode, and I dig that. Everything in this entire game has a catch to it. Everything has a catch. And so my main gripe, even with Chaos mode, is that they only allow you to do it on 4 maps in the game. Survival lets you at least pick any multiplayer map, including the DLCs. Chaos only lets you play on 4 maps. That's so limiting. And I can't imagine it taking more than 2 weeks worth of work to make Chaos playable on all these other multiplayer maps. It's only 4 maps. That in my opinion, this is the best co-op mode available in the game by like a large margin. It's not complex at all. It's probably less complex than Survival and Spec Ops, but its simplicity and speed make it the best. Whereas Spec Ops and Survival can go on forever with the intensity being so low for the majority of the match. Chaos mode keeps you on the edge of your seat for the entire thing. It's fast paced and begs to kill 10 minutes of your time before church on a Sunday. The DLCs are just overpriced. And unless you're obsessed with Survival, then I would not recommend the DLCs. My personal favorite is Collection Pack 1 because Black Box is an amazing concept for a COD map, and Overwatch is included as well. Then I also love Collection 3 due to the maps, Spec Ops missions, and Chaos Mode being included. Collection 3 might be the only one that's actually worth $15, to be honest. And I'm dissing all the map packs that are worth $15 with this, by the way. I think it's ridiculous to charge $15 for a map pack. I just think it's the most ridiculous that there were 4 packs for Modern Warfare 3, so it was $60 to own all the DLC. And it's not like they even made like a zombies custom map or something with these DLCs. Like that would justify it a little bit more, kind of like how Ghosts has an extinction map with every single DLC pack, or how Infinite Warfare has a new zombies map every single time. This is just some new multiplayer maps and some Spec Ops modes, and the multiplayer maps just being put into survival. It's not even like a survival custom map. It's just the DLC maps just being added to survival. It feels very minimum for a $15 DLC. And that's even worse for the games that are older. They just didn't have as many of them. Modern Warfare 3 is the bittersweet ending of the trilogy. It does not hit the same caliber as Modern Warfare 2 or 1, but it surprised me being so much better than what I remember. Everything else, especially the storyline and multiplayer, while nothing evolving the franchise to new heights, it's all great, and it's the fullest content package of the entire trilogy. No game of the year here, but instead it's a perfectly adequate time killer, and when I consider all the development hell it went through, some faults such as the playtesting Spec Ops I kind of forgive just due to how much it went through. Barely any of the original COD creators were around anymore. Infinity Ward is getting filled back up with new staff, and only few people in leadership remain from the company's inception. There's a reason this is the beginning of the Dark Ages in our timeline after the astronomical success and critical favor that Black Ops 2 got. The beginning of the new era. Xbox One and PlayStation 4 and even Wii U are right around the corner. It was a new year, and you know what that means. New Call of Duty in 2013. The fractured studio of Infinity Ward had nowhere to turn. Safe options and success guaranteed they would be making Modern Warfare 4 next. And that's almost what Call of Duty Ghosts was. Written about in Game Informer, who had an interview with Mark Rubin, the executive producer behind so many COD games, they discussed how Ghosts almost never existed and Modern Warfare 4 was the original title. It would have taken place after all the bombs fell in America, a post-apocalyptic land that is very similar to the one within COD Ghosts already. Interestingly enough, when you start playing Ghosts, it kind of always feels like a natural progression to the Modern Warfare series, where after World War I, we'd cut to years later where the world is a nuclear wasteland. The leaks didn't stop there, though, with people hearing about it how it was originally supposed to be titled Modern Warfare 4. Back when the announcement happened for Modern Warfare 3 in 2011, tons of fake leaks came out that said that Modern Warfare 3 was going to be a prequel to Modern Warfare 1, and it was going to be about the character Ghost from Modern Warfare 2. This never came true, but you bet your ass that these leaks came out the wazoo again before Ghost's announcement. You can imagine why with that title. Everybody believed for a hot minute that Ghost was going to be the story of the character Ghost from MW2. Everybody wanted to believe that there was going to be some form of a connection to Modern Warfare. The fractured Infinity Ward wanted to start a new path for themselves that may have been dictated a little bit by leadership or by Activision, but that's only something that can just be assumed. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4 remains a myth like folklore to this day. In a similar vein to Battlefront 3. Call of Duty Ghosts is likely the closest you're ever going to get to a Modern Warfare 4, unless they release something in the near future. Possibly. It was seeming like many reports were saying that Robert Bowling, creative strategist and leader at Infinity Ward, was going to leave because there not being that much creative freedom in COD anymore. And this new COD was being led by Activision executives first rather than Infinity Ward. That seems to be what his thoughts are about it. The challenges that came with Call of Duty Ghosts were the new engine updates that had to be done to fit with next-gen hardware. The most prominent example is the lighting in Ghost, which the most noticeable difference graphically to the older games. Critics mentioned that the game looks too similar, but even fans themselves would bring up how the game looks exactly the same as the last few Modern Warfare games, and I would never go that far. It still has noticeable improvements, but it just doesn't feel like as big of a jump from Call of Duty 1 to Call of Duty 2 or Call of Duty 2 to Call of Duty 4, and that's for damn sure. They reference in an IGN video titled Call of Duty Ghosts Next Gen Engine Overview that displacement maps were used to add 3D texture geography to the maps and levels. But the way they show this off is not next gen. This has been in games for years upon years at this point, and there's no proof to this, but I would not be surprised if this was already utilized in Call of Duty previously. There's articles about displacement mapping in video games dating back to 2004. This is not a new piece of tech, but that's what they're advertising it as. Dunking and disproving on these interviews that they gave for Call of Duty Ghosts is not intentional from me either, but it's actually adding context to the situation in 2013 because not many people liked this game before release or at release. And if you're looking at these interviews, it's pretty easy to see why. Many people made memes out of these interviews, like actually memed on these interviews hardcore. They were dogging on the developers. And the developers who were saying there's new stuff in the game that they have to offer, it just wasn't enough. Mark Rubin did many of these interviews, and as that executive producer behind every Infinity Ward game since Call of Duty 2, I feel so bad for him. Like, Mark Rubin just got shilled out there. This became his last Call of Duty game he was ever going to work on, and he seems clueless as to what to talk about half the time. These clueless remarks range from displacement mapping, the polygons being upped even though there doesn't really seem to be that big of a noticeable difference, the infamous fish AI remarks where they said that the AI was so advanced that fish would now move out of your way when you swim near them.
AI system to it, so we have fish move out of the way when you get close to them.
This got so bad, and this was memed online so much by showing footage of Super Mario 64 and how fish swam away from Mario when you got close to them. That's Super Mario 64 from 15 years ago. If you're any other game and you get compared to a masterpiece like Super Mario 64, it would be a compliment, but Ghosts, it's just a straight up fact check them on their bullshit remark. If you think I'm exaggerating, listen to this. Mark Rubin literally did a follow-up interview explaining the fish AI remark. They recognized it as a company. That was how many fans were memeing on it and joking around about it. He tries to play it off by saying, oh, it was kind of a joke, but then he also mentions that it was serious by saying that the birds and the fish will go away and go somewhere else together as a unit.
Yeah, those aren't the fish that I was talking about. It's the big schools, and they'll it's actually really interesting because they'll move and they'll actually go around you. They'll split and go around you, or you can go to them and they'll scatter and then they'll come back somewhere else. Birds do the same thing.
So nobody, not even a world-class detective like Batman, can decipher if he wants us to take the fish AI seriously or not, because he says it's a joke and then he tries to explain why it's still cool. It was enough to get acknowledged by Activision and Infinity Ward and Mark Rubin in a follow-up interview. I like Mark Rubin too. He worked on some of the best COD games out there. He's made some of my favorites. But these interviews are really piss poor. And I don't even know if it's his fault or not, but fuck it, man. Developers put their art out there to be judged. So I'm going to judge it. I ain't going to be mean to them personally. I don't know how hard it is to work on a game. It's probably super difficult, but once the art is out there, you got to be able to judge it, just like these interviews. There's some really bad ones, guys. I'm not even messing around with you. They struggle to tell you why this game is next gen, and they even say things like, oh, look at the scope. It's a fully formed circle now.
You can actually see how the edges are jagged because of the normal poly count. So now with sub-D turned on, you can see that the normal poly count has been increased exponentially. And what's amazing about sub-D is that it will continue to subdivide in real time as you get closer to objects. So no matter how close you get, nothing will break down.
Dude, what are you talking about? It's 2013. The Last of Us came out this year on PS3 on a last-gen console, and you're talking about fucking circles. Circles, my guy. The interviews that they're doing just came out a couple of years after a game like Battlefield 3 did a huge marketing thing with real or fake, where they were comparing video game footage to real life footage to show how much graphics have evolved over time. That is how much graphics were advancing. That's the type of marketing their competitors were doing. Meanwhile, Call of Duty is over here talking about fish and fucking circles. Now, I ain't gonna play dumb and I'm not gonna oversimplify everything. He's talking about circles because he's trying to reference the polygon counts on a scope nowadays, but it's just not impressive from a next-gen standpoint and sounds utterly hilarious as an argument to why this game is next-gen. And the last straw, oh my god, the dog. The dog. They made every interview campaign obsessed with the dog motion capture. And it's cool that you used motion capture. Wow. clap, applause, something you've been touting about in every COD game's development cycle since Call of Duty 3. The dog barely even in Call of Duty Ghosts to begin with, but yet they're obsessed with it in every interview and every piece of marketing. The dog shows up in literally 4 missions. This is the last straw, and most fans just don't think Call of Duty Ghosts looks that good. Aw, but look at the little doggy. Aw, he's so cute. Oh, look at the little doggy. This is what I mean by the Dark Ages. It was a moment people started really doubting COD's ability to make consistent quality games. Modern Warfare 3 had amazing marketing, which is why it was so hyped up. But people already questioned that game having a strong evolution off of Modern Warfare 2 once it came out, because a lot of people said it felt very samey same. Call of Duty Black Ops 2's subversion of the future setting took a second for people to adjust to in the marketing, but it became kind of a fan favorite after people gave it a chance. Ghosts from the get-go had a lot of people cautiously optimistic. It looked the same as previous games to a lot of fans. The interviews were memed hardcore. A fully original game that basically felt like a Modern Warfare universe sequel set in the far future, but they just didn't even do it. And most knew that the game was going to be successful, but they felt like it was going to be kind of dead on arrival in terms of reception. I'm not saying that this is what I wanted either. I don't give a shit about a Ghost prequel. I don't care about Modern Warfare 4. In fact, actually, I prefer original stories over sequels, to be entirely honest. Robert Bowling and Mark Rubin left very soon after Call of Duty Ghosts release, and even Robert Bowling came out about how rough production was on the game. But I'm going to tie in with the creative strategist Robert Bowling said into my review section. I also want to throw out credit to Chance Glasgow one more time in this video, who did all the gun animations and a lot of other stuff ever since Call of Duty 1. He was on that original crew, and Call of Duty Ghosts sent him off into the sunset. He retired from Infinity Ward after that release. In a last-minute attempt to save the hype for Ghosts, every trailer they released still aimed to capture the Modern Warfare feeling. They added Eminem music to the launch trailer, even though the first couple of trailers had this somber vibe. I actually love the official reveal of Call of Duty Ghosts. It's fantastic in my opinion. It's brilliant. It's just this, like, it was the direction you should go after making one of the most bombastic Hollywood action trilogies ever. Just such a defined tone that is so lacking in most of these games' reveal trailers. They quickly opted away from that tone in the final few trailers to regain momentum, to hype it up just like the previous entries. Modern Warfare 3's development, the hype was so high, and the biggest challenge was meeting that hype. And Modern Warfare 3 didn't meet that hype for a lot of people when it came out. The struggle of Ghosts was finding the hype to begin with, especially after a critically praised game like Black Ops 2. People loved that game, and it was so different from Black Ops 1. And so when people saw Ghosts, it didn't fulfill any of the leaks. It didn't fulfill anything that a lot of the fans wanted, but yet it still just looked like the same thing we had always been playing. I was at the prime age for when this game came out. 14 years old. And it's the first COD I can remember people being kind of whatever about it releasing. Now, this doesn't mean that people weren't buying the game. It's Call of Duty, no matter what, even if people hate it. Infinite Warfare was still the highest selling game the year it came out. It doesn't matter if people say they're not gonna buy it. Everybody's still gonna buy it. But obviously Call of Duty Ghosts didn't get the reception that Activision expected, which is why they never got a sequel that they literally promised their fans in the post-credit scene. The two spotlights that excited people the most were the promises of dynamic maps and extinction mode. Dynamic maps were being bragged about in a bunch of the interviews because they evolved as the match went on. Basically, you could blow up something, blow up some cover, and make yourself a new line of sight. Or you could destroy a gas station. This is when Call of Duty started to take trends from other franchises. And as you will notice with the Dark Ages, that's very common. They tended to lean into the trends of games that were popular around them, and they lost a lot of their originality. The dynamic maps feature was being brought up in an IGN video titled Call of Duty Ghosts Dynamic Maps. This video came out a week before the Levolution featurette that was made for Battlefield 4. Jesus Christ, what awful timing. People were either hyped up for the dynamic maps, or they just said, well, this is just Battlefield 3. I can already do this in Battlefield 3. But then 1 week later, Battlefield 4 shows off that I can make a fucking skyscraper fall over in multiplayer. It made Call of Duty Ghosts look like it didn't do anything new and it was just copying its competitor. The comparisons to Call of Duty to Battlefield were inevitable at this point, considering that the battle of Halo versus Call of Duty was over. Bungie had moved on to Destiny, 343 did not receive the same exact amount of love with Halo 4, and Battlefield hit peak popularity with Battlefield 3. The war was on. The Ghost hype split in half. People either playing the comparison game to Battlefield 3 or people getting a little bit excited to try out this new destruction system with COD-styled gameplay. When I was a kid, I kind of wanted to remain optimistic. The other polarizing at release but hyped up new game mode beforehand was Extinction, which plenty thought was just Infinity Ward doing zombies but with aliens. All this new material in Call of Duty, Extinction, squad mode was a new thing, the environments evolving as you played on the multiplayer, and the new original world and story. I'm on board. I love original stuff. I want new stuff in a Call of Duty game. I, more than anybody else, has respect for going in all new directions for a franchise. I wish they made the Ancient Rome canceled COD game. I wish they would make old like Civil War COD games. I wish they would make freaking go way far in the future again, make a third-person COD game. I don't care. I'm always down for this type of stuff. People hated Ghosts when it came out, and it even received somewhat mixed reviews from critics for the first time in COD history, unless you count some of the spin-off games. Keep in mind, this was early 2010s. Critics would give a game a 9 out of 10 just for existing. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you had to have been there. Everybody can admit to this that in the early 2010s, just for the sake of ad revenue, they would give every video game 9 out of 10s, 8 out of 10s, even if the reviewer didn't even like the game. Look at this paraphrasing synopsis of a review for Call of Duty Ghosts on Metacritic. I was disappointed to see it resemble its predecessors even more than this franchise typically does. Does that sound like an 8 out of 10? No, it doesn't. All the critics disagreed on what was bad in the game. Some of them thought that the game was bold, while others thought it was repetitive, just like every other entry. Some said that the campaign is superior to all others, and others said the campaign is the weakest part about the game. Nobody agreed on anything. And if you love Call of Duty Ghosts, that's awesome. I'm never going to take that away from you. Your opinion is just as valid as mine, and I want you to feel like you can defend this and give appreciation for the game wherever you can, because I don't like Call of Duty Ghosts. I feel that the game started a lot of trends that are commonplace for COD fans to hate nowadays, and it constantly just shows the studio boot stomping on a creator's face. That felt so liberating to say for some reason. Speaking of which, remembering how much people hated Call of Duty Ghosts when it came out, do you guys remember the Let It Go parody that was called I Hate Ghosts?
I hate ghosts, I hate ghosts, I'm done, this game needs to die.
That was a time to be alive. Before I hash out the beef with Ghosts while scavenging for a few things I enjoy about it, it is not absolute garbage, by the way. I just don't really like it. It's just a steak that's been cooked well done, so it has no flavor. Ghosts still contains some fantastic stuff, and we're also going to talk about all of that. This game even recently had a resurgence in the past couple of years, but this is commonplace for practically any video game. Like, I'm not comparing the two, but even Aliens Colonial Marines, that fucking Aliens Colonial Marines had a resurgence recently. Call of Duty Ghosts has mixed reviews on Steam overall, but all of the recent reviews are very positive, hence when I say that there's been a resurgence. Call of Duty Advanced Warfare received pretty much the same treatment, Black Ops 3 basically the same treatment. Just to prove this and bury the hatchet, when you look at the Metacritic reviews for every game in the Dark Ages, it ranges from 5 out of 10s to 4 out of 10s to 3 out of 10s. And then if you look at the Steam reviews and you take a peek at the first 6 months worth of reviews, it's always mixed reviews versus the most recent 6 months, or the overall nowadays is very positive in comparison. This shows that when those games first came out, people did not like them. That doesn't mean that there's no newer games people don't like either. There is. But there was a lot of hype for Modern Warfare 2019, whereas there was no hype for any of these Dark Ages games, and there was no good reception upon release either. you probably don't enjoy every game from the Dark Ages. I would be very surprised. I've never met somebody who loves Advanced Warfare, Ghosts, Black Ops 3, World War II, and Infinite Warfare, and Black Ops 4. I have never met a single human being that loves every single one of those games. Surprise me though if you do. Why don't I like Ghosts though? Let's get into the surface level stuff first. Call of Duty Ghosts. People nowadays complain about all the ridiculous skins like Nicki Minaj or all the stuff that people just compare to Fortnite, etc., crossover skins, you know, everything that Call of Duty has nowadays. In my opinion, even though I don't really care that much about this complaint stems from Ghosts. Call of Duty skins were in previous entries, but it was only for guns, and you could also just unlock it via playing the game, whereas Ghosts is the first one where you could make your whole character look like a Neanderthal running around the battlefield. Microtransactions are a calling card complaint of modern Call of Duty. They started with Black Ops 2 a few months after release, but they were not in the game at launch. Call of Duty Ghosts said, "Who cares? Let's tie it to nearly every single character skin, all the character backgrounds, all of the helmets, and everything that you could do to personalize your individual character was done through microtransactions." Even the multiplayer had maps where you could play as Michael Myers or the Predator, but it was all via DLC packs. Doesn't that just sound familiar to all the crap people complain about nowadays? I'm not going to pretend that Ghosts is out here selling $30 skin packs like Warzone, but the precedent that started that behavior at launch was with this game. The precedent of like weird movie crossovers and the microtransactions that are for all of your outfits, that all started here, even if it was only $4 originally, or $15 if you count DLC packs. But if you were just buying like a Captain Price outfit, it was only $4. You can make the argument that, wow, this microtransaction system is so much better than the new ones, am I right, guys? Or that this is the best one that the franchise has ever seen. Your only problem is that glorifying a microtransaction system in any video game constitutes for getting a CAT scan. There are fair prices for things, there are, especially in a free-to-play game. But holy crap, like the amount of people who have been running to the defense for old microtransaction systems are insane to me. Like it's, dude, they're selling you a skin. It's a ripoff. It's so sad, and you know how downhill video games have gone when it comes up to their microtransaction systems, when people are talking about like an old microtransaction system like Call of Duty Ghosts and saying, wow, this is what we want, this is what we deserve from video game. Like, no, you deserve a full game where you can just unlock these costumes naturally. I will stand by that. I don't think microtransactions should be in any video game unless it's free to play. Maybe I can defend it if the game is like fantastic, like one of the best games I've played the entire year. I can probably defend it. The problem is that Call of Duty doesn't even give you the customization that should be in a $70 base game in the first place. So why the fuck would I be giving you money for microtransactions when I can barely customize my character to begin with? It would be a little bit different if at least there was like a bunch of other customization options, but there's not. There's jack shit in this game series. There was more customization in freaking Black Ops 1. You can sit around and defend it when comparing it to the modern COD, and I'll be totally honest, like charging somebody $4 for a skin is not nearly as big of a deal to me as charging somebody $30. But to say that Call of Duty Ghosts had a good microtransaction system because the modern ones are worse is just a whataboutism. That makes the microtransactions justified because somebody else did it worse than they did. That's all it is. You're just saying, oh, well, they do it worse nowadays, so therefore back then it was okay. I would be lying if I said I really gave that much of a shit about the Nicki Minaj skin pack or Snoop Dogg announcer packs or skins in general. But if any of this actually bothers you, it all dates back to Call of Duty Ghosts. This is the game that started that at launch. It's insane because if you go online shaming Call of Duty and going like, wow, what happened to COD? I can run around as Nicki Minaj. This is ridiculous. Bruh, this shit has been around for over a decade. I was able to have Snoop Dogg say, dogs coming in, bow wow, while running around as Michael Myers from Halloween in 2013. Like, that is ridiculous. That's so stupid. That is COD. And that was what Call of Duty Ghosts paved the way for. The only thing that bothers me about the expansion of microtransactions is that nowadays they've become so anti-consumer friendly that I could buy 2 skin pack bundles and they would be the equivalent of buying a full $60 game. I hate all of these games' greedy tactics. I don't justify many of the map packs in the past unless they had zombies with them or if they were United Offensive, which was a full-blown expansion. And you'll see I'm a little bit of a hypocrite later on, but I'm going to get into that. What are some other reasons this game began the decline for Call of Duty? Call of Duty may have been defined for years with the same style and look to it, but when they announced this game as a next-gen title and it looked barely better than the last game, that's when fans knew Call of Duty would look exactly the same for the next 6 years. That's the level of formulaic graphics and structure that every Call of Duty had past Ghosts up until Modern Warfare 2019. Arguably, they're back at having their own formulaic graphics and structure again ever since Modern Warfare 2019. Call of Duty Ghosts barely separates itself from the Modern Warfare trilogy on a mechanical level, with the exception of slides and mantling and a new perk system. Off topic, but also Neversoft helped co-develop this until they were merged with Infinity Ward in 2014 to be able to make up for the layoffs and the lack of people who were working on Infinity Ward at the time. They got rid of the company and the studio that made all of the OG Tony Hawk Pro Skater games. Fucking love those games. Come on now, dude. You can't do that to me. Call of Duty Ghosts, on top of having dynamic maps and extinction mode, they also had a ton of difficulty problems at launch as well. More than any other Call of Duty up until then. The game had no clip areas on maps and extinction. The game would crash constantly. Battle chatter, which had been in the game series since Call of Duty 2, was broken, with soldiers making wrong callouts in multiplayer and extinction. Loading into matches could take forever, and it remains the first Call of Duty to be plagued, and I mean plagued, with issues at launch from a technical level, on console and PC. There were other technical issues that were in Call of Duty at launch before this, but this is the one that had the most by far up until then. The soulless Call of Duty Ghosts would go on to be one of the worst Call of Duties ever created. In my opinion, it might be the first Call of Duty since the Foundation period to have the campaign be part of what people have the most reverence for. Not many people talk about older Call of Duties and only preach about the campaign. Ghosts might be the first game in a hot minute to do that. Most Call of Duties people have reverence for the multiplayer or zombies, but Ghosts people have such a massive amount of reverence for the campaign in particular. Whatever passionate developers brought to the table for Call of Duty Ghosts, though, it got left in the washer too long and grew tons of mildew on it, because at its core, some of the work is so fantastic, but it just grows layers upon layers over it of mildew and shit that makes it suck. But I want to talk about everything. I want to talk about the most treasured part about this game's existence, which is the campaign, the story. Some of the things that people were saying about the game I actually kind of disagree on. The presentation of the game starts with graphics that actually look remarkably improved over Black Ops 2 on a lighting level, not in much else. There was a lot of other things that people commented on and complained about, but I'm gonna be straight up. The lighting in this game, very impressive. It's a light years above Black Ops 2. Some of the complaints people have about the graphics I really don't agree with fully. I think that the game does look too similar to the previous games, but that lighting is the best thing about the presentation by far, even if everything else resembles the familiar graphics that came before this game. And the lighting was so important in a game that was trying to be identified for its stealth. It's really the only Call of Duty game that one of its key traits was stealth, or at least trying to be that, because the ghosts are supposed to be unseen badasses in the dark and in the shadows that can kill you at any point. And it was trying to be all badass and shit. You look at it for a split second and it looks pretty good, and then you lift up the microscope to the graphics and you start to see a plethora of cracks that scream crunch time. You look at it for a split second, oh, my gun looks really sick, but then you notice in the distance that there's soldiers no-clipping through the environment. Ghost does this over and over and over, where it has this uncanny look to it that maybe it could have been substantially better than Modern Warfare's graphics if it was not rushed out the gate, because it's so obvious it was. And this is the most noticeable in the tank mission. Holy shit, guys, this gets bad. They have you drive around in a tank and blow shit up. Classic Call of Duty. Tanks no clip through the environment. Soldier AI breaks and they stand dumbfounded in the middle of nowhere while there's a war happening. When you're shooting down the missiles on the base from the sky, it looks like the Transformers movie game from 2007. The graphics look abysmal. And almost every time something blows up, it just looks funky. Like it just looks like it disappears and some gravel appears and that's it. Finally, at the end, this is what did it for me in terms of the graphics. But They try to convince you that an explosion happened and that they're going to make debris fall all around you. You see some like little pebbles hitting the ground. You see some little pops of dust and everything. If you look 2 feet above your head, the rocks are just spawning right above you, mimicking debris falling. They didn't even take the time to make that look good. And that's probably because they were on crunch time. It is so sad. Spawning rocks out of thin air. Next gen people. Literally, they could have put this 2 feet higher and it would have been out of my view. It looks like an early PS3 game during this mission. Even if the graphics were up to par with 2013 games at the time, that still wouldn't be enough because the color palette of this game matches Advanced Warfare with that yellowish brown disgusting look to it. The whole game looks like the same yellow color palette. Unless nighttime hits the screen, then the game just gets a bluish tint to it. The presentation here just disgusts me with every environment. It bothers me because some of these places are legit gorgeous, but they are immediately sidelined by the gross color scheme. How can you do this to the boys in concept art? How can you do this? The dystopian Los Angeles houses look identical to the casinos in Las Vegas. That should not be the case. I love a nasty color palette every now and again. I love the color palette to World at War because World at War has a bleeding atmosphere. I even kind of dug the first 2 missions of this game that were in the Los Angeles streets because it embodies that slower paced gameplay and gets you in this moody, gross looking world. But then it just becomes a Michael Bay action film for the remainder of its runtime, but it has the color scheme of Book of Eli. Why? Ew. It's not atmospheric at all past the 3rd level, whereas games like World at War remain atmospheric for the entire playthrough. Oh my god, and then the difficulty is a whole other issue. The game is so easy, like way too easy. Holy shit. I mean, I know that there's a period with Call of Duty World at War that the difficulty on Veteran is unfair, so I guess the Dark Ages were trying to respond to this by making all the difficulties easier. This is the first time in COD history where everything, even on Veteran, feels too easy. It wanted to appeal to everybody and make it so even my baby brother can play Ghosts on Veteran. Like, I don't give a shit about letting my 4-year-old brother play freaking Call of Duty Ghosts. One of the easiest games in the series, unless the checkpoint system breaks, which that happened to me 3 times in my playthrough, where I would walk past multiple checkpoints over and over, even if I killed everyone in the area, and then I died and I had to go back like 20 minutes. And I know that those areas were checkpoints because I would die, run back through them, and then I would get checkpoints again. Like, that's not cool. That's just busted. I would forgive that in a game from maybe 2000. I'm not going to forgive that in a game from 2013. Well, I would forgive it if the rest of the game was really good, but it's not. Flying through this piss yellow dystopian wasteland on Veteran difficulty, though, does the story actually make up for a lot of this? I hear all the time how amazing the story is to Ghosts, and I don't think any Call of Duty outside of the Treyarch games has had an amazing story. Maybe a good one with Modern Warfare 2, but nothing amazing. I mean, this isn't the fucking Godfather or anything. Modern Warfare games and even older Call of Duties don't necessarily care if you love their characters or start sobbing when one of them dies. The closest you get to an emotional connection to any of the old cast of characters is Soap, Roach, and Captain Price. And that's only when any of them are just having banter back and forth during a battle. It's nothing emotional. It's nothing like gut-wrenching. The writers never tried to get me to be emotionally caring about them because that's not the focus of Modern Warfare. Sure, when Soap dies in Modern Warfare 3, but I don't think that the developers expected you to cry about this stuff. It's mostly just a plot point or just to boost somebody's character motivation, like Captain Price wanting to kill Makarov. Now, Call of Duty Ghosts' first scene starts with a dad, both his sons, and their father exchanging stories about the myth of the Ghost soldiers. The sons don't believe him. They're like, Dad, you're yanking our chain. And now their whole life is about to be put on hold when missile strikes hit Los Angeles. They really, really want you to give a shit about these characters from the get-go, with that opening scene of them just talking around a freaking campfire like some dandy family when these guys are like in their mid-30s. It's already hard to care about so many characters in Call of Duty due to the noise in between every cutscene. It's just shooting and violence, then usually you'll get some banter, then the next plot point. There is barely anything for me to actually care about characters in Call of Duty. I am not invested in these characters when their dad dies halfway through through the game. I don't care about Rourke as a villain at all, and I don't care about the brotherhood between Hesh or Logan, even though it's so obvious they want me to care about it. And that's my biggest problem with it. The whole sequel bait thing is reliant on me caring about that brotherhood because now they're probably going to be against each other in the next game if Logan gets brainwashed by the Federation. Nothing previously in Call of Duty was reliant on my investment in characters except for Frank Woods and Alex Mason, who are arguably some of the only good characters in terms of writing for Call of Duty history. Writing. I'm not talking about in terms of how iconic they are. I know Captain Price is iconic. We'll get into that. Call of Duty Ghosts is so reliant though on that investment in characters, but it doesn't have the strength in writing that those previous characters I mentioned have. The villain barely even has a motivation. You can have a big evil baddie that has no motivation, but the problem here is that they actually want you to care and get invested into Rourke's past with Logan and Hesh's dad. When Logan and Hesh's dad, Elias, was working with Rourke as a ghost, they left him behind when they thought he was dead. And I think that would have been kind of compelling enough as a motivation, but instead they're also like, oh, the Federation brainwashed him and now they're going to do the same to Logan. Like, that's so boring. That has no emotional investment whatsoever. They like want to give you this emotional investment and then they also want to say he was brainwashed. I'm like, dude, just pick one or the other. Have him have this vendetta against the ghosts or have him be brainwashed. I don't care, but it's not even like they're going to answer that because there's never going to be a sequel. You tremendously doubt the intelligence of your player base by making this generic, cliche, mustache-twirling villain who is always one step ahead of the game, and then you pretend like he is not a generic, cliche, mustache-twirling villain who is always one step ahead of the game. To me, that's just doubting your player's intelligence, because you're making it try and seem like he's more important and more deep than what he actually is. Rourke literally just looks like fucking John Travolta, who is the least intimidating human being to walk the planet, so he's not even scary looking. Elias the dad looks more threatening than he does. The other Infinity Ward games never pretend. Infinity Ward knows that I like Ghost because he's quiet and has a skull on his face. They know I like Captain Price because he has mutton chops. But why do I like Logan? Look at him. There's nothing here in terms of an iconic appearance, and there's nothing here in terms of a character. He's not even iconic looking, but he has absolutely no character, so why would I care? He's just generic. Whereas Captain Price may not be the deepest character, but at least he's iconic looking. Rourke, the villain, counteracts the family dynamic of the brothers and the father by being just pure evil, but the theme of family is explored as much in this as it is in a Fast and the Furious movie. You just have constant scenes of the dad telling his sons how much he cares about them, and the brothers saying they have to do something because that's what their dad would want them to do. You get beaten over the head with this time and time again, just like with the villain, how they desperately want to convince you that he's more complex than he really is. They desperately want to convince you that the family theme is more complex than what it really is. It's not complex. And that's my main grievance with the story. Shit COD characters are a dime a dozen. I don't care if you really have a shit COD character, but the story here wants to prove to you that it stands out above all other COD stories, and it does not. These are two guys whose dad dies in front of them, and within 2 minutes they never bring it up ever again and are searching for their dog Riley. Even Captain Price in Modern Warfare 3, he doesn't even have that deep of a character, but they still had the passion to make him begrudgingly talk like an asshole to Yuri for the remainder of the game because deep down he was so upset about Soap's death. I'll use a game that's not even Call of Duty, even Gears of War 2. After somebody who one of the characters deeply cares about dies, even the character in that game, a game where the main trait is massive buff dudes chainsawing enemies, even they, at least for 10 minutes, are a little down in the dumps after this event happens to them. Call of Duty Ghosts doesn't even have that. Everybody complained that there wasn't a sequel because they wanted one so badly after this bland Marvel's Avengers post-credit scene happens. You want the ending you desire? Here you go, guys.
And I send this message to any surviving Autobots taking refuge among the stars. We are here. We are waiting.
You want to know the sad thing too? If the story ended there and had no post-credit scene, there would be a mediocre villain with barely a lick of a motivation outside of brainwashing. We would have two brothers that have no chemistry whatsoever, a dead dad, a dog that Mark Rubin confirmed that they contemplated shaping the entire story around when the dog became a meme on the internet. People could say the story wasn't finished because they didn't fulfill what they said they were going to do with a sequel. The story was done. And honestly, it would have been so much better if this stupid post-credit scene wasn't here, because they really believed I was this invested that I was going to care about this post-credit scene. I don't even think that they even knew what they were going to do with the sequel at this point. They just threw this in just to hype it up. They had to cram in sequel bait in the most insane way possible by just having the villain show back up alive last second and take the main character. Pre-order Call of Duty Ghost 2 now. It's a boring story with boring characters. Shout out to the goated actor Stephen Lang though, who did the voice for Elias the dad, and even though the dad still fits with all the other cardboard cutouts, I could listen to Stephen Lang ASMR all day long. It's a problem I have. It's an addiction.
And that's how you scatter the roaches.
Now, I'm very harsh on a story that's wrapping itself around some great levels, and I am being honest when I say that. I will name a few here because Infinity Ward's ambitions are on full display for the first half of the story. Sure, the game kind of takes a nosedive in the last half, but the first half? Holy shit, guys, there's some good stuff here. The first mission, called Ghost Stories, has you up in space, but unlike Modern Warfare 2's segment where you see a missile fire, this time you're gonna be in space and getting into gunfights. Another insane complaint people had was when they showed you shooting in space in the trailers, people were like, oh, you can't shoot bullets inside space. And like, that's probably true, but like, I don't give a fuck. Have you even had a lick of suspension of disbelief? It's Call of Duty. It's fucking fun to shoot people in space because it's in space. The story starts strong with America being blown to bits while you fire at enemies with custom animations when reloading where your character catches the ammo pack mid-air due to there being no gravity. I'll even give these transitions with levels credit because it's an amazing evolution off of the standard journals of the foundational period and the computer-based transitions of the Modern Warfare games. It has its own spin that revolves around presenting information through visuals that look similar to a James Bond intro than the generic computer screen graphics or the journals of the Foundation period. Ghosts, you've got me gripped with this first mission. Brave New World and No Man's Land depict dystopian America, which has been beautifully created by the artists at Infinity Ward. These are the missions that the yellow piss filter looked okay for me. Doesn't fit the tone when the game leaves this wasteland vibe to inhabit like an Independence Day action film vibe, but Brave New World and No Man's Land contain an atmosphere-centric design, slower paced than the rest of the game, so the color scheme kinda worked for me. The Beverly Hills houses toppled over one another with vegetation growing through the ins and outs of them. They are moody and they mimic the somber tone from that official reveal trailer until they introduce the dog mechanics, which, god damn it, you look through a crappy VHS GoPro camera trying to navigate around people. It's janky. Everything has a catch. Everything has a caveat. I'm playing through this amazing atmosphere-based mission with these beautiful areas, and then I have to play as this stupid dog. The only button you use the entire time is one button to automatically kill people. The dog mechanics are converted to a tactical grenade slot, which, oh my god, let me tell you how pointless this ability is. Hold up. Let's say you were in a war and you had a gun pointed at somebody's face. You have two options. A, shoot them. Or B, say go power doggy and then send Riley on a sprint for a 3K marathon to take 20 minutes to kill a guy. You would just choose A because you can just shoot him. What is the point of this ability? Like, you're already pointing at the guy, just click the trigger. You fucking moron. You use grenades to take out groups of enemies. You use stuns to stun a group of enemies. You use Riley if you don't want to use a bullet, but instead just want to watch your dog take out somebody. It feels more like a liability, to be honest, because on harder difficulties, it's completely pointless. You could argue, the only argument you can make for this is that the dog is a little more stealthy, but I would argue that almost 90% of this game, you are given a suppressed weapon whenever you go into an area. So it still makes it pointless to use Riley's ability, but we need to have the dog tactical grenade slot because the theme is family. And dogs are family too. And don't be coming at me going like, it's not just a dog, he's a person and his name is Riley, or I'm gonna look at you and wonder why we're talking about Inside Out 2. People treat insulting this dog like saying a slur in public. Well, Riley sucks. Change my mind. On to Homecoming, you and Hesh go into a baseball stadium that has been taken over by the Federation, or more specifically, Rourke's men, and they have one of the ghosts that you need to rescue named Ajax. Jesus, who named all these characters? In the baseball stadium with Hesh, you trade off between shootouts and using a remote sniper, which makes this one of the best early gameplay moments. You start off with a remote detonator that you fire onto trucks, then you blow them up and have this massive shootout, then you use that remote sniper and you take out enemies before entering rooms, which is just, it's all so cool before that evac arrives for you at the end. After you're reunited with your dad, you figure out that he was a ghost as well. Well, according to his friends, he's the ghost, as they call him. Tells you that you guys passed the test for being a ghost, which, like, what fucking test are you talking about? Battlefields of the Federation soldiers? If we failed, were you just gonna let your kids die? Nah, son, you can't be a ghost, go die. Man, what a great fucking father figure, but the theme is family here, and this guy just wins Father of the Year right next to the dad that never came home from buying milk. Elias talks about the backstory of Rourke with Logan and Hesh when a flashback commences that shows off a time when Elias worked side by side with Rourke as a ghost. I can't even be mad because this is the best the game has to offer by a lot, and it's one of the best missions in any 2010s COD. You start off in parking lots, buildings, and streets fighting soldiers. You have to take out some anti-air missile carriers, and the last one you fail to take out before it fires a missile at a dam in the middle of the city. You get one of the best COD tropes on display here with the objective failed trope. The dam explodes in front of you and pours out water all across the city. Now you're gonna run through buildings as you escape the city being flooded in one of the best examples of flooding since Uncharted 3's boat scene. After getting caught up in the flood and having to get back up on your 2 feet, your squad makes the smart decision to hide by crouching in water to take out guys with a knife or gun. Pop up and you hit them with your gun or even just knife them. And even enemies will hide underwater to try and get the jump on you. Just describing all that just sounds so awesome, and I don't really even need to go further into explaining that. They introduced these new mechanics of water hiding with only this one game having that. It's a very special mission. Something hits me with Ghosts. I dig the gameplay, even if I can't stand the story. Federation Day is another iconic part of Ghosts where you're trying to get a hold of a contact who knows where Rourke is and he's currently residing in a massive building. Federation Day has inspirations from movies that came out just a couple of years before, like Mission Impossible 4 being one. They also come in with the building falling over and sliding down the building and flying out a window, just like Transformers 3 Dark of the Moon's most famous set piece. Now, I'm not going to pretend this is a guarantee. I mean, like, it could have just been a coincidence that they decided to do this exact set piece from a movie that was also 2 years before it came out. But Ghost does have a lot of homages and references to films that came out within the last 2 years. Like, you cannot tell me that this scene of the plane being held upside down by the villain is not inspired off the intro of Dark Knight Rises. I have never seen this happen in a film, TV show, or video game outside of Dark Knight Rises that came out just a year before Ghosts. I totally think that inspired this. None of the enemies can hear you destroying the glass on the side of the building. They can't see the massive holes in the walls that you created with your laser cutter. And the writer didn't understand that you can't see through tinted windows, but yet people from inside would be able to see you while you rappel down the side of a building. You just kind of stand there on the side of the building while even upwards to 10 guys are just chilling, not noticing you or even notice you when you're shooting people in the rooms right next to them. It's really fucking cheesy, but it's hilarious, and I kinda love it. The game tries to be so serious and so grounded with its story, but stupid shit like this is constant. The emphasis on sneakiness at all times, no matter how goofy it can be, makes for a B-movie charm that just adds a goofy but stealthy identity to Ghosts that not many Call of Duties have. Stealth with a lowercase s, though, because they always still surround every stealth segment with just over-the-top action every chance they get. Federation Day ends with a fantastic rappelling section where people are raining bullets down on you from the windows and you fire back up at them, causing them to fall out the windows to their grisly death. We are reaching the end of the first half of Ghosts with just a couple of levels remaining, and it is one hell of a spotlight. My favorite part of this entire game is the first half of the storyline. I dig all of this. If I could give you a piece of advice on Birds of Prey, the 7th level, it would be to make this the only part that you do not play on veteran. It's not that it's hard, because it really isn't, but it morphs the engaging helicopter sequence into just a stay as far away from the enemies as humanly possible while firing missiles at them. In other words, it kind of just takes a fun moment and makes the helicopter stuff really boring. Going from the helicopter POV though to the camera flying into the POV of the soldiers that infiltrate this building is very beholden to the trope that Call of Duty started to fancy for a while after that AC-130 and then becoming the soldier segment of Modern Warfare 3. Still enjoy all of Birds of Prey, I just don't recommend it on veteran because then the helicopter stuff is super boring. On to Hunted. Hunted begins with the Dark Knight Rises intro, and you fall into a hellscape jungle filled with Federation soldiers. This tremendously immersive stealth level, a first for Ghost since the Los Angeles missions. Survival of the fittest. You are out in the jungle as soldiers search around the perimeter. You must use only your wits to decide who you're gonna let pass, who you're gonna kill, or if you're gonna get into an all-out shootout. An evolution off of All Gillied Up, but now you are going to be by yourself with no guidance. It doesn't last that long, but hey, they even add some player freedom to this segment where you are asked to not engage with a group of soldiers, but you can just shoot down this helicopter, engage them, have a whole new piece of cover from the crashed helicopter, and create your own battlefield. Nice to see Infinity Ward evolving off of the concepts from All Gillied Up and those stealth missions in the earlier Modern Warfare games. Hunted actually resembles a stealth game, which I think would have been the goal for Ghost since the beginning. You get that jaw-dropping visual of a tree in the middle of a field where they drop down a bunch of ghillie suit enemies. That is so memorable to Call of Duty Ghosts. To me, this is what I wanted from so much of the campaign. Hunted fucking rocks, and it holds out for as long as it can before we get to the bad half of Ghosts. The familiar, the generic, and just some of the plain boring stuff. Clockwork and Onward, I'm just gonna kind of brush through because I don't really have much to talk about here. You disguise yourself as troops in mostly just scripted events, but then you have a shitty hold the line segment in a room where you have to defend somebody while they're hacking. It's just really obnoxious. And the only notable part after this is the ending turret section where you have to shoot ice to make cars fall into the water. Totally fine. It's whatever. This is also the beginning of shutting down the big bad weapon just to be an attention whore for Rourke to try and get him to come after you guys. Rourke finally does later on by blowing off your dad's head. Atlas Falls, another ambitious attempt to get Rourke's attention by destroying an oil rig with his men on it. Atlas Falls just devolves into eye candy spectacle by the ending with nothing new being added to the level, nothing unique happening here. It's not the dam section or the stadium that felt like stuff was changed by the implementation of the remote sniper or the dam being destroyed and water flooding the map, giving a unique experience. Here, the oil rig just blows up and you just run away. The same eye candy spectacle can be seen with Into the Deep. You stare at pretty visuals underwater, and they are pretty, I'll give them that credit, but the sharks look really ugly. You get into boring shootouts and you have to deal with these janky ass shark field of views, which some people really love this mission, but I'm kind of convinced that it's just a case of new means good, whereas I love new stuff. But this is an example of a mission we've never seen in COD, and it kind of fell flat on its face for me. It's memorable for being underwater, but it's not memorable for being anything outside of that. It's tedious gunfights have zero intensity with annoying sharks, and you just float your way to the end of the mission. Some of these missions are going to get skipped, just like they did with Call of Duty 1, just like they did with Call of Duty 2, just like they did with Modern Warfare 3, and just like they're going to do now. The only two games I'm ever going to talk about the entirety of in terms of campaign is Modern Warfare 1 and 2, because those have the best campaigns in my opinion. I wouldn't have much to say about some of these other missions if I talked about them. A couple of levels later in Ghost, you have Sin City, which should be a visual light show with some awesome shootouts, but the dystopian version of Las Vegas looks almost identical to the dystopian version of Los Angeles. It's yellowish brown with lots of vegetation and dust and no atmosphere to even get immersed in because you're stuck in gunfights the whole time. Rourke also starts the mission by going crazy on a bad guy monologue, which holy fuck, he is so generic. Whatever, Rourke kills the dad, and instead of anybody actually discussing it, they just want to find Riley. Riley is such a fucking nuisance in Sin City that while I am mourning the loss of Stephen Lang as a voice actor from Ghosts, you go through the casinos, and then outside of these areas, you pick up Riley because Riley's safety is more important than stopping the Federation from using a super weapon. The dog legit got shot, and they're like, Logan, pick him up. So for the rest of the battles, you're running around carrying a dog screaming, I got that dog in me, while using Riley as a body shield. Sounds like what I've always wanted from a Call of Duty game, but hey, that's a cute dog behind the scenes though, so I don't really want him to get hurt. I'll protect him. I got you, Riley. You're annoying, but you're kind of cute though. Look at that. Look at that dog. Look at that little doggy. Aww. Body shield time. The rest of this just devolves into more and more boring scenarios that are reminiscent of old COD games that did it better, like the carrier fight scene that feels mediocre compared to the carrier battle from Black Ops 2. And then the tank missions as well. They can be a little bit fun, but holy shit, they're the most ugliest display of graphics from a AAA game in the entirety of 2013. I mean, floating rocks, dude. PS2 buildings. No clipping. Broken AI, and just shit just disappearing in one shot rather than having any effect on it. It's just sad. Like, this is next gen. The final bit of Call of Duty Ghosts taking place in space and on a train is enough to hold me over to the end credits though. More space action like the first part of the game always gets a welcome map from me. And the train part at the end can be super hard to aim on by design because the train is shaking all over the place. It can be really annoying on Veteran too because enemies have a perfect line of sight on you, even though when this train is being swung around, you have to fire like no tomorrow and just pray you hit a shot on them. The worst part about the final stretch on Veteran is trying to get a shot on the train, but it's nothing boring or too rough. I enjoyed my time with the last couple of missions. We hit the ending cutscene after fighting Rourke, and you get that studio boot on the creator's head with that stupid cliffhanger. I almost guarantee this was not a creative decision made by Infinity Ward. Maybe I'm wrong, but if it was made by the creators, it's pretty stupid. The biggest problems that plague Ghosts' campaign are the story that is not remotely as emotional as the developers wanted it to be. The campaign almost feels too long, and that might be due to the uninteresting story surrounding the gameplay and the last half being just a jump off the cliff dip in terms of quality. It's not bad enough to like stop playing the game. The villain just kind of sucks and gives off the I will be more developed in the sequel vibe, which never works for me. I hate that stuff. The campaign's fantastic first half though, really keeps me engaged. It's just the rest of it that doesn't really do it for me. I don't get the storyline and I don't have to. Plenty of the recent reviews seem to get something from the story that I don't, and you know, that's fair. Maybe I'll end up replaying the first half of the game over and over throughout the years, but I don't think I'm ever going to play through it from beginning to end ever again. When blasting through the story with Stephen Lang by your side, is there some impressive gunplay? Absolutely. Actually, one of the best parts about Call of Duty Ghosts is the gunplay. I dig the Call of Duty Ghosts gun animations, especially when you're in space and you toss that ammo pack in the air and you grab it because there's no gravity. The way they feel in the game. I think the blur around your scope when aiming down sights remains one of the best additions to gunplay ever by Infinity Ward. And Infinity Ward felt the same way because they brought it back in the 2019 Call of Duty, but that started in COD Ghosts. The gunplay and the hit detection in particular are probably the best the series had seen up until this point, and I want everyone to know that. Because Call of Duty Ghosts gets a lot wrong from me, but damn, that hit detection and the way the guns feel, that shooting is spot on. So if the gunplay is so great, how could they mess up the multiplayer? Is that impossible? Well, just ask the dynamic maps. They will tell you that it certainly is possible. Starting with the good, the customization got an upgrade even if plenty of it is connected through microtransactions. The perk system, I really like. I know some people hate the perk system, but stealing Black Ops 2's pick 10 system with points and applying it to the perks, picking either 5 to 8 1-point perks that are pretty weak, or using all of your points to get some heavy hitters that would make it so you only had 1 to 3 perks in total, that's pretty cool. I also agree with a lot of the community when this game came out. I liked the crossover events, like how you could run around as Michael Myers. Occasionally you got a care package that lets you be the Predator on the map Ruins. But my point earlier was in regards to people who complain about Call of Duty selling out nowadays and giving us ridiculous skins and all this crap, whereas this game did that crap 10 years ago. It's part of the reason why it's the start of the Dark Ages, especially because these playable characters were locked behind DLC on their respective DLC maps with Predator on Ruins and Michael Myers on Fog. I enjoy these crossovers though. I actually think they're really fun, and because you know me, I'm a huge movie guy. I have to like this stuff. Like, it's just automatic. problematic for me. I can almost guarantee you this was a studio interference thing. There's no way that the people at Infinity Ward were just cheering about adding Predator or adding a Michael Myers mode or adding a Snoop Dogg voice pack or being able to change your dog's skin to a wolf. Okay, wait, hold up. Okay, that one actually, the dog one might be something that they fought for. I know Jason, Vince, and Grant, before they left, weren't just sitting around saying, what does Call of Duty need? Oh yeah, we need Michael Myers. But all that studio versus artist stuff, I'm gonna throw that behind me. I'm not gonna let it retract from my enjoyment because I do kinda like the Predator and Michael Myers playable characters in the heyday of Ghosts. Just like how I like the only new enjoyable game mode they added with Squads. Squads gained a massive cult following, the most I have ever seen COD support clan fights and multiplayer. And even though I did not get that involved because I didn't really have my own COD clan, many people did, and they loved this feature. Now let's get on to the stupid in Call of Duty Ghosts multiplayer. The field orders, where basically you just unlocked a care package if you did a challenge, which ranged from meh to dumb. This might be a hot take in 2024, but I don't like challenges in multiplayer because it makes people feel the need to multitask doing some unrelated stupid shit rather than what's best for the team in an attempt to complete some dumbass challenge or field order. I've never liked that. COD has always had challenges like this all the way back to Modern Warfare 1, but they never integrated it this directly into the match. Now on to the polarizing part of Call of Duty Ghosts multiplayer, the maps. Stonehaven, by God, you are the most polarizing map in Call of Duty history. But why? Because there's three major differences between Ghost maps and the regular Call of Duty maps that came before it. They're too big, they have very fast TTK, which stands for time to kill, and the 3-lane structure was somewhat gutted in an attempt to take COD in a new direction. I could not comment on the TTK without stealing opinions from the internet, so I'm not going to do that. I'm just giving you a heads up. I could factually say that the TTK was a lot faster, but I'm not going to steal opinions from the internet as to why that is, so I'm not going to talk about that. I will instead be talking about how big the maps are and the 3-lane structure being trashed. Trashing 3-lane structure to travel through unfamiliar territory as a COD game is appreciated and respected by me, but this might not have been the time to do it. This game has maps that just lend themselves to snipers because of how open they are. They even ran back to the 3-lane structure for nearly every DLC map due to the complaints. And even though I like the vibes of maps like Flooded, Fog, or even Stonehaven, they just don't function well for multiplayer due to their size and the obvious biases they have towards certain playstyles. Don't even get me started on the dynamic map system, which they discussed in interviews because it barely changes anything about the map, and nobody ever bothered doing anything on the dynamic maps after the first week of the game's release. That lost all novelty after the first week of Ghosts being out. I like to support Call of Duty going in a different direction with new maps that may not follow the traditional structure, but it's also okay to critique and create noise about a map if you think it's trash still. A map being trash does not need to be tied to it not having a 3-lane structure. You get what I mean? The maps in Ghosts are mostly bad due to their openness and supporting sniper playstyles and even actively supporting camper playstyles whenever you're not in an open area. It has nothing to do with it not having 3-lane structure at times. Those things are not mutually exclusive. I can feel one positive way about the maps and be one negative simultaneously. I want them to bring back some of those ideas of going away from traditional 3-lane structures, but just make an attempt to still balance all the playstyles so you're not biased towards one on a multiplayer map. Thank you for approving of this TED Talk. You can be negative and positive about something simultaneously, critiquing it as well as appreciating what you love about it. Favorite maps in the name are Strike Zone, Tremor, Warhawk, Prison Break, and yes, I'm gonna throw Stonehaven in there. It's because I respect how ambitious some of the crazy ass map design is for it. But also because Stonehaven might have been hated, but I have some deep, fond memories of this map. Whether with love or hatred, those memories make it one of my favorites from the base game. We've got some DLCs as well that came with 4 maps each, as well as a new Extinction map. One at a time, we're just going to use a few words about each map and talk about whether it's good or bad in my opinion. I'm gonna be straight up with you. I didn't even get to play all these maps on the multiplayer back when it was out, but you guys wanted me to talk about these DLCs, so this is my opinion on them. Containment has a radiated area in the middle where your radar does not work. Good map. Bayview is honestly fairly boring. There's a tram to ride on that does nothing for anybody and never gets used. Fog, okay, let's be honest. We all love this map because of the Michael Myers thing. Ignition, it's just Scrapyard. And Scrapyard's amazing, but Ignition is kind of lazy. It's just a reskin of Scrapyard. Unearthed is another example of a reskin. They just made it Dome from Modern Warfare 3. Dome is a great map as well. And the reskin is kind of cool, but it's just lazy because also Strike Zone is a reskin of Dome. So there's literally 2 reskins of Dome from Ghosts. I guess it's better than Modern Warfare 3 2023 that didn't even bother reskinning the maps. They just ported them over and gave them 2 times bigger layouts. Ruins, I hate this map, but I can play as a Predator, so I love this map. Collision, I don't like this map. Feels like a crappier version of Wetwork from Call of Duty 4. Now watch me get hit by a care package that falls out of the sky not even remotely close to where I wanted it to be. Behemoth. It looks like a Tony Hawk Pro Skater map. It's just a straight line. This might be a solid party level, but God, not in the multiplayer. Holy shit, this is awful for multiplayer. Pharaoh. It has all the calling cards of a bad Ghost maps. It's too big, has way too much going on in terms of places to hide, and I just don't care for that. Departed, I like this map. That's all I have to say. Mutiny, good map. Why? Oh, it's because I grew up with Assassin's Creed Black Flag and Pirates of the Caribbean. Early in the morning. I'm a simple man. Favela, lazy. Sub-Zero. It's amazing because I can watch a hockey game in case I get bored playing Call of Duty Ghosts. It's also named after my favorite Mortal Kombat character, Scorpion. Dynasty, good. Gold Rush, best map in the game. Why, you ask? I am a simple man. Showtime. Hear me out, guys. I know it's shipment, and I know you think I'm just gonna say lazy, but it's half intelligent because they make the map bigger during the match, which kinda rocks. So Showtime, you get a pass. You kinda fuck. Ghost multiplayer is polarizing because while it breaks from what's familiar at times, it kind of falls under its ambitions and the introduction of microtransactions for me. Black Ops 2 got that boot with microtransactions in the last half of its lifespan, but Ghost really had this shit non-stop from the start. The gunplay rules, but that does not transcend to the maps that I kind of think ruin the multiplayer experience because they may rock in ambitious concepts, but they do not rock for most playstyles and remain frustrating to play on, with sniper playstyles and camping playstyles being supported depending on what map you're on. But it also somehow remains too rooted in the familiar formula that the Call of Duty Modern Warfare trilogy was already starting to run thin with Modern Warfare 3 on, because people already complained that that game felt like the same game as Modern Warfare 2. I said in the beginning I don't like Ghost, but I actually haven't been hating it this entire time, so you can probably guess what my thoughts are going to be on the final mode, Extinction. It's the straw that broke the camel's back for me. I halfway enjoyed both the campaign and multiplayer, but Extinction, that's the nail in the coffin. Survival and Spec Ops, I can argue that they were trying to be different from zombies. That argument cannot even be made with Extinction. It's literally just a horde mode, with the only difference being that instead of defending yourself in a zombie horde, you are defending a drill that blows up hives, and instead of zombies, you're fighting aliens. And unlike most zombie maps, you can actually beat Extinction. Point of Contact is the first map they give you. It's the only map in the base game. You drill into these hives, unlock the next area, you rinse and repeat until the end of the map. Then you set off the nuke and you run back to the beginning to hop on a helicopter before the nuke explodes. That's the gist of it. You buy some weapons, there's some environments that you can use like turrets or explosives, but most are in inconvenient spots, and there's some perks you can unlock that are needed on harder difficulties. If you were to play it with friends, you could probably kill a couple hours, and I think it's better than some of the worst zombies out there. It's not the worst side mode ever put inside Call of Duty. It's not like, you know, zombies from Call of Duty Vanguard, which, fucking Christ, that is the worst zombies in the series. It's not that bad. But when I start talking about it outside of being a shitty pastime mode, it's just shitty. The environments in every area look and feel almost identical. You could not tell me the difference. You really couldn't tell me the difference between the ending area of Point of Contact versus the beginning area. It's a farm that is connected to some streets that are connected to a town, and the ending is a farm that is connected to some streets that are connected to a town. That's it. No areas really have a lot of special vantage points or power positions to hold off aliens. The only power positions are where they put turrets, and the turrets overheat in approximately 3 seconds, so there's no point in using them. And don't even get me started on the challenges. The challenges are that 99% of people do not want to worry about this when playing a horde mode. If you do, that's awesome. But you remember how I said on harder difficulties that you need perks to be upgraded? You upgrade these in-game using skill points that you unlock by destroying hives or completing challenges. If you ignore all the challenges, you won't be able to upgrade even half of your stuff. So they essentially force you to do these repetitive, boring challenges. And it already hurt Extinction enough that unlike horde modes in other games like Gears of War, where you can set up your own defensives, or how in Zombies you can choose your own pathways on the map that you want to explore, Extinction has none of that. You just go around destroying the exact same hives. There's only one pathway to go down. There's barely any freedom in regards to how you set up defenses. And the challenges just limit you even further by giving you the same BS challenges, the same BS tasks on every map for every freaking mode. Like the entire time on Extinction, you're stuck with this. The closest analogy I can give to what it's like to play Extinction is that it feels so mundane and bland that I feel like I am in a state of vegetation when playing it. There is nothing to think about because even the challenges are more tedious than enjoyable. Oh, okay, so time to knife everybody for the next 3 rounds. Oh, don't let the drill health get below a certain limit. It's not that it's difficult, but it's just that you're required to do them if you want any chance of maxing out your upgrades and having any chance on harder difficulties on later Extinction levels. It's stupid, boring, and repetitive. I cannot believe maps like Point of Contact were even custom made for Extinction. They feel so minimal. Look at any Zombies map, and I don't even care for Easter eggs, but let's pull out the major Easter egg maps like Shadows of Evil or Mob of the Dead or Origins, or hell, even fucking Transit that most people don't even like. The amount of layers when it comes up to Easter eggs, mechanics, places to visit, pathways on these maps is insane, whereas Extinction doesn't have any of it. No layers. There's a storyline that has some of the worst voice acting I've heard from a video game since I played Resident Evil 1 as a child. Boring, lifeless maps, no personality, required challenges that are boring, everything being limiting to the player's freedom, and everything just revolving around this shitty fucking drill. This awful drill. Who thought this was a fun idea? Who? I need to know. This is one of the most tedious minigames in a horde mode I've done in years. On to Nightfall. Nightfall is their first DLC map. It takes inspiration from the chilling 80s John Carpenter film The Thing for its snowy environments. It immediately starts out better than Point of Contact with more power positions, added boss fights, and some locker mechanics to get you more items. Nightfall aesthetically might be the best map they have in their catalog, but it still fails at providing any variation as you go through it. Biome is new, but the personality, just like in every Extinction map, remains void because there is nowhere else to go except one warehouse, which is just as empty as every other warehouse on all these maps. Nothing to do in these places. They have no design to them, no creativity put into them, and they feel like somebody just took a warehouse depot and threw a couple turrets into it and said, all right, we're good. Let it go. The boss fight from earlier in Nightfall gets repeated at the end of it, and then you're just done with the level. One of the better maps that Extinction has to offer, by the way, but nothing to make it stand out above any other horde mode that was competing with it at the time. The second DLC map is Mayday, which takes place on a warship. The developers decided to make it a smaller map and tried to make it seem bigger by, instead of just drilling into hives, now you have to drill through a door sometimes. Drilling all day long. Drilling all day long. Once you've played on this map more than 3 times, it's obvious that the drilling doors is here just to justify how small the map is and make it seem bigger. It's so obvious. The hallways are tighter, the rooms in general are just punier than the previous maps. Infinity Ward even tried to add like a new mechanic. They tried to add weapon parts where you could craft some better equipment to use against aliens. Yeah, this mechanic is so cool until problems arise when you realize you can only make just a couple things out of it. Things like this are supposed to be the reason why you replay Horde modes, is to be able to figure out all the different stuff you can make, just like the Pack-a-Punch machine. I can figure out all the different stuff my guns become whenever I upgrade them. Yeah, this doesn't do that. It's literally just like a few things you can get and that's it. It defeats the whole point of a Horde mode, which is supposed to be that it's addictive and replayable. It's supposed to be addictive. It's meant to support hours upon hours of gameplay. I mentioned how enemy variety is promoted in Extinction. Is there enemy variety in the DLCs? Yep. But there's only 2 that are notable, and I'm going to explain why. It's the ghost teleporting alien, which I don't know the name of because I don't care about the Extinction aliens. This creature was added into Nightfall, and then the final is the gargoyle alien, which is added in Awakening, the next DLC map. Every other enemy added is not notable because literally Extinction makes it obvious that they're just trying to replace a previous enemy type that did nearly the exact same thing as they do. Let me give you an example. This time around, you have a creature called a cedar. On Mayday, they remove scorpions because cedars replace them because they basically do the exact same thing as scorpions. They create other things that shoot projectiles at you, just like how the scorpions just shot projectiles at you. That is the difference. They don't want to include both of them because they're both so similar that they would get annoying. And on Awakening, when they introduce gargoyles, they get rid of cedars because the plants that the cedars would spawn use the exact same projectile attack as the gargoyles. This is not real enemy variety. This is superficial changes to enemies to make you believe that you are getting something new in a DLC, but in actuality, you are getting the same enemies with slightly newer features. They do this in every single DLC, with the only exception being the final map. They just exchange out enemies and replace them with practically the same enemy. They even justify the awfully small map by giving you a crappy drill minigame where you send the drill into another room to guess what? Guess what you have to do with it? It has to drill again, and you have to watch it drill through a window, and it's as boring as you could imagine while you protect it. They really went above and beyond the expectations with these room designs. They really did it, guys. It genuinely just feels like no effort went into this mode at all. And Mayday surprised me because it wasn't even the worst map offered through this DLC. It has the best boss fight probably with the Kraken that you shoot the circle on his face, which is exactly what you did with the last boss, but it's still more fun probably. You use turrets to shoot the circle on his face this time, so I guess that's new. The worst map medal goes to Awakening, and this map actually just feels unfinished. Awakening is dog shit. They changed the drill into being a scanner, but they were just so lazy or rushed. They legit did not even change the text on the screen to say scanner or scan. That's fucking crazy to me. You didn't even change the wording on the screen. So if it's such a lazy map to not change the text or voice recordings to call it a scanner, then we're gonna call it drill on here too. Why not? We're gonna match that. You use your drill to scan all the obelisks on the map, then you fly a drone around to destroy every single one of them. Gee, what an upgrade from the standard drilling. Your areas have like twice or 3 times the amount of obelisks than the previous maps had hives. This is to compensate for the fact that this map literally has 3 areas and that's it. You go through 2 big open areas, completing 6 to 7 obelisks each, and then you go to a laboratory at the end. That's it. The best addition to the map is gargoyles because they're a flying enemy type that can shoot down on you, but it doesn't do the game any favors when they can no-clip through a ceiling and kill you. This is not footage from me playing this map multiple times. This happened to me on my first time playing the map. I hate this map. They flood every area with obelisks because even though Mayday was small, it at least had 5 areas that you could go to, whereas Awakening only has 3. And they drag out the time with this boring drone minigame that takes forever to blow up an obelisk. And they drag it out again by making you scan every single one of them with your drill to make the map feel longer. It's one of the worst maps for a bonus mode ever added to Call of Duty. Every area looks identical except the lab, and I didn't even bother with it again after dying to that no-clipped gargoyle flying through a ceiling where I couldn't even shoot him, but he could hit me. There is no reason to ever revisit this, and it might be the worst thing ever in COD from 2003 to 2013 up until this point. I am so convinced that they were focused on trying to redeem Extinction mode through the final map that they completely ignored this one. So does Exodus redeem Extinction? Not really, but it's by far the best map. First off, the developers wanted to prove that Exodus is different, so they removed the infamous drill. You know everybody hated the drill when they removed it from the final map. You can't even pretend that people did not hate this thing if they actively removed it from the last map in the series. It's automatically my favorite map, except you're doing the exact same objective, but now you're just turning on generators instead of drilling or scanning. I'll give credit where credit's due though. They actually changed the name of drill to generator, and they changed some of the dialogue. It portrays a demolished American city that you travel around, you protect these generators so you can get prepared to fight the big baddie. I think he's called the Ancestor or something. The big baddie stalks you around the map, and at the end, if you haven't killed any of them yet, you fight 3 different versions of them. The ending is by far the hardest part of any Extinction map, which on solo is near impossible even on casual. Exodus does go light years above all other Extinction maps though, even if it doesn't exactly do anything new. The boss always being present though, the doors just being able to open without a drill, the difficulty actually being hard, and the effort to change the dialogue and make the UI say generators makes this the best map by a large margin. Would I ever play any of the other Extinction maps again? No. Would I ever play Exodus again? Maybe. My ranking of all these levels goes Exodus, then Nightfall, and then Mayday, and then Point of Contact, and then Awakening. Exodus being solid, Nightfall being okay, Mayday and Point of Contact being just bad, and Awakening being absolute dog shit. Most of the maps are too easy. You can tell what equipment to just spam on regular solo to win. You could probably win regular solo in just a few tries, to be honest, if you just spam armor and ammo. The challenges are tedious and they get in the way of player freedom, just like everything else in Extinction, because it doesn't even hold a candle to any of the horde modes that came out surrounding it. This was right around the same exact time as Halo Reach's Firefight, Gears of War 3's Beast mode and Horde mode, Black Ops 2's Transit and other zombies map. All of these horde modes do so much more than Extinction ever could. Boss fights feel like they just replicate each other, and they're just shoot the boss in the face with the circle on it every time, with the exception of Exodus, where you just fire guns at the boss. Why would I ever replay this mode? I kinda care if a campaign has replayability, but let's say for the sake like Black Ops 1, the focus is not to be able to replay it a bunch, and it's just a great campaign mode. It's fantastic. But this is a horde mode. I am supposed to dump hours of time into this, and I could not protect this drill longer than playing each of these maps a couple of times, because it's boring. I was bored with some stuff inside Modern Warfare 3, but at least the game is filled to the brink with shit to do. Ghost's bad stuff is massive chunks of the game, not just one of 3 bonus modes that were kind of boring to me. This is massive chunks of the game that are bad. But holy crap, it's the start of the identity crisis that so many Call of Duty games have in the Dark Ages. They try new things, and then it isn't successful, such as Extinction, so they just start copying whatever was trendy at the time in video games. Case in point with Advanced Warfare just copying so much of the gameplay from Titanfall. Call of Duty Ghosts is just bland to me. Not all bad, but just rough. If a game resonated with one of the artists who made it, or it resonated with any one of you out there, it's worth having around as a piece of art because it made a difference in their lives or in any one of your lives. It was worth it. So where are we going after Call of Duty Ghosts? Well, we had Advanced Warfare and Black Ops 3, and Infinity Ward said, let's take it further. Time to go to space. More leaders from Infinity Ward left soon after release, with Robert Bowling being the most vocal. Robert Bowling preached why he left on Twitter by saying that there was too much pew-pew and not enough new. This echoed the feelings of not only some of the developers, but a lot of the COD fanbase at the time, and much of the COD fanbase nowadays. Robert Bowling, as the head guy at Infinity Ward, and the creative strategist at the time, was the most notable departure after Call of Duty Ghosts. This downward spiral for the company started to occur with Modern Warfare 3 and excelled with Ghosts onward. You remember after Ghosts, the hype for Infinite Warfare? Yeah, I don't either. That's because it didn't exist. The hype train heard COD was going even further in the future by visiting other planets, heard you were going to be forced to buy the Legacy Edition to own Call of Duty Modern Warfare Remastered, and everybody jumped off the hype train, making the trailer for Infinite Warfare one of the most disliked ever on YouTube. Most people diverted to the hype train that would go down the path of Battlefield 1. The Seven Nation Army song and the World War I setting spoke to most COD fans who wanted Call of Duty to tackle the olden times again. The David Bowie Space Oddity song that played in Infinite Warfare's trailer spoke to nobody. Nobody except for me. I stand by that I was the only one on planet Earth who liked this trailer. Just kidding, there probably were plenty others. Appreciators who are out there that liked this trailer with me. The few remaining on Earth that weren't ostracized by society. Stand fucking tall today. In fact, I will go as far to say as Infinite Warfare's reveal trailer remains one of the best in Call of Duty history. The trailer began on Earth and you were seeing Earth under attack by some unknown force. And then you have all this buildup of the Space Oddity song until you finally get into a spaceship. And then you guys remember the moment when it hit.
You got eyes on this, Reyes?
Most people, when this moment hit, they hopped off the hype train. This was the moment I hopped on. The planet scenery, the space battles, the landscapes, the grappling guys and breaking their necks. Something just hit me with this trailer, and to this day I still listen to Space Oddity in my car because of it. Part of the reason it probably hit me so badly was because at this point I was kind of done playing Halo. I never got too much into Destiny, and I think seeing a massive AAA FPS game where I could go to other planets just sparked my interest. But the ending of the trailer hit saying, pre-order the Fuckboy Edition to get Modern Warfare Remastered, and you've got to be fucking kidding me. And then they doubled down on it. Infinity Ward said they refused to separate Modern Warfare Remastered from the Legacy Edition, which, by the way, that didn't even last long. And soon they separated it, even after convincing people to throw out an extra $20 to get the remaster in the Legacy Edition. But now they were going to sell it separately for $40. What a ripoff. The development team claimed with GameSpot's Eddie Makuch, who interviewed design director Jacob Minkoff, that they could take people to insane environments if they were in space. It unlocked tons of new ideas and places. He talks about the zero-G combat, the ship dogfights, and also keeping the boots on the ground fighting when on planets or in spaceships. Infinity Ward even hoped to have a sequel within the next few years, but we all know how that went. Activision obviously knew Infinite Warfare would never get a sequel after the terrible reaction to the reveal trailer, immediately pushing for World War II from Sledgehammer the next year. And they probably just told Infinity Ward, hey guys, you know how you're working on this new engine? People liked Modern Warfare. They don't like Ghosts or Infinite Warfare. They like Modern Warfare though. Just do that. That's what you guys are good at. People assume that it's weird and not in their perception of what COD should be that they went to space, but this was never off the table. I mean, they even joked about adding aliens to the plotline of Modern Warfare 2. I think Call of Duty always started as that World War II shooter, but I don't think that was the plan for where it would stay. We've talked about how there was a plan to make an ancient Rome warfare game, and space warfare has always been an idea as well. Call of Duty will never be rooted into one time period, and in my personal opinion, that's one of Call of Duty's greatest strengths. I actually think they should do more with it. I would love to go to the year 2100, go back in time to the 1400s, do wacko shit. That's what we need from COD right now, especially when everything feels so repetitive. Black Ops 3 came before this, and then Advanced Warfare came before this, and then Ghost, and then Black Ops 2, and so I think the Call of Duty community just wanted to move on from Future Warfare, which, fun fact, that's also the name of another canceled Call of Duty game. Here's some leaked footage of that right here. I thought Infinite Warfare had balls for going to space, but I cannot believe that they managed to make this entire game while working on a new engine that would be revealed with Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2019. That's even crazier to me. Look all the way back through this video. Get into a time machine and go back to the beginning of the video. Every upgraded version of the original IW engine, and because Cold War didn't even use the new Infinity Ward engine, they used IW 3.0 and have been updating off of that. Even 2020 Call of Duty Cold War still has some remnants of Quake 3 coding. Now, don't get it twisted. When I say remnants, I mean like fractions, like the tiniest amounts of coding left. shift. This is theoretical and would be impossible to confirm unless I could actually see the coding for the IW engine. But if that is true, that's over 20 years of just modifications to the same OG IW engine. From 2015 to 2019, they were focused on creating the very first entirely rebuilt version of the IW engine. An overhaul to everything that came before it, keeping the same Call of Duty feeling while also upgrading everything on a graphical and immersive level. So I don't know if there's any of that original coding still in there, but by God, this engine would become the first time that the perception of a new Call of Duty game shifted. But that's after the last entry from Infinity Ward in the Dark Ages. Not the last entry of the Dark Ages, but their last hoorah, and they got some of the worst pushback ever from the community. Call of Duty Infinite Warfare. Infinite Warfare became the ugly duckling of the COD series, but the ugly duckling was always the good guy of his story. And Infinite Warfare is the underdog COD in my mind. But I'll talk about the dislikes first before getting into the reason I like this game. First of all, this is a rare example of a Call of Duty where the multiplayer is by far the worst aspect of it. The multiplayer here feels like a worse version of Black Ops 3. It's laughable at times if you don't know what you're doing because there's just crazy shit happening the whole time. And the loot box system is downright invasive on the experience. You had to pick a class before accessing your loadouts and playing multiplayer. The classes are boring and they're just copying hero shooters at the time and going off of what Black Ops 3 did with its specialist mode. In my opinion though, Black Ops 3 specialist mode was way more refined than the class system from Infinite Warfare. Also, everybody here, if you saw my Treyarch video, knows I'm not the biggest Black Ops 3 fan either, so I am not dick riding Black Ops 3. But when I played the beta for Infinite Warfare, my first thought was, I just feel like I'm playing Black Ops 3. That was the beta, and it seriously just felt like the exact same game I just played. I don't have much more to say about the multiplayer. I would just like to move on to the stuff I really enjoyed, because the multiplayer is the thing I dislike the most. I really enjoyed campaign and zombies. All of my Infinite Warfare appreciators are going to feel vindicated today. I ain't gonna give you any pseudo-intellectual response as to why Infinite Warfare is fantastic, because it's definitely not. But I can tell you that the campaign is one of the best COD campaigns ever. It's one of the best COD stories ever. And that's because it dabbles into literally everything. Dips its toes into every little piece of gameplay that you can enjoy as a player. I'm gonna get into that pretty soon. The game starts on this beautiful vista on Europa with icy oceans that you're walking on. You travel through these ice caverns trying to stop the creation of illegal weaponry. You get caught by the villain, Admiral Cooch. I don't know how to say that name. Coach. When you're heading back to the surface, you get caught by him. Admiral Coach's first monologue to you is about how to care for a soldier's life is a weakness, and that's why you're never going to win. We're about to get some deep themes in Call of Duty again. I'm going to explain it. Right after this, you celebrate Fleet Week back on Earth, which is like just a celebratory time about soldiers who fought for you, all this stuff, blah, blah, blah. And it's one of my favorite moments in Call of Duty, because you walk down this aisle of dead soldiers. They have their names listed on the walls. The girl with you makes comments about how you never want your name to end up on one of these lists. It's quiet and sad. She says, "Peace to the fallen." And then you open up the door and there's this insane contrast of everyone celebrating, cheering, and partying due to Fleet Week. Yeah, let's party, let's get drunk, let's go crazy. This is the main theme of Infinite Warfare. To have all of this celebration, to have all of this, there's always going to be an aisle of dead soldiers that gets you to it. The aisle of people who gave their lives so you could live yours. As you progress through the game, you play as Reyes, who is a commander of a ship called the Retribution. Reyes gets upset every time he loses another soldier, and he wants to be better and wants to make sure he doesn't lose anybody. Reyes doesn't realize that the only way to beat a madman who's willing to kill his own men, a person that says that care only leads to failure, is that you're gonna have to be willing to give everything, even if that means your life. Men and women die so you can walk out and enjoy Fleet Week. The only way to kill this man, to stop the SDF, who is the main enemy army of the game, is to be willing to sacrifice yourself and be on a team of people who are going to be willing to do the same, because people are going to die. To win a war, soldiers are going to die, but it won't be in vain. hence the name of the ship, Retribution. You get your robot buddy named Ethan, who's the coolest partner ever added in Call of Duty. Come on, we can't complain about Ethan here. He's so chill. And by the end of the game, your name and Ethan's are going to be with many others that get added to this Isle of Dead Soldiers. You sacrifice yourself because you care about the others. And care was not the weakness, but you just had to accept that people are going to die for that care to shine. You're on that list so the survivors of the Retribution can live on, and that the people on Earth can live on. They can thank you, even if they're too busy partying, because they're thanking you for your service by living. There's a reason why they show everything you do on every single main mission. They give you a recap over the news within the Retribution ship. They're showing that soldiers and citizens know what you're doing, know what cause you're fighting for, and that it's important to everybody. It's so important. So they even cover it on the news within the ship. It's kind of a dour message. It's a little bit bittersweet, but I love the way it's tackled through the grieving protagonist who beats himself up whenever he loses somebody in combat. But he slowly learns this is going to be the only way to beat a man who doesn't value life to begin with. I said earlier that the futuristic setting of Infinite Warfare dabbles into everything. That's true. You get that boots on the ground gameplay I said earlier with the planet shooting and the interior ship combat. You can do fucking side quests, which is a first in Call of Duty history, where you can get up into space combat battles and go crazy. And you can even go into the hub world, which is this fully explorable spaceship where you can upgrade any items for your missions. Some of this stuff has been previously featured in COD, like Black Ops 3 has a hub world. But the side quests, the different planets, and the whole new difficulty system. Wait, hold up. Difficulty system? What? Specialist mode is what it's called. Specialist mode is by far the most underrated thing when it comes up to Call of Duty difficulty modes, which that's a very specific niche category, but I'm still going to say it anyway, and I don't care. Nobody played it because it already takes a while for people to get through COD campaigns, and they usually never revisit them after the first playthrough. I kind of wish Specialist mode was available from the beginning, because it's basically hardened or veteran, but it has a catch. Now you only regain health through stim packs that you find hidden everywhere. If you're shot in the face, then your helmet cracks and you need to replace it with other helmets that are laying on the floor around you. You get shot in the leg, you might not be able to sprint. If you get shot in the arm, you might have a broken arm and you might be required to hip fire with only one arm. This changes everything about the way you approach the game. If you already played through this and enjoyed Infinite Warfare, I recommend you, I beg of you to replay through it on Specialist mode. I can fully admit that I have not beaten it on Specialist mode yet, so it might become too difficult in the last half of the game, but from what I touched, from what I played, I was just floored that they had a difficulty like this in COD to begin with. This is the most they've ever changed Call of Duty for a difficulty. The side quests are another first that channels the players that possibly just got bored doing one main quest after another, and now they want to go out and do a space battle whenever they feel like it. That's the whole point of the side quests. That's the whole point of any side content in general within a video game. It's just to allow the player to escape from the main story and goof around doing something else. The storyline even makes me regress into a childlike wonder when they have moments like, quite literally, you're flying in space with no cutscene, by the way, flying in space. You jump from your spaceship and go into normal run and gun soldier gameplay seamlessly. Like, you jump out of the spaceship and get into a gunfight. This doesn't happen often, but when it does, I regress 10 years into being in high school all over again, and I scream in delight. You'd see me gunning down people with an assault rifle that can be morphed into 2 SMGs, because this game even has dual firing options for a bunch of the weapons. Holy shit. It fucking rules. The planets that you visit even have unique values to them, like when you visit Mercury and you have to avoid the sun so you won't get sun damage. The moon, Saturn, Mars, and Earth, all these inspiring locales. The specialist mode, the side quests, the campaign, and the hub world, all of this isn't game-changing to an otherwise space version of a formulaic Call of Duty game, but this was Infinity Ward's attempt to spice things up, and I think they managed this very well. Specialist mode and the space dogfighting doesn't even feel like it's following a trend at the time, which I love, because so much of Call of Duty was following what was trendy in video games at that time. All these parts of the campaigns allow for that real variety. All of this gameplay, all of these mechanics around the theme of the game about dying for the people who you care about and dying so people can live a good life. They follow this theme until the end of the game. There's a reason why the final shot of the game before the credits is the Retribution casualties, which are through the roof, and the survivors, which is just 4 people, but yet it still says mission success, emphasizing the amount of people who have to die to be able to stop such a monster as the main villain of this game. The game just makes me want to invite over a bunch of college bros and have an Infinite Warfare hangout, but what would we play? The only game mode that turns Infinite Warfare into a retro delight, forcing me into a Letterman jacket, is Zombies in Spaceland. Infinite Warfare Zombies was polarizing at release, but my theory is because that was due to coming off the heels of Black Ops 3 and Zombies Chronicles, which is arguably the best Zombies we've ever had. It's hard to compete with that full of a Zombies package, so I understand why people didn't like Zombies at Spaceland. But this, by a mile, is the best non-Treyarch Zombies mode in the series, and it's honestly right up my alley. The total drama island looking animation with the creepy director sending the main Zombies cast through multiple decades of zombie films to play stereotypes. If you gave me that on paper, I'd say slap it on the ass and give it a price tag because that's my type of zombies. It's like when people hate Call of the Dead, but it's impossible for me to hate it because George Romero is literally a zombie director legend and he's the boss of that map. And I still kind of like that map regardless, but like the film stuff definitely gives it a boost for me. I am a film guru just as much as a video game guru. And that may surprise some of you, but it's the reason why in every video I almost always reference a film franchise that possibly inspired a video game. Zombies in Spaceland takes the atmosphere of the old Zombies maps that Treyarch used to make and says, fuck that, we're gonna do our own thing. Instead of trying to replicate them, they make it this cute little theme park where everywhere you go resembles a new area or like a new world. They all look very different. And you can go from one end to the map on Zombies in Spaceland to the other end of the map and it would look entirely different. In a lot of ways, this Zombies feels like the opposite of Treyarch. It's less immersive and less freaky, and instead it's more adorable and arcadey. There's still that difficulty spike at round 5, or in this case, scene 5. And this quick of a difficulty spike, just like the best of Zombies maps, means you're never going to get bored because you're never going to be sitting around for that long before it gets hard. Really, one of the only complaints I actually have, and it's kind of a nitpick, is just that it's so hard to find the last remaining zombie sometimes. It can be really difficult. They make it so difficult to find the last one remaining on the map, and it just dips the pace of the game at times when it's happening, especially on solo when you're all by yourself trying to find this thing. Sometimes the map can be a little bit overwhelming, like it has perks, souvenir coins, a card system, challenges, tickets, and credits, and even some side quest stuff. And you can call me a boomer shooter guy, but I just prefer Zombies when they keep it really simple. And that's part of the reason why I like Zombies at Spaceland, because all of the occasionally confusing mechanics every now and then, you don't have to do them. I can get overwhelmed by them because I'm like 60 years old, guys. Come on now. You have to understand it's hard for me. I'm already paying for my coffin so I can get buried in Spaceland theme park because it's so campy and charming, and I think it's even fun all the way up until the boss fight at the end. Each one of these maps, even in the DLC, has its own unique boss fight, but this was the only map included in the base game, which is a little bit of a bummer. There's the magic wheel instead of the mystery box. There's mini games to play while you're waiting for the next round to start in case you die. There's ATMs where you can share money with your friends, a ticket machine to get new items, and instead of hellhounds, now there's carnival clowns running at you. What's scarier than a carnival clown? All the characters are dressed like stereotypes from the time, and they even took the effort to change the outfits of the zombies to make them have that 80s aesthetic. It's just a vacant park with the only customers being you and a ton of zombies, and the only thing between you and them is a barrel of a gun. Infinity Ward also understood that me, as the elderly man that I am, I sometimes don't want to do a full-blown Easter egg or do a bunch of quests to be able to unlock the final boss fight in the end. So they actually let you pick between doing the survival zombies mode or going straight into the boss fight, which is very convenient for somebody like me who doesn't always want to do an Easter egg to be able to get to a boss fight or do a full-blown objective to be able to get to it. So I can enjoy both sides of what everybody else is enjoying without having to go through maybe a walkthrough to be able to figure it out. Infinity Ward managed to take zombies and do their own twist with it, which I did not think was going to be possible. And they did not require me to do any of the complicated shit that I don't want to do in a simple horde mode. In a horde mode, in zombies, and any one of these things, I want it to be simple enough to where I can hop in and do my thing. But all the challenges, all the side quest stuff, all the souvenir coins, all the card stuff, all of that is there in case you want it. But you don't need it. DLC time, guys. I dabbled in all these briefly, and I'm going to give you my quick thoughts on each. I dabbled in these just as much as I dabbled in the Extinction DLCs. I'm not going to pretend I played through these thick and thin, but I'm just going to give you my brief thoughts because I know you guys want to hear me talk about these DLCs. The Rave map tackles 80s horror with the Friday the 13th setting that takes place in a summer camp by a lake. It's not as large as Spaceland, but it does fix one of the worst elements of Spaceland. Zombies in Spaceland had an issue where if you meleeed, it had no lunge and you had to attack a zombie legit right in front of them to be able to hit them. And in this map, they give you melee weapons from the get-go to increase your melee distance. That is appreciated. Gorillas replace space clowns as the hardest round 5 enemy out there. No joke, that you cannot mess with. They do not underestimate the gorillas. They'll go ape shit on you. Shaolin Shuffle is the next DLC where you start in a subway, you go out into the streets, and you go onto the rooftops of a rundown city. The poster and the vibes give off an early 80s cop film or a blaxploitation film of the 1970s. We go back to easy mode for round 5 though, with the disco rollerbladers charging at you. Easy to take care of. I didn't even get around to talking about this, but Infinite Warfare Zombies, one of the most identifiable traits about it to me is how much licensed music is in it. A lot of the older Zombies modes would have one Easter egg song that might be licensed. These maps are just filled to the brim with licensed music. You'll have Final Countdown, It's the End of the World, and even deep cuts like the Knight Rider theme song from the 80s. There's a mosh pit in Shaolin Shuffle where you can summon all the zombies to a bar to activate mosh pit mode. And they're only moshing because of how charming this is. This is amazing. Infinite Warfare Zombies is constantly changing the look and the mechanics of the map to match the aesthetics of the period that they are tackling, which I always appreciate versus a game that didn't even bother changing the word drill to scan on one of their DLC maps. Attack of the Radioactive Thing is the next map, and this is my least favorite of them all. It's not bad. The boss fight is pretty lackluster. The map itself is cool, but I just don't find it as unique as the other. You have to do a bunch of shit to be able to get to the boss fight, and it's just annoying. It screams 50s invasion film type of city, or like the parody intro of Saints Row the Fourth, where you're the guy doing the walk through the dandy little neighborhood. It gives off that feeling with its environment. It's kind of a whatever map, and these massive aliens replace the disco dancers at the time. They're a little bit less unique, but they're kind of meant to just look like generic invasion film aliens. But aliens is how we get into the final DLC map, because it's not zombies. It's called The Beast from the Beyond, and all you Extinction fans already know what this is. It's all the Extinction aliens back once again to fight you on a space station that is so eerily similar to the Nostromo from the 1979 film Alien. You cannot deny that this entire ship is mimicking that spaceship, and lucky for Infinity Ward, Alien is one of my all-time favorite films ever, so I ate this shit up. I took the bait. I love the tight corridors where you fight the scouts from Extinction mode. It's not the biggest map ever, but they do have 2 different boss fights, both of which are a bitch, and it basically makes the map impossible to do by yourself because it's really difficult. And that's fine because Zombies isn't really meant to be played by yourself in the same exact way that Extinction's not really meant to be played by yourself either. Seeing this version of the aliens from Extinction, it just makes me realize how much I just want a regular horde mode with the Extinction aliens, because you already get a lot of variety with those aliens. You just don't need the drill stuff getting in the way and none of that crap. Maybe some cool new features and some in-depth maps. Give me a cool map like this, a little bit of interactivity, the Extinction alien variety, and then no drilling, and I'll probably be satisfied. Take out the challenges, especially, and at least make them optional and give me some diverse map layout. Like, you can do some new stuff like they did in Zombies in Spaceland to make sure it doesn't just feel like Treyarch Zombies, but just don't, for the love of God, just don't bring back that goddamn drill or that scanner or activating generators, whatever you want to call it. I have PTSD from that. Infinite Warfare, regardless of how much I enjoy it, is still kind of a mixed bag. It's got mediocre multiplayer. The Zombies is kind of solid, but it only has 1 map without the DLC. Like, come on, 1 map without DLC? That's not cool. The campaign is great, and that makes up for so much, but some could argue that this is worse or just as good as Ghosts, and I honestly can totally see where they're coming from. I think I value campaign a little bit more than most Call of Duty fans do, and I think that's why I prefer Infinite Warfare, but I can totally get how somebody would think Call of Duty Ghosts is better than Infinite Warfare, because if you don't value campaign as much as I do, you'll probably prefer Ghosts because the multiplayer is arguably better for sure. I just really love Infinite Warfare's campaign, and I think it's so much fun. And Zombies in Spaceland copying film eras is just so much more up my alley than anything from Extinction mode. It also is just way more, the maps are so much more diverse than the fucking Extinction maps. Like, dear God, they're just open, empty crap areas. They look terrible. Now, Infinite Warfare is not one of the best Call of Duties. It never has been. Maybe the campaign and the zombies is like a special underdog that could maybe get up there for some people, but when you combine everything in this package, it is not one of the best CODs. But most people would never get the chance to try out how amazing the campaign is, or even how great Zombies in Spaceland is, because they wanted to hate it so badly before it came out. So there's a lot of people that will never get the chance to try it. How much they wanted to hate it, even though the reveal trailer was so fucking cool. Come on guys, give it another chance before we move on to the Resurgence period. Because that campaign, Specialist mode, and that one Zombies map are probably the reasons why I prefer it to Ghosts. You can even give Ghosts another try too. That first half of that campaign, whew, fire, but I prefer Infinite Warfare as one of the better entries in the Dark Ages. It's one of my favorites from that period. Let's move on so I can have the terrifying interrogation moment and explain myself on the Resurgence period era. The Resurgence period resembles the renewed hype in Call of Duty, because I mean, literally everybody was excited about Call of Duty 2019. The new engine, the successful beta, the multiplayer trailer that played Enter Sandman that stuck in everybody's heads. It was the first time COD players rallied around the game in hopes for it to be good. And that's because not only did it have a new engine and was showing off new things, but it did also have a little bit of that nostalgia with Modern Warfare attached to it. People were stoked, and there was this resurgence in the Call of Duty community who rallied around Modern Warfare 2019. And even if you hated it upon release, that was real. People who say too that there's like not a single good Call of Duty game 2019 and onward, like, are you tripping? Like, did you stop playing the games in 2012 or something? Do you hate every video game released since 2012 COD? Are you one of those every modern video game is ass guys? I don't agree with that stigma. Talking about the greed and the microtransactions of the most lucrative franchises ever like Fortnite and Call of Duty is not a good representative for people's arguments on why modern gaming is dead. Indie games are huge nowadays on every platform. Exclusives are still really solid. Cross-platform was a pretty incredible feat when it was achieved. 2023 had some of the best AAA releases in a long time, and there is so much negativity about everything in gaming, but there's always stuff to be negative about in gaming, and I'm gonna always acknowledge that stuff, but I try to remain at least a pretty positive for the most part, because dear Lord, there's so many fantastic video games out there. That's my segue into what might be my hottest take out here for some people. I don't know, but Modern Warfare 2019 is one of my favorite CODs ever made. Not my top 5, but probably number 6 or so, I don't know. I'd have to think about it. Infinity Ward spearheaded every major achievement in this IW engine that Treyarch uses as their partner. They have spearheaded every era change on our timeline, and that's because they are the foundation of Call of Duty, even if they aren't always the best at it. But I think they knocked it out of the park with Modern Warfare 2019. I'm being honest. They totally knocked it out of the park. There's still some bad stuff about it. Infinite Warfare and every previous entry from Infinity Ward post the Golden Age is known for its charm, its over-the-top spectacle, and its crazy gadgets. Modern Warfare is known for its grit, its realistic down-to-earth missions, and its fun and never unfair difficulty system, at least in the campaign. The game opens with one of the best COD openings ever, a group of soldiers fighting for the villain of the plot, who I don't even know the name of, but it doesn't really matter because they show up in a van and all of them exit this vehicle in the middle of London with one of them wearing a bomber vest, and he pulls out a detonator, and then it cuts to that Modern Warfare title card. It's striking imagery and an incredibly well-executed scene that foreshadows the events of the gas bombing of Piccadilly. I say that it doesn't concern me who the villain is of Modern Warfare 2019, and that's because it aims to go back to a COD that refocuses its energy on the terror of war rather than its characters. The characters become a backdrop to the horror of war, which we haven't had that since Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2007. Disliking this approach to storytelling makes sense. You can enjoy that Treyarch character-focused storytelling and even the character-focused stories of Ghosts or Infinite Warfare. But this going back to basics, I'm fine with it. It works as a mature reboot to Modern Warfare that concretes itself into everything thematically that Modern Warfare 2007 stood for without bringing the character drama that was introduced in the 2010s. The game acts as an origin story to Task Force 141 of the original Modern Warfare. You follow Price, Gaz, and Farah as they chase down suspect after suspect, interrogating people and trying to figure out who and where is the big baddie of the game. Doesn't that sound kind of familiar? Not much has changed here from the stories that have come before in terms of just, tracking down where somebody is or just going place to place to place to find connections to figure out where a baddie is. The only real big difference here is Farah, who is the only person who gets really any form of development in this entire story. So if you want some of that character drama, you kind of get it with her. She grew up in Urzikstan with her brother Hadir. Hadir and her were both orphaned at a young age due to an invasion by the leader Bakarf, who is the main bad guy of the game. Hadir and Farah were both in prison for many years and eventually broke out. Hadir joined a terrorist group while Farah decided to join the Urzikstan Liberation Force, or ULF for short. When gas bombings are still in the international news everywhere, Farah gets accused of being a part of a terrorist organization, and Alex, the main protagonist who you play as, joins the fight against Barkov and joins the ULF by the end of the game by leaving the CIA. Farah gets her little arc done where she gets to have her revenge, and then you reveal the villain of 2007's Modern Warfare is out there somewhere. You remember Zakai from the 2007 Modern Warfare? They're gonna form Task Force 141 by the end of the game, and they're gonna stop that man. It's really by the numbers plot, but sometimes simple is just perfect for a game that's trying to be impactful through its war stories rather than its character stories. Because to be honest, that's how the older games are too. Like, nobody's gonna come up to me and say, oh, Call of Duty 2 is a bad game because the characters aren't super well developed. That's not the point of the game. The only character you really get in this that's developed is Farah, and that's through flashbacks, and that adds a little bit of an emotional touch and a little bit more of a ooh-rah type of feeling whenever you finally beat Barkov. She's still not very interesting. I'm not going to pretend like she's super interesting. Her character broken down is just get these awful people out of my country. That is her character. It is a little bit nice to finally see Call of Duty acknowledge that, you know, it's not just America is the world police good guys type of feeling. So I enjoy that they tackle this different perspective. And this is something that is nice that they do in the entire trilogy, like Alejandro in Modern Warfare 2, they do that with as well. But she's not very interesting. I'm not going to pretend that. I'm not going to go as far to say that she's this great Call of Duty character. The levels that I don't end up mentioning, once again, they are probably decent, but they just didn't stand out to me. I'm going to talk about the ones that stood out to me for good and bad reasons. Also, I just want to clarify, my footage for Modern Warfare 2019 and Modern Warfare 2022 is a little bit weird and wonky because some of it didn't record. A lot of it's from my PlayStation 5, so it doesn't look as good. And I just want to give a heads up. If there's any confusion about some stuff being out of place, that's the issue. Sorry about that, and on with the video. Piccadilly and Fog of War are an excellent reminder that you're not playing a big blockbuster Call of Duty game anymore, because you just go through a few shootouts, you see some controversial decisions being made, like Captain Price throwing the bomb vest civilian over the edge to save everybody else. This makes for showing you this Call of Duty is more serious. It's back to being the super duper serious war game. You also get that first big noticeable upgrade in the Call of Duty engine since Ghosts, but this one is far more noticeable than that. This is the upgrade that Call of Duty originally deserved when moving on to next-gen hardware in 2013, but we didn't even get it till 6 years later. Games like Metro Last Light and Far Cry 4 existed for those first couple of years on next-gen consoles. They could have managed these types of graphics at that time. They just chose not to. Proxy War, you can occasionally use drones to help out while you're partaking in gunfights within a compound. I don't mind this mission, but it does reaffirm that when you're running around with cardboard cutout soldiers and working together to take out these enemies, that this game is meant to be played on realism. Realism is the new difficulty, technically above veteran. You get two decisions though here. You can either play it safe with the drones or play it with loads of tension by going through area to area with your trusty rifle. Two different ways to approach these encounters. Clean House, I'm on the same page page with as everybody else. I consider it a god tier mission of a game in much of the same vein that I love Vendetta from World at War. It might be the most impactful COD mission in like 10 years on just that one time go through it basis. You storm the hallways of a blackened household, take out enemies, and you're going to want to be careful. You could end up hitting a civilian, or that civilian could actually just end up being an enemy who is going to grab a gun and fire back at you. There is no effect when playing this mission on lighter difficulties because you just wait for them to fire back at you and then you shoot them. On realism mode, you die nearly instantly and have to make split-second decisions, so it's much more intense. Clean House on normal difficulty is kind of boring to me because there's not as much urgency when deciding when to shoot or who to shoot. Clean House on realism is that fantastic one-off experience that the developers want you to have, making it one of the most memorable COD levels ever created. The whole level is just shutting off the lights and going up the stairways of a household. We've never seen that in a Call of Duty level before. It adds that sense of a gray area to the game and that feeling of dread knowing that you might react out of fear and ultimately kill an innocent person by accident. That was the intention of the developers. It's not a bad mission upon replays, just like Vendetta is not a bad mission upon replays, but it's fantastic in the same way that you're never, ever going to be able to replicate the first time that you played Vendetta ever again. The memory of Vendetta is almost better than ever going back and playing it. Clean House, the memory of the first time playing Clean House is almost better than any other time you're ever going to play it again. An amazing one-time playthrough, and upon new playthroughs, you'll probably just try to beat your previous speed record, to be honest. You'll probably just go through it over and over trying to see how fast you can get through the house. This leads to Highway of Death, which I have severe problems with this level. It's not bad. It has some open gunfights with occasionally fun moments. It's not a bad mission. This goes back to the no Russian thing though. This goes back to the polarizing effect that Call of Duty likes to have. Call of Duty works better with impact and maturity when they handle fictional topics that have layers of real life connected to them. Just saying, oh look guys, here's a real life tragedy is not clever or impactful. It feels cheap and it's unearned in a franchise that constantly obsesses over throwing the next massive piece of spectacle in your way. So why would I take a real life tragedy seriously in that type of game? Highway of Death was a real event that happened in American history. We bombed an entire highway of Iraqi soldiers and received loads of controversy because the soldiers that we bombed were fleeing from the area. They were retreating. And we bombed an entire highway filled up with them. The perception that the world had of the event was that we violated international law by bombing retreating soldiers. Not only that, but apparently there are people who we killed that were just Iraqi refugees as well. This is not a breakdown of a real life event though. That is a very, very brief synopsis. I just want to talk about how this pertains to Modern Warfare 1. The Highway of Death in Modern Warfare 1 wouldn't be as big of a deal to me if it wasn't for the fact that it's named after the event and that it parallels the event but entirely reverses the idea of it, entirely changing things that happened. Modern Warfare 1 takes place in that fictional nation of Urzikstan, but calling it Highway of Death and then revolving the mission around an entire fleet of military soldiers fleeing on a highway and then being bombed on it is not okay. You know what the worst part is too? They say that Russia did it. They don't even claim that the US did the bombing. Some have defended this, and I don't understand why. If I made a video game or a film and said this is Pearl Harbor and made it about Americans kamikazing into Russian military bases, everybody would be angry. So it's fair to be annoyed and angry about calling a mission Highway of Death and then making the event not only inaccurate, but also blaming the wrong country for what happened. Modern Warfare 1 was banned in Russia partly due to this, and honestly, I'm not a fan for banning things. I'm not that surprised though that they did that. Highway of Death is not a bad part of the game on the surface, but it's worth talking about all of this when speaking on a retrospective that covers most aspects of these games. The next mission is Hometown, where you play as a child. Now you're playing as Farah and Hadir when they're orphaned and trying to escape from Barkov's men during their invasion when they're children. It's a flashback fictional event, and it succeeds at being one of those Terror of War COD moments that I think defines Modern Warfare 2019. You're racing around, sneaking around soldiers, and at one point you have a knife on you. And Hometown helped me realize that Modern Warfare 2019 also loves to mix up its level layouts so much. Clean House has super narrow corridors, it's heavily scripted, but surrounded by Highway of Death and Proxy War, which are open shootout levels. It's giving us that mix-up so that the game can show off these horrifying moments like Clean House or Hometown, but still give the player agency when in the middle of a gunfight like Proxy War or Highway of Death. Captive is getting towards the last half of the game. You're a prisoner in Barkov's army. You spend the first half just fucking around because this is the moment when Modern Warfare told you, looked at you dead in the eyes, and then said, this game is going to be slower than other COD campaigns. Get with it or go fucking play multiplayer. When I play this game, sometimes I just can't get with it. In this first part of this mission, you're just walking around, carrying around concrete blocks. The lifeless AI is just repeatedly smacking you if you aren't doing anything. And it kind of alleviates the seriousness of it because it's goofy as hell. But most of the slower segments just require you to be on realism, so you're already immersed in this world to begin with, so you can kind of get through it without ever being bored. Because this is the most you're ever going to have to immerse yourself into a Call of Duty game since World at War. Modern Warfare 2019 wants you to badly put yourself into the game and blend with the characters and the atmosphere. Going Dark goes into this even more. You're turning off the lights of a facility, you're taking out guards with Captain Price, and on the surface, this might be kind of boring on easier difficulties, but if you know you're just gonna die in a couple of shots and you can really immerse yourself into it, it's engaging stuff. What I'm trying to say with all of this is not only that you need to play it on realism, but it's that Modern Warfare 2019 gives you every tool you need to be immersed. It's got some of the best sound design in the series, got some of the best graphics, it's got the best lighting, and some of the best gunplay that this series has ever seen. And I know some of that is a given just because it's the newer Call of Duty, but some of those things they really put a lot of effort into, like the sound design. You have to be willing to embrace that immersion and try to get into it. The only mission that throws this all out the window is the final one called Into the Furnace, where you fight a juggernaut, you use a laser strike device, and you take down helicopters. It's over the top and wants to replicate that old COD adventure feeling and give you one final hoorah before the game's credits. And I don't mind that they save a little bit of that Hollywood action for the end of the game. It sets up how Modern Warfare 2's story is going to feel. I can say all of this because when I first played Modern Warfare 1, I found it to be boring compared to most Call of Duty campaigns, and it's because I was playing it on regular. I thought it was pretentious and just so bland. I've said that a lot, but that's because more than any other Call of Duty, this game actually kind of blows when not on the hardest difficulty. It feels so boring. Most of the intensity comes from the smaller shootouts and the smaller battles, but there's no impact if you know you're going to die in 20 bullets rather than 2. So if you played Modern Warfare 2019's campaign on regular, I recommend replaying it right now on realism, and you will see the difference. It's literally night and day. Most Call of Duties, you can play them on regular and you're just going to get a really fast-paced run and gun shooter. You're not going to have to go as slow, you're not going to have to do all these things, but you still get all the cool environments, you still get all of this stuff with it. It feels like a very generic run and gun shooter because there's not really much to the environments, there's not really much to the enemies, there's not really much to any of that. It's just you're supposed to play through the game slow and get into the sound, get into the environments. I very rarely ever say things like this because I don't really care to play like hyper-realistic shooters. Modern Warfare 2019 relies on your allies taking bullets every once in a while. It doesn't tell you where the grenade is because there's actually no heads-up display on realism mode. The sound design is so effective that you'll actually hear where it hit. No heads-up display flexes how confident they were in the sound design. The set pieces don't feel exploitative anymore because like the Piccadilly set piece, you have to figure out who are the bad guys and try not to hit civilians while they're all running past you. That is the intention of immersion, and knowing you might die if you make the littlest mistake. That intention comes across much better on realism when there's no big red marker above the bad guys or objective markers that tell you exactly where to go all the time. The set piece goes from feeling like arcadey COD objective markers on normal to now it feeling gritty, chaotic, and not knowing exactly where to shoot at a moment and having to think on your feet and not knowing the right way right off the bat because there's not waypoints telling you every 5 seconds where to go. They're giving you the tools to blend with the atmosphere. Most CODs don't even give you those tools. The heads-up display is in your way. They're spamming crap on your screen. They're spamming nades at you. And the difficulty is just too easy. The sound design isn't good enough without a heads-up display, the AI, or the glitches that will also prevent immersion. And 2019 has glitches. I'm not going to pretend Modern Warfare 2019 don't got glitches. But other than that, all those other complaints, all those other obstacles from you having the immersive tools you need are gone. Modern Warfare 2019 is not the best COD campaign to me by a mile, and normally Call of Duty campaigns that have a little bit of agency to them rank higher on my personal list, such as Black Ops 2 or Call of Duty 2. But this game does what no other COD did before it. No other COD has had you rely on the sound design around you so much. And no other Call of Duty is so fucking confident in its design choices that when you bump it up to the hardest difficulty, they remove your heads-up display entirely. They get rid of the waypoints because the devs were so confident that even without any of that, you'd be able to figure out your way. You'd be fine. The only other game that even comes close to surpassing this Call of Duty in terms of atmosphere is Call of Duty 2 and World at War. But that's also me just talking about atmosphere. Do not mistake that for quality. And earlier I said MW 2019 still has glitches, and now with the more realistic approach, minor bugs or funny AI moments are actually way more obvious in MW 2019. Everything is so realistic, and then all of a sudden you have a character running into a wall without stopping. It wouldn't be as noticeable in Infinite Warfare, Ghosts, or Modern Warfare 3, or Modern Warfare 2, or even Modern Warfare 1, but now we're in realism mode with no heads-up display on one of the most atmospheric CODs ever, and the glitches pop out like a sore thumb. And Call of Duty campaigns and Call of Duty in general always gets a bell curve from me because, let's be honest, if you slapped any other franchise name on these games, let's say this game was called Homefront 3. They're making a third Homefront game now. It's Call of Duty 2019. Everyone would just say, it was a fine campaign. It was okay. If most Call of Duty games were outside of the Call of Duty franchise, they would be considered okay at best. And that's with very few exceptions. It's like plenty of massive franchises. I mean, you can look at like Marvel and say that. If most Marvel movies were just had a slapped on a different name with some random fuck all superhero, most people wouldn't even like them. Now, that's not every single Call of Duty game. There are exceptions. And I do think that some Call of Duty games are some of the best first-person shooters ever made. Some of the COD games managed to reach that threshold of greatest FPS games ever made, but most are really only good from the standard of comparing them to other CODs. I am happy to report, though, that I think that Modern Warfare 2019 is a good game even when not compared to other CODs. I can recommend it, but with the caveat that I only recommend playing the campaign on realism. If you play it on other difficulties, I think that if you slapped on any other franchise name, everybody would just say it's a mid-campaign. It's meant to be tactical and bring back that slower paced element to COD, an element that hasn't been around for at least a decade at this point. If somebody told me that MW 2019 was their favorite campaign in the series, it's not mine at all, but I wouldn't blame them because, God, it is so lovingly well crafted by developers who cared. Did this loving care go into the multiplayer? For the most part, yeah. Now, I have a hot take about Call of Duty multiplayer and what I factor as a good multiplayer versus a bad one. I like my multiplayers to feel faster than your average FPS shooter, and that's not my hot take. But if you're the type of person who hates a COD multiplayer because slide canceling is in it, I just don't care. Slide canceling is not something that makes or breaks an entire multiplayer for me. It can somewhat make it worse, I guess, or better, but it's not a big deal to me. What's really important to me as a player are maps, weapons. Does the game feel fast or slow? Is it intense in a tactical way? Is it chaotic in a fast-paced way? Are there any fun game modes? These are questions I ask, whereas lots of people online hinge everything that they hope for a game on one tiny mechanic or some meta shit that I do not care about. It reminds me of back in the day when I was in middle school. Sometimes people would be like, I can't play that Call of Duty, there's too many drop shotters. Or, quick scoping is way too easy in that game, I can't play it. Some people complained about the unfairness of Modern Warfare 2 in 2009 on forums back in the day. Go play an actual balanced video game series, there's a lot of them out there. Just don't play Call of Duty if you're looking for that. Somebody who says Call of Duty fell off because it's not balanced, that shit just makes me laugh with milk spewing out of my nose. It's hysterical. So I am here to say that none of my complaints with Call of Duty surround with these technical little based complaints, like these slight movement differences that don't make a massive change to 95% of your encounters, but the 5% of the encounters that you rage about, it's because of that. And so you remember that 5%, you freak out, and you go like, this is ruining the game, this is ruining everything, blah, 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 blah. I don't care. I care more about how much people freaking talk about it than I do actually the mechanic. Now we're going to get on to what I actually feel about the multiplayer, the things that I actually think matter. Gunsmith is probably the biggest change the multiplayer has this time around. Instead of choosing a set attachment, you now get to pick upwards to 5 different attachments for your gun to change all of its stats for better or for worse. Gunsmith is a fantastic expansion off that original customization concept that was introduced in Modern Warfare 2007, and it's the most insane multiplayer change probably to be in the game since the Pick 10 system in Black Ops 2. Mounting is new as well, where you can mount your gun on any balcony surface and fire from it. It allows for better aim, less recoil, and just about everything is better when shooting like this, except you're not going to be able to move out of it very fast. I like mounting as an option, especially when you're in a power position on the map, but I don't use it too often. The only new perk I want to discuss is Tracker, which I always thought was kind of OP. I used to use it all the time. You would just know where everybody was because you could see their previous footsteps. It was like a mini personal radar you had all the time. And I don't know, I just kind of always thought it was overpowered. I didn't really think much of it, but I don't really know how the community feels about it. But it was also OP in the same exact way that like something like Dead Silence to me. But you meta rascals out there probably know more about any of this stuff than I do. There was an added new equipment slot that had things like munitions and various others, but it doesn't really matter because 90% of people use Dead Silence because it was considered extremely overpowered because you could just run around at the speed of sound without making a single sound. As you race across the over 60 maps available, like Captain Price hopped up on Addies, yes, you heard me right, there is over 60 maps in this game. And sure, some of these maps are reserved for specific game modes, but let's just say there's only 40 to pick from. I beg the question of, does it really feel like Modern Warfare 2019 had 40 maps? No, it does not, because they rotate the same 8 maps on repeat, and they didn't even pick a lot of the remake maps like Vacant, Crash, Scrapyard, Rust, Broadcast, Shipment, and Hard Hat. My game theory, this is my game theory, it's an opinion, this is not me saying this is absolutely what they decided, but my game theory is that they did not put most of these maps in the rotation because they wanted you to go and play Modern Warfare 3 once that was ready, since all of the Modern Warfare 2 maps were going to be remade in that one. Like, I completely forgot Scrapyard was even in MW 2019. The only one I ever remember constantly seeing was Kill House, and I could never confirm this theory, but I bet it's the truth. I'm watching you, Activision.
Always watching.
The maps I'd like to highlight that were in the rotation a lot, which are originals and I actually kind of enjoy, are Azir Cave, Docks, Grazna Raid, Ramazah, and Gunrunner. Euphrates Bridge is not on the list for being the biggest piece of ass map ever created. But even my highlights of the game are not exactly fantastic maps, and that's because all the maps in this game are kind of lackluster, and that would explain why they rotate the same 8 over and over and over again. They did kind of make up for the lame maps with the engine, the gunplay, gunfight mode, which I love. It's probably my favorite new mode added to COD in years. Love gunfight. I really enjoy how they make specific maps for gunfight as well. Almost made me love this game. They almost made me love it. Modern Warfare 2019 gets so much right, but it's also the first COD where the UI went from the amazing pre-2015 COD UI to just kind of bad to now it's absolute ass. Now it is just awful. Ugh, I hate all that. Just make it simple, dude. Everything I'm saying sounds like word vomit because it is. It's just confusing. Changing stuff that is unneeded to be changed. So much of the new in MW 2019 are changes that are either experimental to COD or good. But this is just change for the sake of change, and it's crap. It looks so nauseating just to separate everything into these different categories, making it look like a fucking social media page. And the worst part is, this is actually the worst part ever. This is terrible. This is terrible. This actually makes me want to sob. The UI in this game looks like a masterpiece compared to Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 2022. Let's move on and talk about Spec Ops. Spec Ops was broken at launch, and after launch, once fixed, it was also ass. It's still terrible. The enemy spawns are terrible, the objectives are boring, they throw way too many enemies at you, and they make Spec Ops feel basically impossible, especially on solo, which you'll be doing it on solo because nobody in their right mind is going to want to fucking play this mode with you. Oh, and then survival. Holy shit. How do you mess up survival? How do you mess this up? Everything feels way too difficult, almost like it wasn't even play tested and thrown sloppily together just to appeal to fans and make for a good advertisement. I played the same map on solo probably 3 or 4 times, and I died within 45 seconds every single time. How the fuck do you manage that? And I'm sure there's some meta or some pro strat to being able to get around this, but I'm somebody who's like decent at the multiplayer. I probably got like a 1.2 or 1.3 KD. It's not that special, but it's okay. It's fine. But survival is so obnoxiously hard, with enemies spawning basically directly in front of you from the get-go and playing super aggressively. Even Modern Warfare 3's survival mode back in 2011 would have enemies taking flank routes, trying certain tactics to be able to get to you, and you would always have a little bit of breathing room. Modern Warfare 2019, they all charge at you at once, and that may sound easy, but you literally cannot kill them quick enough while they fire at you. Maybe it's a little bit better with multiple people, but holy shit, this mode in Spec Ops suck. They also made the dumbass decision to make it that whenever you fire a bullet at somebody, money pops up on your screen and XP rather than just when you kill them. So now sometimes my bullets will hit somebody and I assume I killed them because it pops up with a certain amount of money, and it's $10 rather than $100 per kill. Who the fuck designed that? There's supposed to be a visual cue when I kill somebody. It's just a dumb decision that makes everything so much more confusing, because now there's no visual cue for when I kill somebody, but instead there's a visual cue every single time I shoot a bullet at somebody and when I kill them. And they both look nearly identical. The only difference is like 1 extra 0 on the screen. And that's all I'm talking about it. It's not worth it. I don't even care. It's by far some of the worst added content to any Call of Duty game in terms of side content. Spec Ops and Survival feel busted and not play tested. They're worse than Extinction. Replaying through a lot of the side content in these future Call of Duty games, it's made me realize why some younger people probably really latched onto Extinction, because so much modern side content in Call of Duty is like fucking broken and terrible. I'm not surprised that many people latched onto Extinction, because it's pretty good in compared to this. If I was like 10 years old when Ghost came out, I played Extinction, I was like, that was pretty fun, yay, that was cool. And then I got to Advanced Warfare and I was like, the zombies is okay, I guess. Okay, whatever. Black Ops 3. Oh, I love Black Ops 3. The zombies is so cool. Oh, dope. Infinite Warfare. Oh, the zombies is pretty good. And then I got to like fucking Modern Warfare 2019 and people were like, oh, this is the greatest game ever. And then I played the co-op mode and I was like, this is ass. I probably would have a reverence for Extinction. I probably would have that. That would probably crop up in my life. So I'm understandable to people who are young who do have an attachment to that, because this side content sucks. I think Modern Warfare 2019 is one of my favorite CODs, but I do not love it. And it's because of this type of stuff. After a long line of Call of Duty games that were losing their identity and were copying other games in the industry, it was nice to see one that tried new things that weren't just following trends. And I'm not talking about Warzone when I say that. I know Warzone's a battle royale, but I'm talking about just the game Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2019, not Warzone. It's like the developers realized that Call of Duty did make a name out of itself without following trends, so why don't we just do that again? And yeah, there's the battle royale, there's the battle pass, there's all that shit, but like, the actual mechanics, gunsmith being really cool, the campaign, the beginning stages of Modern Warfare 2019 and multiplayer, gunfight, things like that, they don't feel like they're just following a trend. It felt like COD was really trying to be its own thing again when you separate it from the monetizing elements like Battle Pass. Battle Passes are a whole other thing. I could do a whole video about Battle Passes. Dear God, I'm not going to, but I could. Just like every other Call of Duty game recently, the monetization, I'm not going to hold it against the game that much, because if I did, I'd hate the last 8 games. And so I kind of have to ignore it, or else this whole video would just be me just spouting about how much I hate everything in modern COD. Modern Warfare 2019 works exceptionally well as a video game with its gripping campaign, its arcadey multiplayer that makes for a perfect juxtaposition so it can grapple every part of the COD community. The arcadey people get the multiplayer, and the realistic campaign individuals get that cool campaign on realism mode. The only exceptions for me are that fucking awful Spec Ops mode and most of the lame maps, and yeah, the monetization, but I'm gonna hold off on that until my next video. My biggest question after finishing this review section was, will Modern Warfare 2 2022 be able to take this foundation, add a little bit more variety, and mix it up enough to keep it entertaining? The real question I should have been asking was, if Modern Warfare 2019 is just a reboot with the same intentions as the 2007 Modern Warfare game, then is Modern Warfare 2 2022 going to have the same intentions as the 2009 original? That was the question I should have been asking, because holy fuck, the tone is completely different. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 2022. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 2022 popped up off the heels of a divided but growing fan base of Call of Duty Cold War, a hating fan base of Call of Duty Vanguard. So it was such a divided fan base, because Cold War, even when it launched, was pretty much broken. It was very divisive, but it started growing when it was actually fixed by Activision. I really enjoyed both Modern Warfare 2019 and Cold War. I don't really care for Vanguard at all, but thinking of Call of Duty in this way, up until this point, they've been kind of making a comeback for me. I even dipped my toes into some Warzone as well. I was eating good as a Call of Duty fan for a couple of years, with some minor inconveniences, especially like the greedy tactics of monetization. But then Modern Warfare 2 dropped to a 75 on Metacritic, with some praising it as being a superior sequel. And I don't know, man. Modern Warfare 2 is like a filet mignon that started with Modern Warfare 2019, and now you have the leftovers, and now you just cooked it for way too long in the microwave, so there's gonna be no flavor to it anymore. Half of the reason why I liked Modern Warfare 2019 was because of the new, and Modern Warfare 2 has none of that new. Instead, it just feels like a block of meat. A block of filet mignon with no flavor. Or in this case, just a block of Call of Duty. I know some people are going to question that I called Ghosts kind of repetitive, and I called Modern Warfare 3 2011 kind of repetitive, but Modern Warfare 2022, that just gets in deep into the weeds of being confused with this whole new trilogy of Modern Warfare games, and gets really, really deep with being repetitive. More so than those other two games I even talked about, but I'm gonna get into that soon. Let's talk about what Modern Warfare 2 did differently, because whatever Modern Warfare 1 did with its campaign, Modern Warfare 2 actively went away from in terms of tone. MW 2022 took that foundation, such as graphics and gameplay, but threw it all the way up to insane new heights. Over the top set pieces with all the grit gone from the previous game and replaced with just pumped up action. This is not me saying that Modern Warfare 2 is as good as the original either, or even as good as Modern Warfare 2019. I don't believe that one bit. But when I'm talking about the game's storyline, it has this Golden Corral buffet assortment of levels to pick from, but none of the tackle of the terror of war that Modern Warfare 1 has. Modern Warfare 2019 had that, this game does not. And even the realism mode in this game feels significantly worse, because the game is not tactical, it's not smaller fights, and therefore gunfire is going to rain from every direction, making the game frustrating to play on the hardest difficulty. The game is chaotic, and you're meant to be a one-man army machine gun, so play this one on regular or hardened. Does Modern Warfare 2 2022 do anything better than Modern Warfare 2 2009? No, not really. The story here remains similar, with big baddies like General Shepard being reintroduced in the game, but now General Shepard, instead of giving an overtly patriotic monologue in the beginning and wearing his iconic outfit, he just sits behind a desk and gets annoyed with you. He's also obviously the villain in terms of the writing. They make it very obvious. There's actually points in the game where the soldiers are like,
"Where'd you get American missiles from?"
I don't care who they're from. I want to know where they're going.
It reads like a child wrote the script. I like the campaign to MW 2022, but like the buffet comparison I gave earlier with Golden Corral, a lot of the food is available. A lot of different types of food are available, but none of it is cooked to perfection because it's just a hodgepodge of different stuff. The best part about this game by far is just the blockbuster moments. The first few chapters are solid, with Strike all the way till Tradecraft being fairly entertaining. Nothing special, but they are entertaining. Tradecraft is where you start walking around a bunch of civilians, and after losing the mission 30 times by being caught teabagging civilians, you'll finally start to actually be playing the level. But why isn't this whole part just a cutscene? Like, dude, I'm not doing anything. It's so boring. The middle of everything is when the game gets hungry for that buffet food, and Modern Warfare 2 delivers. Every mission in the middle of the game feels like you're playing an entirely different franchise. Alone is a survival mission where you craft supplies. Recon by Fire, you get to choose your approach to the mission. You get a bunch of different equipment and a few different objectives, and they say, fuck it, you do you, bro. El Sin Nombre is a great mission that requires a lot of stealth, but to be honest, I was dealt a bad deck of cards because my whole mission froze and nobody fought me. So I just kind of killed like standing perfectly still enemies until the end of the level. Hot take alert, at least from what I've read from people online, but I actually really like violence and timing. The driving goes on for a little bit too long, but this fits perfect into my buffet of feeling like an entirely different video game. Some people hate this mission. Basically just an Uncharted game, but in first person. You start off by hanging upside down from a helicopter while firing at people. You jump from car to car, you stand on top of them while firing at different vehicles. You avoid mines, you take down armored vehicles, and then you ram people off the edges of the map. Sure, it goes on for too long, and sure, it's not very replayable. But that being said, so is not a lot of Call of Duty missions, and I still think those missions are great, so why would I change my mind with this one? Borderline and Cartel Protection are some of my favorites too. No crazy ideas are being thrown at the wall with these, but they're just so much fun. Final mission of the game, Countdown, is kind of a letdown due to it being a survival aspect, just like Alone all over again, but now you're moving through the floors of a building. It didn't really do much for me. I don't really care for the final mission of the game. But the game shines as a buffet, and by God, because it's a buffet, nothing is polished whatsoever. The Alone mission has some shitty stealth mechanics and terrible view cones from enemies. Violence and timing not only has some glitches when you bump into vehicles, but sometimes you actually miss a car entirely when you're jumping from one to another because the game is not programmed to handle this type of action. Or El Sin Nombre, where the game just completely broke for me, and then they put me through the hardest part of any video game in this entire franchise by trying to remember the events of the story. Like, you expect me to remember a COD plot? Oh my God, no, I can't remember a COD plot. Overall, a solid campaign, but nothing special. But that's not it in terms of what I like about the game, because some of the maps are actually really good, and these maps are better than Modern Warfare 2019's, like Mercoda, Farm 18, and Crown Raceway, to just name a couple. They don't have as many maps as Modern Warfare 2019. They only have around probably half of the map selection, but the maps are better. So does this game actually deserve overwhelmingly negative reviews on Steam? Oh, look, actually the recent reviews say mixed. Nostalgia hit quick for this group. No, it doesn't deserve overwhelmingly negative, but the Call of Duty headquarters app and the whole UI and the monetization, all of that shit does deserve overwhelmingly negative reviews. It's abysmal. Modern Warfare 2 2022 is my least favorite of the Infinity Ward CODs, and honestly, it really isn't even the game itself that does this to me. I don't think it's the worst in terms of gameplay, maps, or campaign. For the first time in Call of Duty history, more than Ghosts, more than Modern Warfare 3 2011, more than anything else, it feels like a carbon copy of the last one down to a T. And I know many people are going to say COD is always the same game, but I'm going to elaborate. You can say Call of Duty Ghosts looks the same as other games. I would agree. The UI is at least completely different. The character models are different. The maps have a bit of levolution to them. The campaign has insanely new set pieces and makes me grateful because they use gameplay mechanics that are exclusive to Call of Duty Ghosts, like when the dam explodes and you're allowed to hide underwater. Modern Warfare 2, tell me how much is actually new here. And not just the perk system that, by the way, fucking sucks. What is new here? I can tell you that the campaign, even the parts that do have new stuff that feel like an entirely different game, they just reuse Warzone assets. Like Violence and Timing that I talked about earlier just reuses a bunch of Warzone assets. And that only gets worse in Modern Warfare 3 2023. There's some very unique missions being presented here. Honestly, some better maps in the multiplayer than the previous Infinity Ward game. But something about everything just feels so identical. Even the old Modern Warfare trilogy constantly evolved off of one another, whether it was through new modes that were added like Spec Ops or Survival, or even the super unbalanced wonky multiplayer of Modern Warfare 2 versus the Modern Warfare 1 pretty balanced multiplayer. Modern Warfare 2 2022, when I boot it up, it looks exactly, and I mean exactly the same as every other game nowadays in the series. Hell, I go through COD headquarters and the game I fucking own is at the bottom of the list when I'm searching through everything I can play. Let's do this, why not? I have to go through a pre-order page for Black Ops 6 and the Modern Warfare 3 playlist section, which I don't even own that game, before I can get to Modern Warfare 2, which, by the way, apparently nothing was downloaded even though they said they downloaded the game. What's this? It says I have all these packs downloaded. Oh, now I need to download these other packs too? Why didn't they show up when I first put in the game? Wait, why is Modern Warfare 3 multiplayer downloaded but I don't even own it? Wait, where is the 200 gigabytes download coming from that I don't even have a single game fully downloaded yet? I have none of these games downloaded and I'm already at 200 gigs. Why? I have Warzone, I guess, and Headquarters, but that's apparently 200 gigabytes? It's all these questions that you're asking because not only is the same UI that now every fucking Call of Duty game is stuck with, because Activision is hell-bent on coercing you into buying the newest game, which is why they list it higher than the game I even own. It's also the shittiest UI ever created in a video game. I mean that. I really do. I thought about that long and hard before typing that on my script. I'll say a lot of the time, oh, this is the best thing in this. Oh, this is one of the best things in this. I mean it when I say a lot of those things, but this I had to think about for a while. And I genuinely have never used a shittier UI in my life. You load up your game, you have to restart the game for an update, you have to agree to the terms and services every time you reinstall the game, you have to load into the Modern Warfare 2 app because it starts off loading you into the Call of Duty Headquarters app and then the Modern Warfare 3 app, even if you don't even own Modern Warfare 3. Watch the cinematic for the Battle Pass, skip the cinematic for the Battle Pass, watch the mandatory tour for the Battle Pass that you don't even own, and a tour of their UI system because even they know it fucking sucks. Then I need to scroll past this Black Ops 6 pre-order screen, scroll past Modern Warfare 3, which I don't own, scroll past another Black Ops 6 pre-order screen as if I didn't see the first one, and I'll dive into all of this in my final Call of Duty video, because this is just the tip of the iceberg on how horrific it gets. It's the worst in all of gaming, and I stand by that. Comment any horror stories you have down below if you have a horror story all about this UI system. Give me something to write about in my next video. I'll credit you if I use it. The menus all look exactly the same now for every Call of Duty, and I bet this will continue in Black Ops 6. I certainly hope it doesn't, but I am very skeptical. The UI is the same, the game looks identical, like actually identical to the last game. The graphics look exactly the same. You thought Ghost that came out on next gen in 2013, and you could tell the differences between the PS3 version, the 360 version, and the next gen version. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 came out on next gen as well. Modern Warfare 3 came out on next gen as well, and yet they both look almost exactly the same to the 2019 PS4 last gen version. It's like a dystopian Call of Duty future we live in. You thought Call of Duty looked the same back in the day. Nowadays, you could splice gameplay from Modern Warfare 2 into Modern Warfare 1 and Modern Warfare 3 footage for all of the new games, and nobody could tell a difference other than possibly the heads-up displays. And the footage I'm showing you for Modern Warfare 1 is captured on a PS4, whereas my Modern Warfare 3 footage is ultra on PC. It's dystopian. That's the only word I can use to describe it. It's not terrible. The campaign is a good time, and hell, I'll even give credit. They even managed to make Spec Ops possibly the best it's ever been, with basically giving you an entire new campaign to go through with friends. The problems come up with the similarities in UI, graphics, the abysmal treatment to consumers, the packet loss issues that are plagued in this game, even on my PS5 or even my really good PC. It's McDonald's lazy. And while the Dark Ages were a scary time for COD fans, this might be the 2 worst years COD has ever had because of the Call of Duty headquarters experience. With reusing and combining weapons across games, assets across games, using Warzone assets all the time, using the same screens for literally everything, using the same sound effects and the same visuals. It's just the snooze fest era. Honestly, might be what I call it. Some awesome stuff, but you'll feel like you're playing last year's Call of Duty within 2 days of playing the newest COD game, and that's something I've never been able to say in my entire life. Nothing unique or clever, and this only gets worse in 2023's Modern Warfare 3. Like you're being robbed by Silicon Valley executives who can't bother to actually put any fucking effort into the product. Who thought that my skins not being in Warzone 2, this UI, the reusing of all these assets, putting guns across these games but not skins, the deletion of Warzone 1, the game looking identical to the PS4 title, and all this was just a good decision? Who thought that? It's not terrible. It's just sad. And I know some people are going to say that, like, why do you complain about if skins aren't carried over into the next game? And you're right. I really wouldn't care that much, but they're just charging way too much for something that I can only have in one game. There's also a different understanding when I buy a $70 game, buy a skin in it, and then it doesn't transfer over into the next game. That makes sense because the implied agreement is that what I'm buying is for this one specific game. Whereas with Warzone, the problem is that it's a live service game, which implies that it's constantly being updated. It's constantly being maintained. So when I buy a skin in it, I expect to always have that skin in Warzone, not for it to be taken away from me. And in one of their updates, they just slap the number 2 on the title. Warzone 1. Finally getting a sequel. More of everything and less of your own bought skins. When Warzone 1 turns into Warzone 2, my skins should carry over. Just like how Overwatch 1 to Overwatch 2, the skins carry over. And if you don't want it to carry over, then I would suggest charging it for cheaper. The perk system in the game is where you unlock perks as you go along, and it kind of reminds me of the kill streak system from Cold War where you unlocked kill streaks and never lost your kill streak. It feels like change that has happened for the sake of just change. Feels like they said Modern Warfare 2 feels too similar to Modern Warfare 1. What can we change? Oh, the perk system? All right, let's do it. And it just doesn't work. It feels awful. And it's crazy to me because when you look at every change they've ever made to the IW engine, it makes you realize that since 2019, I could not tell you a single thing that looks different or feels different. Every game has had a heavily modified version of the IW engine, and now we are on IW 9.0. 9 upgrades since the original, and Treyarch upgrading IW 3.0 constantly since Modern Warfare 2007 released in their own line of IW engine upgrades. Now MW2 and MW3, I don't think they saw a single change to their engines, at least not according to the Wikipedia with IW 9.0. That's a first in Call of Duty history. This could not be up to date. So don't believe everything you read on Wikipedia, but it just sure as hell feels like nothing has been changed when you play MW2. There's only some minor audio and movement changes between MW 2019 and MW 2022. The movement is just not supported on these maps either. For a game that's supposedly more intense and faster than Modern Warfare 2019, it doesn't feel like it at all. Your footsteps are significantly louder, which means you can't play aggressively anymore, which throws the arcadey Call of Duty feeling out the window. And you're almost supported just to sound horde. But these are also those minor technical things that feel worse, but I don't tend to obsess over them. The multiplayer just makes me feel lethargic, like all I've done is eat the same junk food that I did yesterday, and now it tastes worse because I just had it. The movement is a little worse, the maps are a little better, and then there's some stuff like the perk system that was changed completely without warrant. It's why everybody is just jumping for glee over Omni movement in the Black Ops 6 trailer. Omni movement isn't that big of a deal, to be honest, but it is to COD fans because we've reached an era of COD where we might as well throw it into the same bargain bin as FIFA or Madden. They upgraded the player charts and nothing else new in the Madden game. Oh yeah, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 5 has some new maps and they changed some shit like the perk system and movement for no fucking reason, so we'll just perceive it to be different. Then there's the co-op. I forgot that Modern Warfare 2 had co-op. And you know what? It ain't that bad. Some people really, really like the co-op, and maybe the raids are really good. I can't tell you because I couldn't find randoms to play with. And with my friends all still on Destiny 2 until Queen Maya releases them to touch grass in the world, I can't play with them either. But the co-op, from what I experienced so far, is far better than Modern Warfare 1's, just being fully transparent with you. If you have a group of friends, you could have a good time. It's very secure the objective, or drive around and then secure the next objective, or drive around again and secure another objective. It's not very fast-paced, it's kind of generic, and I don't like the fact that they don't let you change difficulties, but it's basically a full-blown co-op campaign, and I did not know that. And that is a huge step up from every iteration thus far from Spec Ops. That might be the biggest step up ever for co-op in Infinity Ward Call of Duties. If you want to play the raids with me before my final Call of Duty video, feel free to join the Discord community in my YouTube bio and let's connect. Let's play them. The co-op, I like to say, is pretty underrated because nobody really plays it, and it's honestly a pretty fun time if you have a friend to play with. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 is so bleh. It's exhaustive, it's an exercise in patience, it's just annoying that it doesn't have to be this way. There's so many little patches they could do to fix the UI and fix just so much about the game. It feels like an exercise for my brain to find anything differently from the last game. I've resorted to perk systems and minor technical changes. Packet loss issues I had were really disrupting my experience with the game, and there's plenty of other people who have had this experience as well, so it's not just me. And it sucks because it has better maps than Modern Warfare 2019. It has a pretty good campaign, and it has a good co-op, but it just feels like an expansion pack to Modern Warfare 1. And so does Modern Warfare 3 2023. And this is the first time this series is reaching and developing a level of formulaic that makes it just feel like expansion packs. Hitting that FIFA, NBA, and Madden level is just depressing. You could pop on this game and tell me it was Modern Warfare 1, and honestly, I wouldn't be able to argue with you. And for those of you who would compare my expansion pack comment to Modern Warfare 3 2023, if Modern Warfare 2 feels like a $60 expansion pack with a working co-op mode, then Modern Warfare 3 feels like a fucking $15 DLC. I can trash Ghosts or Advanced Warfare, but they still feel like there's a lot of passion put into them. We've entered a new era where it just feels lazy. It's the snooze fest era, and I will rip more into that in my next video. You should be asking more from these games, and I should be asking more from these games too. More good maps, more original good maps like MW2 2022, better spawns, no SBMM, fewer weapons to make them not cross over to other games, do more with your audio and visuals, anything to make the game look distinct. Each game having its own UI, so we don't have to rely on Call of Duty headquarters, which is terrible, at least improving the UI that it already has, that everybody has been complaining about, getting rid of those packet loss issues, and I'm gonna stand by this. This is a hill I'm gonna die on. My friend told me this one day, and I 100% agree with it. But if I buy your $60 game, I should get a discount on cosmetic prices, because those are free-to-play game prices, not $60 game prices, in my opinion. Why not have Call of Duty be different with every entry, like the standard that has been held up to for every video game franchise out there? Why not have it be held up to that? This is one of the final things I'm going to say. A lot of people complained when Call of Duty World at War came out that the multiplayer felt like a copy and paste of Modern Warfare 2007 due to how it had a create a class system and the movement was very similar. If critics were saying that back then about World at War, imagine what the hell all of those critics would say nowadays about Modern Warfare 2 2022. Does World at War actually feel like Modern Warfare 2007 nowadays? Does it just feel like a carbon copy, a copy and paste, especially seeing where COD is now? You can like Modern Warfare 2 2022, and that's okay. There's a lot to like in it, actually. I honestly enjoy it more than some of the other Resurgence period video games. But please accept that the direction COD is going right now, there's really only one word to describe it. It's lazy. Vanguard and Modern Warfare 3 2023 were both respectively made in about a year time frame each. They didn't even get the full 3 years to make each game. That's disgusting. It's a AAA game. Give these people more time to work on it, more than freaking 2 years at least. I don't give a fuck if you don't have a new Call of Duty for 1 year. Call of Duty 2 was made without a single weekend of work or any overtime within 2 years, according to the studio head. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 2023 probably should have taken twice as long to make, but they made it in 18 months. Thank God Black Ops 6 has had 4 years of development behind it, a first in the Call of Duty series. Hopefully it's worth it. All right, appreciators, that's it. We went through the beginning of it all through Jason West, Vince Zampella, and Grant Collier, who worked with their 22-man crew to do everything they could for the franchise, ousted, betrayed, or betraying Activision, or just plain fired. However you want to see it, most of them have left. And now Infinity Ward was left in rubble to pick themselves back up with that Neversoft merger and use what was left to create Modern Warfare 3, Ghosts, and Infinite Warfare, 2 of which are in the Dark Ages in my opinion. And when they picked themselves fully back up with the revival hit that was one of the highest selling Call of Duties to date with Modern Warfare 2019, that instantly got taken advantage of with forgettable, lazy games, but I can only hope that that will not be the same for Black Ops 6 or with 2025's Infinity Ward COD, whatever that ends up being. But as of right now, I am thinking that the Resurgence period only lasted from Modern Warfare 2019, Cold War, but then it morphed into the snooze fest era, the fucking EP era of Modern Warfare 2 and Modern Warfare 3. Infinity Ward kicked off every era of COD in my mind. They did everything for these games, and we owe all the thanks to the developers of every single game in the franchise. I know some of these I shit on, but even those games, as I said with Vanguard and Modern Warfare 3, sometimes developers just don't have enough time to make a AAA title. That's not their fault, and we can still see what's so great about those games anyway, and appreciate what the developers did for them. Nobody knows what goes on behind the scenes, and just like what I said with Call of Duty Ghosts, if Modern Warfare 2 2022 spoke to you or spoke to one of the developers when they made it, I guess that's all that matters for it to be justified as a piece of art. You can have your opinions on it while I have mine. I just want Call of Duty to do something new again. And I want everybody to have something to look forward to. The way that Call of Duty tends to have a cycle is hype for a game, loving the game for about a week, then hating the game for the next 3 years, and then loving it in retrospect. It's an endless cycle that so many Call of Duty fans inhabit to some degree, but who knows? Maybe I'll look back fondly on Modern Warfare 2 2022 in a few years. I'd just be kinda surprised. But Call of Duty is running low on new nowadays. Too much pew-pew. Not enough new. That should be the slogan for COD, and it's more relevant nowadays than any other time in COD history. Black Ops 6, I hope to God you're worth it. We've tackled all 3 companies, but I haven't tackled every game in the series, so I'm gonna make somebody really happy today. I promised in my first Call of Duty video that I would play Modern Warfare 3 as my last game in the series, but that was also all the way back in 2023, and I thought all of these videos would be out by the end of 2023. That thought was ridiculous in hindsight. My next Call of Duty video will come out a lot faster. I'm gonna try to get it out before Black Ops 6's release date, and you guys know how it is. I'm making that promise, but I ain't gonna make that promise. No, it should be. It's gonna be a lot shorter. It'll cover the current state of Call of Duty, everything bad about it in detail, and it will also have a review of Modern Warfare 3. This is going to be by far the most negative video of the bunch because, let's be fair, when I am critiquing these games, I still enjoy like 6 out of the 8 Infinity Ward titles, and I love probably 3 of them. But that COD video will be the most cynical and negative since it's going to have to do with the terrible state of monetization, the UI, and just everything in between. The next Call of Duty video after that will be released on the week of Black Ops 6's release, and it will be me ranking every Call of Duty campaign, multiplayer, and zombies all separately, then finally ranking every Call of Duty game overall. This will all be in the same video, and I might even live stream it for you guys on Twitch, which is in my YouTube bio. It'll be a fun, appreciative video talking about all the best parts of every Call of Duty game, and I want it to be there because every Call of Duty game has good parts about it. They all have moments to appreciate, and that will be on full display when ranking each game, and we can just talk about it. Ghosts might get D tier in one category, but it could also get A tier in another because it deserves that appreciation. And that'll be a blast, so come follow me on Twitch if you want to partake in that. Finally, the last video I will ever be doing on Call of Duty. The last one, I swear it. It will be this video combined with the Treyarch video combined with the Sledgehammer video, but I am going to tackle all the DLCs, the spin-off games, and the handheld games that have been in COD. It'll be a reordered video by release date and will be a full 12-hour long entire COD series video. I am hopeful to have that one out right after the Black Ops 6 release because I won't have to add too much and I just have to rework some things, but once again, I'm not making any promises. I'm hoping to have all these out around October. Black Ops 6 will be covered in that video as well, and it might even be covered in the ranking video. And it will be the last time I ever talk about COD on this channel for a full video. I won't say ever. If Iron Man can come back as Dr. Doom, then the Appreciator can come back and talk about Call of Duty eventually. But I wouldn't expect it on this channel for the next couple of years. My anticipation is that October will just be like a Call of Duty month for the channel, and we can get all 3 of these at once and give you one last ooh-rah with that big Call of Duty series retrospective. 3 more videos, all coming out sooner rather than later, and this series is wrapped after that. I've already thanked you guys in a community post, but I want to thank you guys formally for getting that previous video to 1 million views. Thank you. If you want to check out more from this channel, you know where to find me. Watch the Sledgehammer retrospective for Call of Duty, or the Treyarch retrospective, or go outside. You earned it. This has been such a long video. You already know what we do on this channel, though. We are going to be appreciating every single little piece of art out there, and I will always appreciate every single one of you.